I'm over it with Pat, the producer.
I'm just stunned at the amount of people who are still on board with tuna pizza. I miss Blockbuster. I'm just overwhelmed by the amount. I would like to congratulate the New York Yankees on being the first cheaters in baseball this year. We're talking about punching people.
I just couldn't imagine myself getting to a point where I'd want a physical.
You have someone in your life that you would want to give him a stern talking to, though. Like
that stern talking to?
That's different.
I'm over it. I'm sick and tired and over it.
Get a life.
Yes, each and every day at this time, our producer, Pat Costello, gives us items in and around sports, entertainment, his life that he is over. Pat, go ahead, sir.
Well, it's nice that we learned yesterday that there is someone in your life that wanted to punch you in the face, and it was Rolly Massimino, of all people. And the Massimino family is now aware of that. I sent it along.
What?
To the Massiminos. I sent it to them.
And what'd they say?
They didn't respond.
Oh, okay.
Great bit, Pat.
Yeah, they don't really like you that much, I guess. It didn't really make an impact on them as a people, but anyway. Stuffed crust pizza, why does this exist? I've never understood it. I'm good with regular crust. Regular crust is fine. Why are we stuffing it with cheese? I don't need that. That's too much cheese. I've never understood it. I don't like it. I don't like when we try to experiment with crust on pizza. Pretzels, that's a thing that we're doing now. Do we need pretzel on pizza? I don't. Get it out. Stuffed crust pizza, get out.
I kind of agree with Pat.
You do?
Yeah, I love, why do I have to be so cute with pizza? Why can't I just have a regular plain slice? It's so good. When is it ever bad?
Well, what's the barometer? Like, what's too cute? What's the step you don't cross when it comes to pizza?
Cheese.
Deep dish, actually. He doesn't think deep dish is an actual pizza.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm
where
kind
is
of with
that,
him
by
on
the way,
that.
Cap? There's going to be some coming our way.
I'm kind of with him on that. Deep dish. If you have to use a fork, it's not pizza.
Okay.
Well, we're going to try some maybe on the air or
Ooh, delicious.
maybe not on the air, but maybe in and around the seaport here.
I like it.
There may be some coming our way.
I feel like the hate for deep dish has gone too far. Like, everyone likes to overreact. Be like, it's not pizza. It's cheese and sauce and crust. It's probably delicious.
But you're against stuffed crust pizza.
Yeah, because that's just too much.
Essentially the same thing as deep dish, just rearranged.
I have another thing I'm over. I'm sorry. Something just happened. ESPN Madison just tweeted out a whole love thing for Canty about jump around. What the heck?
99 days to kick off, baby.
School. I went to
99 days to kick off.
They literally just tweeted, what is this?
Let's go.
I'm now jealous.
Exactly.
Thanks, at Chris Canty 99. We got to agree with you. 99 more days until we get to jump around on Wisconsin.
at the pace
You're a Wisconsin guy now?
At the pace I'm going right now, they should have me out there as an honorary captain for the coin toss in the game against Illinois.
We need both of us?
Both of us.
Oh, my God.
I'm
We're
the
both
one left out.
connected to that game?
Yes,
How did
exactly.
you become
I
the
love that
Badger?
idea.
He's the Badger now? What is this? Unbelievable.
I've played more snaps on that field than you have.
That's true, yes.
Did I play?
He's got you there.
No, I was thinking about when I played. Do you know when I had 6 touchdowns?
You played what?
To who?
Badger Herald versus Daily Cardinal game. There were 2 student newspapers. We played against each other. I had 6 touchdowns in that game.
To the other team?
No. I was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. It was the greatest game of my life. It wasn't on Camp Randall. I thought maybe it would have been. Anyway, sorry. Back to you, Pat. Stuffed crust pizza. I'm with you. Stinks.
I actually think it's 2 things in one. It's a slice of pizza and it's like a breadstick.
No doubt.
You need the dipping
sauce. It's a
sauce.
cheesy breadstick.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like a cheesy breadstick, like a Bosco stick almost.
I like the concept. I think the execution is critical.
I agree. You have to have the dipping sauce, the correct dipping sauce.
I'm not sure that this is something where you can rely on it being produced in mass and think you're going to get good quality. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have an update on our deep dish pizza.
What we got?
Great David Kaplan, Kaplan J. Hood, ESPN 1000 in Chicago, is arranging us because we have been critical of deep dish pizza.
We have, yes.
He's arranging for deep dish pizza to be here next week.
Okay, so
From a specific place.
and
it's the place you like.
Okay, great. But here's what I will say. Got into a heated debate a couple of weeks ago in Chicago.
Okay.
Deep dish is not the true Chicago pizza.
Oh, boy.
Tavern style
All right.
is the true Chicago pizza.
What are we doing?
I'm just telling you.
I know this is a thing that, Chicago people like to say. Come on.
Like, tavern style pizza is the true Chicago pizza. Like, if you are a native Chicagoan, you're going for the tavern style pizza.
Can you explain what that
a
is?
lot more than you're going for the deep dish style. I have no idea what tavern style pizza is.
I believe, is more thin crust. It's like the squares, right? It's like a flat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like the Detroit style.
Yes.
Yeah, or St. Louis.
This is like when people from Philly are like, actually, our roast beef sandwiches are better than our cheesesteaks. Like, come on, stop it.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what they tell me. My good buddy Avery Skurlock, native Chicagoan, He will live and die with that statement that tavern-style pizza is more Chicago than the deep dish
why-
style.
All right,
why
we
is
may
all-
have a problem now.
why
Kap
is-
may be taking the deep dish back. He's not happy about this. He said CC is wrong. Deep dish is first. Tavern does have a loyal following, though.
Yeah. Tavern could have a loyal following in Chicago, but all Chicagoans puff their chest out to talk about how great deep dish pizza is because
That's true.
it's connected to them.
I
It's part of their
love the
identity.
deep dish pizza. I love it. I think it's outstanding.
Now
I
you
just
do.
got to be in the mood for it.
Now you know you're going to have freebies coming next week.
I'm not going to go to the place where I think it's better than New York style pizza.
Right, right.
But I just think it's a matter of the mood I'm in. Like if I want New York style pizza, I'm going to go for that. But there's a time and space where I'll prefer to go for a Chicago deep dish style.
It's been many years since I've had deep dish pizza. I'm open to trying again.
Next week.
So we
I'm
got
open. I'm
so we got
open.
Lou Malnati's?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Come on now.
Yeah, buddy.
Question for everybody, Vegas East. I'm just curious. What is your New York style pizza place order? Like, how many slices do you order?
2.
2?
Yep, two.
Two.
2 pepperoni.
I don't go to the pizza shop without getting the pie. Get the whole pie.
And how many slices of the, like, if you're going by yourself?
You can eat the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm never going to eat more than 3 slices at a time, but I'm going to get a whole pie. I think it's ridiculous to go into the pizza shop and not get a whole pie.
Wow. Vegas East, what do you guys do?
2 pepperoni, that's it.
If I'm in New York, 2 regular slices and a grandma slice.
Love
So is it-
that is the greatest thing Nuno has said in the 2 years I've been on this show.
Is a grandma slice a Sicilian slice, Nuno?
It's
What
a
are you talking-
thin version of that with and it really emphasizes like the garlicky tomato sauce. It's
Yeah.
phenomenal. That is the greatest take Nuno has ever had. Seriously. There's you can't top what you just said. Go ahead, Javante. What is yours?
Haven't had New York style yet.
We got to hook a Javante
In
up.
your
We got
life?
to. We got to.
I don't think so. Maybe in my life, but not that I can remember.
Maybe as an appetizer, I can go to the pizza spot and get
What?
my favorite order of a New York style pizza, half pepperoni, half Italian sausage.
Ooh, love.
And bring it up as an appetizer at the ECHC.
Oh, I love that idea.
So Javante can have a sampling of New York style pizza.
That's a very good idea.
My order is the LeBron contract. You do a 2+1. So you get the 2 slices, you eat them, you sit down, then you go, I'm going to get another one. You go back up and like as if like, I'm not going to eat too much because you don't order 3 at once, but you always end up with 3. So it's a 2+1.
You need to stop caring what people think about you so much, man.
Yeah, I
Just
agree.
order the
Just get
3
the 3.
slices.
That would
Like,
be by myself I could do that. There could be nobody there and I would still do it that way.
Get the 3.
The 2,
Life is too short.
2 plus a grandma. Ah.
One more food thing real quick. There was a video that went viral yesterday of Tom Cruise calling someone out for finishing their popcorn at a movie before the movie even started. If you finish your popcorn before a movie, you need to reevaluate your life. This was a bucket of popcorn this guy finished. What are we doing?
Okay, you
Well,
know
the
what?
previews are about a half an hour
Thank
long,
you.
though,
That's
dog.
exactly where I was
we
going.
just sitting there like watching a bunch of stuff that you're disinterested in.
Yeah, it's not
so
like-
what else are you gonna do? You in the dark.
Correct.
You can't talk. What else are you gonna do?
Well,
you just
don't
Pat
eat the whole
McAfee can
bucket.
ask him about it today. Tom Cruise on with Pat McAfee between noon and 3 Eastern time on ESPN.
Ooh,
But
outstanding.
that's amazing. But you hit on it right there. Less previews, and I won't be buzzing through the popcorn so quickly.
Exactly.
It was a whole bucket. Don't eat the whole bucket.
I
Wait
could
for
do
the
it.
movie.
Why is
could do it
Tom
easily.
Cruise judging someone else's popcorn consumption?
Great point.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the insider tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Being a caregiver for a family member can be very rewarding. It can be very challenging, too. Besides taking a physical and emotional toll, it can also take a real financial toll, especially if you're paying for home safety upgrades, covering medical expenses, cutting back on hours at your job, or having to leave your job altogether. In some states and in certain situations, you may be eligible to get paid for the care you provide, but finding reliable information about caregiver compensation can be overwhelming and very time-consuming. The AARP Foundation Paid for Care Hub can help. It's a free online tool developed with support from United Healthcare, where you can search compensation programs, explore your options, and get answers to frequently asked questions. Find out today if it's possible to be compensated for the time, effort, and care you're providing. Visit paidforcare.aarpfoundation.org to learn more.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out.
Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out.
Welcome in on the Kap and J Hood Show on ESPN 1000. I'm David Kaplan. Jesse Rogers in for Hoodie. He's got the rest of this week off. Jay Moore's at the controls. Shay is the executive producer. And the phone lines are open for you at 312-332-3776. We have a lot to get to.
We do. And today, driving in, looking around at the scenery, very, very difficult to see anything with the fog and the clouds and the rain. It reminds me of what Jim Gaffigan said about spring in the Midwest. It's a great day. It's a great day. Because that's all we get around here is about one day of spring. Awful yesterday. Sox game delayed. It's awful this morning. The roads were bad. But it's good to be with you, Kap, my guy.
Good to be with you.
Cubs big win. Sox even a big win. So we start off on a high note. But I know you're not as happy as you'd like to be. I have my coffee. Where's yours?
So we have this machine here at the radio station.
Sure, coffee machine.
Yeah, very kind of the management to provide coffee because I have no problem paying for my coffee. Yep. I'd like to thank Keith Williams, the market manager, the grand poobah around here. Coffee machine hadn't worked in a week. So I have my water bottle, my nice Yeti water bottle with all the stickers on it. That doesn't work either.
I got to say, if you're doing the morning show, you need the coffee machine working. You really do. Now, I went to Dunkin', so I took care of myself here. If I had known,
all good,
I would have jumped in there.
I'll get coffee after.
Okay. Let's get that fixed, though.
Like, I always thought of Keith as our Ben Johnson, our Kevin O'Connell,
I like that.
young executive.
Yeah, I like that.
He's more like Eberflus.
Oh,
jeez.
Who called him our Bill Belichick in the meeting?
Damn. He was.
Damn. He was Bill Belichick circa New England. Now he's Bill Belichick, North Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah.
So many jokes, I'm not going to make them. But
yeah, right.
I mean, come on, Keith, what are you doing here?
Listen, the coffee machine is what it is. When you told me we can't even get cold water.
Yeah, I'm like, okay.
None of it's working, huh?
You need me to come over there and sit in that office for 3 or 4 hours and straighten a few things out? I'll put my feet up.
And we're not going to even get Danny involved in this, because if we did...
Guess what? Content runs.
Right.
Content runs.
Right. We are up and running at 7 a.m. We need the coffee machine.
I'm going to do a
running.
memo around here. Danny is now in charge of the coffee machine. He's also.
Good. Put that on his list of things to do.
Do you think when
He needs
Zetterman
more.
sits down and goes, all right, what do I got to do today? I got to do that for ESPN Madison. I got to do that. I got to talk to Kap about that. Don't do that. Coffee machine. Done. By 1 o'clock, we'd have a new machine in here.
If he wants the content to be better, make sure the coffee machine's working.
We need to be
There's a
caffeinated.
correlation there. There's a correlation there.
Danny, Keith, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. Just get a freaking machine in here. Keurig.
It's players that win championships, not coaches.
Oh.
Good cut there. Perfect timing.
Memo over to the sales department. It's spelled Keurig. Keurig. They might want to become a partner.
Yeah.
Make the call. La Colombe. How many more leads you want me to give you? Dunkin'? Starbucks? Damn.
What's that? What are we going to put a Dunkin' Donuts in the office?
Yeah, how about the morning show runs on Dunkin'?
What are we talking? Yeah, but we're not going to put one in the office. We'd still have to physically go to Dunkin' Donuts and get a coffee.
No. Maybe there's a deal where they deliver it every morning.
Exactly. They're right downstairs.
It's part of the deal.
That'll
Every
happen.
morning they run up coffee.
Listen, respectfully, you've seen the people that work there. It takes me 10 minutes to get a bagel, and they don't even put the cream cheese on it. They give you the cream cheese in a little tub with a knife to spread yourself.
Well, what fast food place puts the cream cheese on for you?
2 blocks down, there's
Starbucks
another
doesn't.
Dunkin' that puts the cream cheese
They do?
on the bagel.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, everywhere I go. they put
Starbucks
it-
doesn't.
Who gets a bagel at Starbucks?
Plenty of people.
Does Starbucks do a bagel and cream
Yeah,
cheese?
they've got everything bagels. They're good.
Do they really?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware. I thought they
but
just
you
had
have
their
to
little
cream it
pastry
yourself.
blanket.
You have to cream it yourself.
You have to cream it yourself. Oh, my gosh.
Come
Pause,
on.
man. Pause.
So, memo to Keith. If you do anything today, can we get a new coffee machine, please?
And that is how we're opening this show, folks.
That's it.
But
It's
really,
about the coffee.
I don't care about the free. I'll pay.
Coffee is for closers only.
Is there anything more inconvenient at work than the water and the coffee not working?
Can't even get a glass of water around
Definitely
this
the
place.
coffee for the morning. That's
water-
why I make sure I pick my own. I'd be a mess without it.
I think the water is worse. I think not being able to get cold water is worse than, like, obviously you can go to the tap, but I know Cap's not drinking tap water.
It's the hot water. The cold water, you can get it from the other side. But
No,
the hot
Cap says
water-
that one's not working.
That one's not working either?
What Sharf just told me.
Oh, come on.
And that's one to grow on.
Coffees for closers only would have been a perfect way to
and
open
you know
up
who
yesterday's show.
And you know who just tweeted?
Who?
Big Cat. Who wants coffee?
See if he'll deliver.
Big Cat, can we get some Stella Blue to the 7th floor?
I guarantee over at Barstool, they got coffee machines all over the place.
They got masseuses over there.
They got
Who are
everything.
you kidding?
They got everything.
Yes. So, let's get that out of the way. Then I get done here
What's
yesterday.
next on your grievance list?
The idiocy that they are going to play intramural flag football in the Olympics might be the single stupidest thing I've ever heard in sports. Flag football with NFL players.
Yeah, it goes back to what they've tried to do, kind of splitting hairs on this. We still want to have an all-pro game, a Pro Bowl, right? But we don't want anyone get hurt. Like, either play football or don't. I am in your camp on this one. Either play football or don't. Same thing with the Pro Bowl.
Let me just ask you a question. How all the because if you disagree, that's great.
Yeah,
1, 2,
maybe
3,
people
3,
do.
3-3-2, 3-7-7.
Some are going to
6.
say, "Oh, it's a cool novelty."
Yeah.
Well, let's play tiddlywinks then at the Olympics.
First of all, don't get me started on the Olympics because you slap a flag on the back of a mosquito, a lot of morons would be out there cheering for mosquito racing.
Well,
ooh, it's got a U.S. flag on it. We've got to support the mosquito.
The only reason the WBC has become popular, you just put the flag of your, you know what I mean? Like, nobody cared about the WBC, and all of a sudden it's, oh, wait a minute, it's Japan versus USA. Okay, now I'm interested.
It can't get no worse than breakdancing. All right?
Yeah, the Olympics.
That breakdancing was terrible.
Terrible.
I forgot about that.
So this idiocy to do flag football with NFL players. So let me ask people how they're going to feel if Bears lose in the NFC title game. But, man, they're making progress. Caleb Williams will not be available because he was injured playing flag football. I mean, Austin Reed is the starter.
Well, like I said, I mean, that applies to the WBC as well. Guys have gotten hurt in the WBC. I mean, it's like, is it worth it? Is it worth it, especially if it's flag football? Not exactly. Like,
Oh, I'm hurt. Oh.
You could get Dan Orlovsky to play quarterback for flag football. Like, you don't.
Yeah, he can
what's
step
the
out
difference?
the back of the end zone as well as anybody.
Right. At that point, you don't even need the best football players to play flag football in the Olympics. You can
But
get,
you don't think
get former players.
NFL players having the opportunity to win a gold medal.
Well, that's
silver,
what he's saying.
bronze?
You slap USA in the back of it, and all of a sudden everyone's going to be like, flag football, we need gold. I agree with Cap on this one.
I think it's a perfect opportunity for them to, at least participate in a Olympic style sport.
There's a guy.
Peyton Manning could play right now quarterback flag football. I mean, what? It's silly.
Hey, he may.
Well, right. Get the former players then. That'd be more interesting.
There was a guy named Robert Edwards from the University of Georgia, and he became a member of the Patriots. And he was, get this, Robert Edwards' life in 1 second was changed forever. Before he jumped up to defend a pass in a 4-on-4 flag football game, leading into the NFL's 1999 Pro Bowl, he was a star in the making. He was drafted by the Patriots in the first round just 10 months earlier, and he immediately had an impact on a team that had to replace lead running back Curtis Martin, who had signed with the Jets. Serving as the Pats' new top option in the backfield, the University of Georgia product saw action in all 17 of his team's games that season and quickly showed why a first-round pick was invested. He touched the football 346 times, most on the team, gained 1,507 yards, and scored 13 touchdowns on the ground and through the air. He was a star. He was sent to Hawaii to participate in the lead-up to the Pro Bowl. He blew his knee out, tore 3 ligaments, was never the same, and career ended.
So in the lead-up, not even in the game?
He
It's
wasn't
in one of the
selected for the
practices?
game because he was a rookie.
Okay. So in the lead-up.
In a 4-on-4 flag football game on the beach.
Well, this is in part why they don't hit now in the Pro Bowl, right? It's all flag football there, too. I mean, you can get hurt at any point. Like, you can. But I agree with you. Like, the Olympics is even, I don't know.
But listen, you can get injured anywhere. Here's some bizarre injuries. You had Brandon Marshall, the wide receiver from Denver. He slipped on the McDonald's bag.
Yeah, but you're purposely adding risk when you play flag football for your country.
Right,
You're going to be going all out. You're going to be going all out.
Chase Blackburn, Q-tip damage to his ear. They can get injured anywhere.
Mike Remlinger with the Cubs,
of course,
got injured sitting down on a recliner.
Of course,
a friend of mine tore his Achilles walking down his front steps.
Of course, but you can't avoid walking down your front steps. You can avoid playing in the Olympics going all out in flag football.
This is the dumbest, most ridiculous thing I've heard in a very, very long time.
I actually like it. We get an NFL dream team in the Olympics playing flag football.
And I like it too.
Let's open it up to our listeners. I mean, would you want any key Bears players playing in a flag football game in the Olympics? Maybe people don't care. The risk is probably small.
Ask Jay Moore who his favorite NFL player is.
Who's your favorite NFL player, Jay Moore? Tell me.
Right now, it would have to be.
Oh, come on. He played with your son.
Someone that got hurt? Is that what
it's Josh Allen?
Josh Allen. His son was Jay Moore's son.
So if Josh Allen.
Do you know that? Jay Moore's son was the fullback for Josh Allen.
If he was playing in the Olympics, you'd be okay with that.
I would be.
Yeah.
And then you get a phone call from your son. Did you hear? Yeah, Josh made a cut in a flag football game in the Olympics. He blew his ACL. He's out for the year.
I mean, I would.
You'd be like, what?
That's the price, though.
Cap, let's agree. The risk is.
What is the reward?
The risk is
Olympic gold medal.
Oh,
that's the reward.
In a fictitious
in a made
sport.
up in a made up
sport.
It's like, what are you talking about? Made up? And it's not made up.
There's no pro flag football. It's not the NFL. And if I'm the owner,
it exists. It exists. They have a flag football league for women. It exists.
Good, let the women play.
Okay, Archie Bunker.
My God.
So
I hear you.
Now, I'm on your side on this, Cap. I do agree the risk is small, but I agree like it's a made-up thing. Now, again, I'm going to go back to the WBC, kind of a made-up thing they came up with 20 years ago or whatever. Would you be okay with any Cubs players?
Okay, but
because I'll tell you what, PCA is in consideration right now for starting center fielder for Mark DeRosa. So just using him as an example, you know.
If we're going this route, though,
but that's baseball. It's not as much.
And that's also they're actually playing their sport.
Cap? Do you want Pete Crow to sit out the All-Star game?
No, he's playing his sport.
Come on, he could get hurt.
Well,
he could get hurt.
If Caleb Williams makes the Pro Bowl, you want him to sit out of the Pro Bowl because it's flag football and he could blow his ACL? It's the same thing.
Cap, he could get hurt.
You are putting a sport that doesn't even exist in the Olympics, so you can slap a logo of a flag on the back of somebody, and now we can cheer for it.
And there is a difference between the Pro Bowl and the Olympics. They're not going all out in the Pro Bowl.
They're not.
You're not. In the Olympics, they will. Much greater chance you blow a knee, blow something out in the Olympics going all out than in the Pro Bowl.
I don't know,
Much
man.
greater
I'll
chance.
let him do it. I'll definitely let him do it, and I'll support him. Definitely.
I mean, I do agree the risk is somewhat minimal that you're going to have a career-ending injury in a flag football game. But you could blow a knee. You could blow something out and miss a year. I mean, that is possible.
Anything can happen.
Career-ending without contact is hard to imagine. But
that
still,
happened to Teddy Bridgewater just in an OTA.
It can happen. The risk, I think, is small. But I'm sort of against it. I'm more on your side than not.
How
Cap.
big of a risk is playing flag football versus playing an actual football game? I believe the game has a higher risk of injury than flag football.
Well, that's why they're not playing it with pads and everything.
There you go.
Agree. But I'm more on Cap's side than not.
Yeah.
Having said that, I'll probably watch it because, Josh Allen throwing to DJ Moore, this could be cool.
Amazing.
Stupid.
But I kind of think it's silly.
We're going to get a dream team in the NFL.
Big deal.
In the Olympics.
Dream team. It means nothing.
Yeah.
Like
just
I said.
Just wait. Johnny Patriot in there, and Drake May gets hurt, and they're trying to get to a Super Bowl.
I truly believe
he could get hurt at any time.
I truly believe Peyton Manning could have the same success in flag football as Caleb Williams.
Great. I'd love to see it.
I might sound crazy, but how hard is it?
Let's make Peyton QB1 for the dream team.
That'd be even cooler.
Don't put NFL players in it. It's dumb. 312-332-3776. Barstool Big Cat tweeting about his coffee. I wonder if we could get a Stella Blue delivery.
Is this a little Is this because he's listening and giving us a little passive-aggressive shot, or is this separate?
I don't know.
Okay. Because that hurts either way.
And then Chris says you could very much have a Dunkin' Donuts set up at the office. Boomer and Gio on the Fan have Dunkin' Donuts as their sponsored coffee of their morning show, and they set up a coffee spot for them and restock it when needed.
Boomer and Gio have it, and we don't? Those are fighting words.
And Boomer comported himself like a jackass the other day.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's ripping Caleb Williams, yet he refused to go play for Baltimore.
Yeah, I saw that. Times have changed, Boomer. You sound like a boomer.
He does.
You sound like a boomer. Times have changed a little bit. And actually, times haven't changed that much because Eli did it, and everybody loves Eli, right? Players have done it. Garrett Crochet did it last year, thinking of their own career first. I said last week, Cap, he should just wear it. Yeah, I investigated. I'm from Washington. The Bears stink. I investigated getting to Washington. You know what? I'm happy I'm here now. That's all he would have to do. That's all he has to do.
I agreed. 312-332-3776. We'll take a quick time out. We'll get to these phone lines that are hopping this morning. Be right back.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, big guy.
What?
There's still a chance. Hey guys, it's Sylvie inviting you out to Emo's Tavern in Grays Lake. Join me Wednesday, May 28th from 7 to 9. I'm qualifying fans for a chance to win a spot on Team Waddle and Sylvie, sponsored by Great Clips. And at the end, I'm picking one to win the twosome. See you at Emo's Tavern on Central and Grays Lake next Wednesday, May 28th. Please enjoy responsibly.
Folks, let me tell you something. Class is in session at Whiskey University. Join Professor DeFalco tonight at 6:30 at Empire in Naperville for the latest lesson featuring Horse Soldier Bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a master class with Carmen in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville tonight at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Joe's Live in Rosemont, the place to be for live music. See Bone Thugs and Harmony on Friday, June 20th, and just announced Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast. Get them now at joesliverosemont.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
It was a game the Chicago Sky would like to forget, but it's one a lot of people saw. The Sky's 35-point loss over the weekend to Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever drew 2.7 million viewers nationally on ABC. That made it the most-watched WNBA regular season game in 25 years. It's more evidence of the Clark-Angel Reese rivalry drawing eyeballs ever since 12.3 million viewers watched LSU beat Iowa in the 2023 National Championship game. It's also the latest superlative for a league that shattered ratings records last year when 22 regular season games averaged more than 1 million viewers after none had reached that mark since 2008. The Sky and Fever play 2 more times this season on June 7th and August 9th, both of which air on CBS networks. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela! Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Spring is here, and it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And register to join me and Hoodie for a trip up I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
You just mentioned something. Louis Riddick says the Bears are going to be the most improved team in 2025.
Correct.
Not an outrageous statement. Here's the thing. If they're not, we've got a problem.
Yes.
Like, they have such...
5-12.
Right.
We got
they
big
better
issues.
be the most improved team or else we have a problem. That should be a guarantee more than a prediction. Anyway, that's for another segment.
There you go.
Let's talk flag football.
Yeah. 312-332-3776. We'll get into some baseball stuff as well. Because I'm talking to you, Tom Ricketts. Better get the debit card.
We
better
can't
have a
even
nice,
enjoy the
healthy
moment.
balance.
We got to fast forward to July. Tom, you better spend some money.
Tom, you better give Jed the debit card. He wants to redo not just the kitchen, but he also wants new flooring, and he wants new appliances. They got to match the new kitchen. Oh, and he wants all new plates, and he wants all new glassware, and he wants new windows so everything looks good.
We should ask wives or husbands or kids, whatever it is, do you go to your significant other and ask for it all at once? Or do you piecemeal? In other words, does Jed go next week and say, we need money for PCA? Then 2 weeks later, it's Tucker. And then 3 weeks later, it's the July deadline. Or does he just go to him in July? I need money for all of it. Let's go.
Just give me a gold card, and I'm going to use it. Just pay the bill. Get out of my way.
Or do you kind of do it piecemeal so it doesn't seem like it says you're asking for so much.
Yeah. I had all these, you know what Twitter is. Twitter's where idiots go to play.
Yeah.
And I'm one of them.
Definitely.
I'm right there. All these people yesterday. This Kyle Tucker, man, he's pretty overrated.
Oh, my God. Are you
and
serious?
I'm like, okay, he's been struggling. Fair. Guess what? Just let it play out, man. He's a great player. 3 hits last night.
Every single in Major League Baseball struggles at some point.
Yes. First inning.
Lefty on lefty.
Ryan Weathers is dealing. That guy throwing gas. He gave up one hit and 1 run the other day against the Cubs, I think, or 2 hits.
Yeah.
Tucker takes him out.
Yeah.
Lefty on lefty.
You got to look at ancillary things. What did I say to you when you asked me about him struggling? More walks than strikeouts, even while struggling. That tells you something. The hits will come. You don't worry about a guy like Kyle Tucker. You might worry about other guys that are up and down. But it's crazy this game. Dansby Swanson actually caught Kyle Tucker in batting average like yesterday. Like they were 258 each.
Yeah.
Think about how bad Swanson was and how good Tucker was. This game is crazy that way.
All right, let's go to the phones. 312-332-3776. Phone lines are just red hot. Mark in Buffalo Grove's first. Hey, Mark, what's up, Cookie?
Morning, guys. Cap, why are you so upset about the flag football piece? I don't understand. I get, like, maybe it's not for you, but why do you care so much if other people find this enjoying?
I have nothing to do with you finding it enjoying. You fan how you want to fan. I learned that lesson a long time ago.
Did you not call everyone idiots? You said it's idiocy, right?
No,
why?
I
think it's stupid to watch a horse run in a circle. I think that's stupid.
I didn't say you're an idiot. I said the decision to put NFL players is idiocy. Stupid. Dumb. And the first, are you a Bears fan? Are you a Packers fan? Who's your team?
100% Bear fan.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And I want to watch how you are if you get a phone call from a buddy who goes, Did you hear what happened in the Olympics? Yeah, Caleb blew his ACL. He's out for 12 months.
Stuff happens, Cap. Stuff happens. You know you're going to be watching
It
it, and you're going to
happens
be
when
gambling
you
on
play
it.
your sport, not when you play an intramural game with a flag on the
and you
back.
know what? You know how many soft tissue injuries these players have in the early part of the year? Maybe the players who are going to play in this actually are better conditioned throughout the summer and are better for the start of the season.
Yeah, I would say that
seems
a bad
to be
take,
a stretch,
A.
Mark.
B, I don't want
Where's
my
Craig
franchise quarterback playing in the Olympics when he's
It's
supposed to be at
surprise that
training
two
camp.
old guys in the room are against this. I mean, honestly, it's fun, and you're just like, you want to yuck people's yum for no reason.
No.
You always do this.
No.
Because someone doesn't. Yeah, because if someone likes something that you don't love, you get all angsty about it and you attack them.
I
You know,
absolutely
whatever,
do
Cap.
not.
Yeah,
You
Oh
want
my God, Cap, that is your MO and everything.
Mark,
but
you
have
want-
a good day. I
Mark,
wish you well.
You want to watch away, kid, but it's dumb. It's idiotic. Jackass.
Mark had a couple good points until he said that maybe the guys that play will end up in better shape or what. I don't know what it is.
that's-
Quite.
That's a bad take.
That's not the risk versus
That's
reward
a bad
doesn't work
take,
there.
Jesse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Play some counsel for this guy.
That's it.
Yeah, no, I'm more on your side than not. I don't like when they just make up these new sports in the Olympics. So I'm with you more than not.
There you go.
When do the Olympics take place? Usually, Summer Olympics, like first 2 weeks of August, right?
Yeah,
That
exactly.
means they're going to miss part of training camp.
Where they could also blow their ACL.
And they're training to play on my team for millions of dollars. They're not playing in a intramural sport.
Here's Justin Jefferson on flag football. Quote, "I'm just at a loss of words. Just to think about the chances of playing in the Olympics and getting a gold medal is a dream. Just reverting back to being a kid watching the track and field meets, watching basketball win the gold medal, that's something I always wanted to be a part of."
Good.
Now that
Go
we're expanding
train
the
for
game-
track and field then.
Now that we're expanding the game and we're going more global, it's pretty cool. And you both want to take that away from him.
Yes, I do.
Jay Jettis just wants to win a gold medal in football, and you want to take it away from him.
Ziggy Wolf, isn't that who the owner of the Vikings is?
I actually don't know.
Hey, Justin, you threatened to hold out. I gave you the big contract, $30 million a year.
You cannot
play for me. You don't play for
Ziggy
a
Wolf.
made-up sport.
Shay, you agree with me. You cannot tell me that recently retired NFL players could have the same success as current NFL players.
Yeah,
it's
or how
flag
about
football.
How about college guys that didn't make it in the NFL?
Yeah, what happened to amateurism in the Olympics? I missed that.
You want to send the UFL guys to go play flag football?
Whatever.
You're telling me that, I don't know, Romania's going to beat guys that came close to
we'll
making
never
it?
again have another miracle on ice because the pros are in the Olympics and all these sports.
I want to see 2019 LSU on the field in the flag football game.
Yeah.
Give me Joe Burrow.
I'm fine. Oh.
Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. Let's party. That's what I want.
I would say the current LSU team might win it.
I think you're only allowed to have one player from each team. Is that right?
Not sure, but from the Twitch chat, from the Twitch chat, they said on Hard Knocks, Caleb Williams stated that he wanted to play flag football in the Olympics if it was approved.
That's because 99.9% are going to say yes, because if you say no, you look like you don't like your country.
Correct.
They're all going to say yes.
That's correct.
But it's interesting if that's the case, only one player per team, because then even the Olympics
Per
are the
country. Like we could have Tory Taylor punting for Australia. Is he in
Right.
Australia?
Yeah.
For Australia and Caleb quarterbacking, but you couldn't have Caleb and DJ
Right.
Moore.
But maybe because of the risk factor, they don't want two guys to blow out their knees, right?
Correct.
I assume.
Correct.
Because otherwise, you would take a quarterback and wide receiver that already have chemistry.
It is just idiocy. The whole I'm not a big Olympics guy anyway. Like there's a few events. Okay, you want to put it on. But I mean, who's sitting down and watching the biathlon?
Well,
watching
some people
guy
are.
ski while he shoots.
You know what happens with the Olympics? I bet there's a lot of people like this, Cap. Before it starts, nobody really cares. Once it starts and gets going, and you start to see the storylines. This guy came from rural Tennessee, and he's become an Olympic. I sort of get into it once it begins.
A maximum of one player from each team will be allowed to participate, and each club's designated international player is also permitted to take part for his country.
I don't think flag football is not that interesting to me. It's just not. So that's part of it too.
Me
It
either.
just doesn't. I'm like not like oh my
Frisbee
god.
golf, is that an Olympic sport?
I was about to use that example. Yeah.
Would you like to know the most watched Olympic event?
Let's think about this.
You mean of all time?
Summer?
No, just period.
No,
Every
which
time
sport?
it
Summer or
plays.
winter? Summer or winter? Give us a hint.
Just summer.
Summer.
Basketball.
No, it's not basketball. It's got to be one of the track meets.
Yep,
No,
track and
track
field.
is not
Track and
the
field
win-
is number
oh,
one.
we're doing summer.
Summer, he said.
Yes,
Summer.
track and field is the number one.
Oh,
Track
that's
and field.
overall. I didn't know if it was one event, like the mile or something like that.
It just draws the most
right,
viewerships.
because
All right.
everybody can run. You know what I mean? Like everyone has someone that runs in their life. Like that's worldwide.
Okay, Efren from Joliet is a flag football coach. He'd like to weigh in. Efren, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Awesome.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Appreciate you.
Tune in. Yeah. So a couple things, guys. I am a flag football coach. My daughter's a sophomore in high school. She absolutely loves playing football. I'll just leave it at that. Football, not flag football or tackle, but it's still football, right? And the NFL is highly behind this push on flag football. I think one, because it gets the youth into it without the damage that they take on with the contact at such a young age. Flag football instead of pee-wee tackle and minimizes a lot of the head injuries, right? She got out to visit the Bears out at their practice facility last year. It was a host sponsored event.
Yeah.
There was multiple high schools
All
out
right,
there.
so get to your point.
There's a ton of players out there that just play flag football. It is a amateur sport, and there's a bunch of amateurs out there that deserve to be, sent to the Olympics instead of the NFL. Now, I know the NFL are the professionals, but hey, it takes away from them risking injury and giving the amateurs the chance to get their Olympic pride and medals.
All right, thank you for the point, Efren. Appreciate you. So he said there's plenty of amateurs out there.
I'd be for amateurs playing or former NFL players.
Big O on the south side. What's up, Sparkles?
Good morning, fellas. Before I make my point, I want to say the Bears will not only win 7 games this year, but besides that. Now, the flag football tournament, like the guy just said, why won't they use the guys? Because they're a big-time tournament, and these guys can get endorsements and just have one USA flag team that trains all year doing tournaments, and they'll go over there and kill these other nations. You don't need professionals for everything.
I agree 100%. I know Shea would disagree. He needs to see Jamar Chase out there.
Yeah, and it will give these other guys a chance to get a name and start and get them some endorsements and money, and it'll be a great thing for the United States.
I love that idea. There's something I've never liked. I know I'm being the old man in the room. Like I mentioned the Miracle on Ice. Part of that was the buildup, right? They were an amateur team. They were playing together for 9 months or whatever it is. They weren't thrown together at the last second, which is what would happen. It happens, with the Dream Team as well. Like there's something I just don't like about it. Let's throw them together, put them out there. They'll win gold. I like that. I like this call. I really do.
I appreciate the call, Big O, but I don't like your Bears prognostication skills.
Remember last year I told you guys when they drafted Caleb Williams that they weren't going to get over 7 games. Remember.
Okay.
Caleb Williams is the black Baker Mayfield.
Wow. See you later. There you go. Big O on the south side. All right, 312-332-3776. We've got a lot to get to, but we are taking your calls on this idiocy of flag football with NFL players. Be right back.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mariners.
Live coverage begins today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. After a 95-minute rain delay Tuesday night at Rate Field, The Sox combined on a 4-hit shutout in a 1-0 win over the Mariners. Adrian Hauser went 6 innings in his sterling Sox debut, and Joshua Palacios had the game-winning RBI. The series finale today begins at 1:10 p.m. Join us Saturday, June 7th, as the Sox take on the Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl, Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with Jack McDowell autograph signings, food and drinks, sneak peek of new offerings, entertainment, and more. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Okay, the rains are here, and Permaseal is here to help. If you're getting seepage or are concerned about that possibility, give us a call at 800-421-SEAL. Our experienced staff is standing by, either to set up a free inspection, replace a failed sump pump, or just answer a question you may have. Permaseal is a family-owned business that you can trust. We've got an A+ rating with the BBB and over 14,000 5-star reviews. We are ready to help. Call now, 800-421-7325, or visit permaseal.net.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Rolling on, Kap and J Hood. Hoodie's off the rest of the week for the Memorial Day weekend holiday. He's with
Good
his
for
wife.
him. He works hard.
He does. He
deserves some time off. I'll be with you again on Friday.
Look forward to
some
it.
fun.
Yeah, we will. We'll have some laughs.
Yep.
Cubs were 14-1 winners last night. And then the Sox pick up a guy who got let go by the Rangers AAA team, Adrian Hauser, who pitches for the Brewers for several years.
Yeah. I watched him a lot up there.
They signed him in the afternoon and started him last night in a rain-delayed affair. And he was lights out.
I mean, how hard is it
innings.
to pitch in the major leagues? I mean, it's not that hard, I guess. It's not. He gets signed and throws 6 shutouts. He looked good. And then bases loaded, 1 out in the 9th and 8th. Cam Boozer, beautiful 3-2 pitch. Freezes the hitter. They get out of it.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a great pitch.
Bases loaded with 1 out.
Right. He went 0-2 to 3-2 and then just froze him.
And the guy just
pitch.
stood there with a
it
looked like a Breaking ball.
Yeah, it was a sweeper. You're thinking fastball is 3-2, bases loaded, and then he got out of it, and they win 1-0.
No such pitch as a sweeper, says
Well,
John Smoltz.
I know.
John Smoltz goes, what's with this sweeper thing? Yeah. He said, it's a breaking ball. We have curveballs. We have sliders.
Right.
That's the most boomer take of all time. It's the most boomer take ever.
It's John Smoltz, man. Talk to him.
I'm talking to you because you talk about it like it's gospel.
I just said John Smoltz said it. That's all I said.
Doesn't exist. John Smoltz said it doesn't exist.
I just go roll with the punches. 2 years ago, I never heard of a sweeper. Now, I use it like anyone else does.
Exactly.
Just roll with the punches.
Smoltz is just a boomer about it. That's all I'm saying.
He's kind of a boomer about the whole sport.
Yeah, no kidding. He's the same guy, Cap, who said it's bad to hit home runs in the playoffs because they kill rallies.
Yeah.
He really sounds like he knows what he's talking
I
about.
didn't hear him say that, but yeah, okay. Who was the one that said walks clog bases? Dusty, right?
Was it Dusty? May have been.
Dusty.
Yeah.
Cubs got a bunch of walks, and he said, yeah, all that does is clog the bases. I'm like, wait a minute. Dusty, isn't that the goal to get on? It's unbelievable. Yeah.
Kind of silly.
And I love Dusty. You know that.
Yeah.
312-332-3776. Darius is in Carroll Stream. Hey, Darius, what's going on, Rucker?
Good morning, fellas. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Appreciate you.
Welcome.
Cap, I got to agree with you on this one. No way am I letting Caleb Williams or DJ Moore, guys like that, play in the Olympics, play flag football. Now, if a guy like Case Keenum wanted to be QB1 for the Olympic team, I'd be good with that.
There you go.
Or even a guy, if you want a little bit more star power, even a guy like Keenan Allen, that's at the end of his career. If he wanted to get out there and play, as an owner, I'd be perfectly fine with that. But no way am I letting my stars get out there.
Right, like
and
if I
play
own the
football.
Vikings, I'm not letting Justin Jefferson take a chance at tearing his knee up.
Definitely.
Agreed. Darius, you're the man. Have a good day.
And do you agree with
you guys
me?
too.
The difference in talent for flag football between a starting wide receiver and one that just retired, you know what I mean?
It's
right?
flag football.
It's flag football. I think Peyton Manning can make the same throws Caleb makes. Now, when it comes to running, I don't know how much the quarterback's going to run in flag football. That's a little different, but still.
And
how hard is it?
What is the deal, Jay Moore? Break dancing is an Olympic sport. I don't think they were doing that in Athens.
Not anymore.
Some years ago.
Well, people would call us boomers if we're just going to say you can only play the sports that they played 100 years ago. You know,
they missed the mark on that one. So.
But I agree with you.
did.
There should be some common sense here, and
It won't be returning. Just so we're clear.
Oh, they're getting rid of it?
Yes, done.
What a shock!
Yeah.
Get out!
What a shock! And baseball's debating whether to have professionals when it's in LA and next time around, and they're probably going to play, but less risk in baseball, other than pitchers, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you mean less risk in baseball?
Well, besides pitchers.
It's not like flag football's contact.
Yeah, but you're cutting and moving, and you much bigger risk of blowing a knee out.
Baseball's still stop-start. People can hurt their knees out.
It just doesn't happen often.
I get it, but I'm just making the point.
The pitcher thing is the key.
Do they have, correct me for my ignorance, do they have offensive linemen in the flag football?
No.
It's just 4-on-4? Is that right?
I think it's the way that they have it set up. Here, I had all the rules.
And they use a Nerf
Do they
ball?
go 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi,
Right.
and then you rush?
It's 4-on-4, I believe, not counting the quarterback.
And then
each team will have
they
10
play with
players
a
total.
Nerf ball or a football?
I think it's a football.
I hope it's a football.
It's definitely not a Nerf ball.
I meant like an Olympic.
Let's
Nerf
put
ball.
wiffle ball in the Olympics. I'd like to see that.
It's a shortened field, so it's 70 yards by 25 yards, so it's shorter and narrower.
Let's take calls on dumb Olympic sports we can come up with.
Yeah.
Dumbest
Exactly.
summer Olympic sport you can come up with?
Dumbest summer Olympic sport.
Yeah.
Frisbee golf, wiffle ball.
And it's called
What
disc
else?
golf.
Disc
It's
golf.
Table
is that what
Dylan
it is?
Cease.
Okay.
Table tennis.
Table tennis. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
you mean
one country wins every
right?
year.
True. Yeah.
If you watch table tennis, though, it is
it's pretty
electric.
amazing. Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing.
Wait, so first time out of the half is pickleball in the Olympics. Now that's a sport that needs to be in the Olympics.
I don't even know if that's a sport.
How
If you
about-
can
What?
play it when you're 80, I don't
Do
need to see
not-
it in the Olympics.
Do not put down pickleball. That is an up-and-coming sport. That needs to be in the Olympics. Now that I can get behind.
Didn't tennis just get into the Olympics
tennis, menace.
3-4 Olympics ago, and you want pickleball?
We've got enough tennis. Nobody's watching pickleball all year. We're always watching tennis.
Still in the Olympics?
If pickleball goes in now, you're going to have to do shuffleboard.
I think golf just returned.
Shuffleboard. Bocce.
And bocce ball, right?
Golf just returned to the Olympics last year, didn't it?
Any Olympic sport that ESPN 1000 could put a team together for, I'm for it. So shuffleboard works for us, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Wow.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, quick timeout. More of your calls. Shot or no shots at 8. Be right back.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Kap and J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, now through May 26th.
Folks, it's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, you know, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, you know, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, you know, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, you know, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make application for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, you know, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5 Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Feel the boom this weekend at Wintrust Field. Friday night's country night plus post-game fireworks. Saturday afternoon, the first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show. Plus Monday afternoon is a day game on Memorial Day. Get tickets at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and Jay Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Don't forget, Shot or No Shot is coming up at 8 o'clock. Let's roll through these calls as fast as we can. Get to your points, and let's get as many of them in.
We'll shut up, let you talk.
Joe and us, we go. Joe.
Hey, Cap, how you doing, Daddy buddy?
What's up there, Sparky?
Hey, I got a question for you. What about the feeling these guys are going to get when they actually win a gold medal? That's got to be one of the best feelings in the world, instead of even over winning a Super Bowl, isn't it?
No, over winning a Super Bowl on a flag football intramural sport? Are you kidding?
You are battling for your country.
Oh, big deal.
You know
it's
what?
flag
You're the
football.
guy.
It's a big deal. You're battling for your country. You ask someone like Simone Biles how she felt when she got her gold medal.
Yeah, that's a real sport. This is flag football.
Not a real sport?
No.
Oh,
My God.
I love you, and okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Jeez.
And as much as it was fun to watch the Dream Team, it was a fait accompli. They were going to win it. The USA team's going to win gold here. I'm sure you're going to run out with your American flag and be first in line for the parade, but I'm with Cap. Big deal.
Yeah. You think like Jimmy Craig, the goalie of Miracle on Ice, wrapped in the flag, there's going to be Justin Jefferson. Oh, it's the greatest moment of my life to win a flag football gold medal. My God.
For the sport they invented a week ago, put in.
Insane.
I mean, Olympic sport they put in.
Jim, you're next.
Hey guys, I think the first qualifier should just be, did Ryan Poles waste a second-round or a third-round draft pick on you? If so, you are eligible to play flag football in the Olympics. And now you have a team built with speed with Chase Claypool and Bayless Jones Jr., Tyler Scott probably after this year. You could actually field a pretty good team with his wasted picks.
Wow. Yes, you could.
Have a good day.
And if you wanted a quarterback, you probably have a beer league style quarterback coming free from the Jets here in a couple of years. That might be pretty good.
Aaron Rodgers should be the quarterback.
I think he's talking about Justin Fields.
I get it. But Aaron Rodgers should be the quarterback. That should be the end of his career, being the quarterback for the flag football team, for Team USA.
Jim, thanks, man. Fire Marshal Bob. Hey, Fire Marshal Bob, what's up?
Yeah, guys, I'm more worried about the untrained athletes on the other side of the ball. Football is our sport, where some of these other countries may not be as well trained, so they may be out for blood, or they may accidentally make a mistake that does blow out our guy's knee or hurt our guys. So yeah, I'm totally against it, Cap, with you.
You're the man. Have a great day. Appreciate you, Fire Marshal Bob. Thanks for your service. Joey G, our guy in Melrose Park. Joseph, what's up? Joey.
Looked like he shut his door and then just hung up.
Joey. All right. He's out. All right, Joey, you're better than this.
On suspension.
Joey. All right.
That'll be all.
He's suspended. Lewis in Lyle. Hey, Lewis.
Hey, Cap, I'm with you on this. Not because I'm afraid of people getting hurt, but because I think that it would just be so one-sided. I mean, it would be funny at first watching Jamar Chase blow past some French guy who's never held a football in his life. But, I mean, after a certain point, it would just start to be sad. Then it's just not fun anymore. It's like watching a pro Madden player play me, who hasn't picked up a video game controller in about 5 years.
Yeah, you'd get destroyed. That happened
Yeah,
to me.
exactly.
I played somebody who's like a pro at it. Thanks, Lewis. Kevin Cross.
You played him in Madden?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
We played online, and so I said, I'll play you in Madden. He's like, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean.
Like, he takes it really seriously.
I have a standing offer with you. I will bring my PlayStation in and we can play Madden or college football, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, so I played Kevin, and I just went to a goal line, like all out, 0 blitz every time at like 90-0. He said, "Are you done?"
Well, yeah, if you've never played it, which I haven't, you'd get killed.
I haven't played it in years. That's how Waddle and I used to show prep at WGN.
You play Madden?
Every night. They sent
You could tell when you listen.
They sent us a PlayStation unit and the game as like a promo.
Mm-hmm.
We set it up, and literally, he would make sure he was down there by like 6:15. We were on at 7, and from 6:15 to 7 every day.
What's your record against
Could he
Waddle?
play himself? Did he play?
You think you beat him more times, or
Was
you guys
he
are even? Or
I want to know if
I think
was
we're
he in the
probably
game?
50-50.
Was he in the game? That's what I want to know.
So we had the original one, but it wasn't playing that PlayStation system. And the amazing thing was, do you know what they had? They would have, like each year we'd get the update. And one year they offered to let us interview the guy who designed the game.
Yeah.
And so he came on. They used to have, if you got hurt, you would hear the bone snap. You could, and that guy told us, oh, yeah, that was my KFC lunch when I was designing it. I took the chicken bone and I snapped it in the mic. And I'm like, and so if you got seriously hurt in the game, a little ambulance came on the field and they put you on a stretcher and away you went. And you'd hear this grotesque crack, out 8 weeks. The NFL made him take it out the next year.
I would have liked to seen a trainer come out with the smelling salts, like for Waddle back in the day. That would have been cool. That's pretty funny though. The chicken bone snapping. I like that.
That's true. Anyway, all right. We have more calls. We cannot get to all of them. Shot or no shots in 2 minutes.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shine.
Shot or No Shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say him and the shot.
Shot or no shot's a staple every day at 8 o'clock. Here's Shay Norley.
There he is.
Good morning, boys, on a Wednesday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. Got you and Jay Moore and Jesse. Hoodie's enjoying some time. Well-deserved. Yeah, having fun, man.
Jesse, are you aware that Hoodie is snowbirding in May? He wanted to get away from the cold weather.
Where'd he go?
I'm actually not sure, but I know he's down south enjoying some heat.
Well, I mean, considering, like I said at the top of the show, we get one day of spring here, it's understandable. It's not like he's leaving when it's warm here. You know what I mean?
Right.
We had a day. We had a day here. We had a day there. But
yeah, I don't understand people. And again, you vacation
terrible.
how you want to vacation. I just don't understand if you live here vacationing, going to Mexico in like July.
Right, 100% agree. And that's why it's cheaper to go in July. But
correct.
I don't get it either. But no, I'd get away somewhere warm if I could.
How was Rome, by the way?
It's tremendous. Italy is amazing.
Yeah, I love it.
I don't know anybody that's gone to Italy and come back and said, that was just okay. It was amazing.
It is.
The food, the service, the scenery, all of it.
Did you go to Colosseum?
Went to the Colosseum, went to everything. I mean, we hit 4 cities in 8 days. So we were on the move, but it was great.
Yeah, we did this. We went Rome, Florence. We went to Venice. I'd never go back there. That was,
I liked it for a day or two.
Yeah,
you
for
know
a
what I mean?
day.
Yeah,
but would you go again?
No.
Me either.
No.
That's how I felt.
No. It was
Venice,
relaxing, though. It was at the end of our trip.
Venice, Florence, Rome.
We did the same thing.
And we ended at the Amalfi Coast.
So we started with Naples, then Rome, then Florence, then Venice.
Naples kind of dumpy.
Yeah, kind of dumpy, but you could take the ferry to Capri. I think it's the...
Yeah, Capri.
Capri. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Positano.
Right.
Yeah.
We didn't do Positano. We did Capri for one day, and that was gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
But Naples is nothing special. But Rome, Florence, Venice, amazing. Just amazing.
And every other corner's a gelato place.
Oh, gelato and coffee.
And then the coffee places.
My wife with the Prada and the Gucci and just all of it.
Did you get to that outlet mall that is all high-end? Near Rome, on the way from Florence to Rome.
I just found out there was an outlet mall. I wish we would have gone to the outlet
mall.
We did. We went to like the flagship stores like dummies. Yeah, she's got stuff being shipped in from Italy weekly.
So there is a outlet mall between Florence and Rome that is all Bally, Gucci, Prada, Hermes.
But cheaper, I assume.
Oh, God.
No, we went to like the flagship stores like dummies. I mentioned this on the air, like women, like she's shipping a mirror. A mirror. I'm like, what do we need a mirror for? Nobody wants to buy a mirror and ship. Like she wanted a mirror. So we have a mirror being shipped from Italy in like a month from now. I'm like, why do we need a mirror? I mean, a painting maybe.
Yeah.
But a mirror? Really? That's what we got coming. So anyways, great trip.
All right, Shay.
All right, we have talked a lot about the potential for the Bears to trade for edge rusher Trey Hendrickson, but we know that'll be expensive not only in a draft capital sense, but more importantly, salary cap sense, because you have to trade for him and then extend him if you want him to play for you. So rumors now suggest a more likely and cheaper candidate could be odd man out on his current team. Panthers signed DJ Wonham in free agency either last offseason or the offseason prior. His season was cut short to injury at 4 sacks, but 8 sacks the year prior. And they added 3 pass rushers this offseason, making DJ Wonham a cut or trade candidate. They'd save about $7 million cutting him, probably a little more trading him. Shot or no shot, DJ Wonham at edge rusher makes more sense for the Bears than Trey Hendrickson.
Oh, I think that's a shot when you consider the gulf between what Hendrickson wants and what the Bengals or maybe anybody else is willing to pay him. I heard Graziano on with Unsportsmanlike today, and he's like, when you hit 30, man, things change. So I think your scenario has a shot. And I could see Poles picking up someone like that late and sort of piecemealing that opening there at edge rush. So I say shot.
DJ Wonham, he's 27. I mean, look, I'm not going to BS anybody here. I don't know much about DJ Wonham.
I don't either. But
I want to know. I
hearing
want him,
his scenario,
if he's
I
good,
like it.
I want him on our team, but I don't know anything about him. So I will tell you that I will say
he's been productive. He was an 8-sack player when he was playing across from Daniil Hunter 2 seasons ago in Minnesota.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's more about Hendrickson than anything. I just don't think the Bears are going to pay him or the Bengals what he wants. So that's why I think there's a shot.
And it's not just the trade. Like, you could trade a 2nd-round pick and a 4th-round pick for him, and that sounds great. But the extension will be north of $30 million for a guy who's 30 years old.
Yeah, that's why I say, your
Biggs,
scenario's better.
who, if he tweeted this, he blocked me. But
right, of course.
In the paper, he said that his sources, and he's pretty tapped in.
Yeah.
He said he would be stunned if the Bears made a move for Trey Hendrickson.
I'm with you. Him.
So
I'll relay his tweets. I don't think he's blocked me.
I actually have a second account,
fake account,
and I set up alerts on just him. So that's the only thing I get.
Do you ever tweet, man, the Kap and J Hood show is the best in the business on the fake account? Because that would be a smart thing to do. I would do that.
There's no followers.
Oh, okay.
It's just, I did it just to follow.
Just to follow Biggs.
It's a compliment. He's got good stuff.
He's going to go through all his followers and find the one that has 0 and then know it's you. What else, Shay?
All right, Bob Nightingale has weighed in on the Cubs trade market, saying several teams, including the Cubs and Dodgers, are closely monitoring Ryan McMahon's situation in Colorado. Third baseman, Colorado's going to be, I think, the worst team in the history of the sport. McMahon has been productive. He's been an all-star. He's off to a slower start this year. But Nightingale says expect the Cubs to be involved if a trade market develops around Ryan McMahon. We have praised Jed Hoyer this season a lot for being more urgent, but shot or no shot, this would be desperate.
They want to just sit there and watch how Matt Shaw does. His first 2 days, he's back. He's got 2 hits each day.
Yeah,
leg kick is flawless over at the corner.
Yeah, I think they absolutely do not want to trade for Ryan McMahon. They want Shaw to do well and keep their assets for pitching. So we have 2 months. There's going to be a lot that goes on between now and then. There's going to be other third basemen on the market. I mean, you can't just look at one player in May and say they're targeting him or anything like that.
Why would I want Ryan McMahon, who makes $16 million a year for each of the next 2 years? He's hitting .211. He's in. Let's see. He's hitting .211 right now with 6 home runs and 12 RBIs. Yeah, if Matt Shaw can be decent, I'm going to let him grow in the job.
Talk to me in 2 months.
It's going to be 31 this December.
It's so meaningless right now. It just is. So, and the fact that Shaw's back up and looking better, that might answer your question right there.
Yeah, take that, Shay.
All right, speaking of in-town baseball trades, Luis Robert was asked about trade rumors around him, and his response was, I think it was tongue-in-cheek, but it's always a little hard to tell, and it was something I don't think a player should ever just come out and say. But when asked about trade rumors, Luis Robert said, quote, right now, the way my season is going, I don't think anyone is going to take a chance on me. Shot or no shot, Luis Robert will not be traded this season.
That's a shot. If he keeps playing as poorly as he's playing, they're not just going to give him away and no one's going to take all the money.
Reluctantly, I'll say it's a shot, but I think everything points to them wanting to trade him. And I've said this for a while, just get hot in July and he'll be gone. I mean, it just takes 2 weeks at any point and he'll be gone.
Well, Nightingale had said they wanted to do it by Memorial Day. And clearly that's not going to happen because he's been so bad.
Right. I don't see why Memorial Day is some cutoff. I don't get that.
Did they make a mistake not trading him in the offseason?
No, because it was just as bad.
Nobody was
just as bad.
Give them anything.
Right. Well,
they were trying.
He has it in him. He did it in 23. Just give me 2 or 3 weeks of that. And there are some indications, as people have written, like the walk to strikeouts isn't bad. He's stealing bases.
Is great.
Just hit a little bit more.
Well, he's playing really good defense.
Yeah.
The base stealing's excellent. He's walking, so he's getting on base.
Yeah, he's not chasing, which tells me it's there. The hits will come eventually if he's focused and he's getting pitches to hit. That's the other thing. He doesn't have a lot of protection. I think he'll be traded. I think he'll get hot at some point, and that's when they'll make the move.
Does it hurt his market at all to just come out and say, I suck?
No, I don't think so.
I like the honesty.
Yeah, I kind of like the honesty, too. Everyone sees it. It's not like it's a mystery.
All right. Last night, Game 1, Western Conference Finals, the Timberwolves got blown out by the Thunder. And Mike Malone, who was recently fired by the Denver Nuggets, who the Timberwolves beat in the semifinals, is on ESPN and talked about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's performance last night, saying, quote, "That's why he's the MVP." Keep in mind, this guy coached Jokic. Shot or no shot, this was a shot at Nikola Jokic.
No shot. Everyone, if you check the betting markets, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an overwhelming favorite. Absolutely not a shot.
I guess I'll say no shot. I don't know enough to know if, the history of the player and the coach. If he was looking for an opening to needle Joker, but I'll say he's being honest on TV because, like Cap said, you're not going out on a limb to say he should be the MVP.
Yeah, he didn't come out and go, "Oh, that Jokic is so overrated. I had to drag his ass to a title."
that fat loser, you can't make him MVP.
Wait, I'm going to tell you what the MVP odds are right now. That you can't even bet that anymore. Can't even bet the MVP.
Yeah, so he went
I was going to say, the voting might be in, so they would take the market down.
It'd be different if Joker was the big favorite and he came out against him. You know what I mean? But he didn't. He went with the guy that everyone thinks is going to win it.
Yeah, totally agree.
And then I've been trying to get to this all week. I haven't gotten an opportunity, but with the Knicks starting their series against the Pacers tonight in the Eastern Conference Finals, I want to talk about the fan reaction that Knicks fans had to a conference finals appearance because I found it bizarre.
I've never seen a second round win have that reaction.
Jess, it was nuts. They eliminated the Celtics. Congratulations. They move on to the conference finals, and they celebrated as if the United States had just won World War II. They flooded the streets of New York. They have people scaling lampposts. They had people climbing the video boards outside Madison Square Garden, sitting on top of them. You had Timothy Chalamet.
Come on, Cap, act like you've been there before.
Timothy Chalamet.
The 2015
They've never been
Cubs
there.
not do that when they beat the Cardinals in the DS. They flooded the streets. They had to bring horses in.
Well, Cub fans are a special breed.
Dude, they had Timothy Chalamet trying to jump out of his car to celebrate in a flooded street with all the Knicks fans because of a conference finals appearance. Yes.
Okay, so if they had beaten the Pacers in round 2, I don't think it's that reaction. I think it's beating the defending champs and the fact that it's Boston.
I think it would have been either way because they're finally in a conference finals again. I think it says a lot about a fan base that's been starved for a conference finals appearance.
Really?
Yes. See, Red Fred's gone awfully dark now that Tibbs is in the conference finals.
Shot or no
You'll
shot.
only hear from him if the Knicks lose.
Shot or no shot, this was an embarrassing fan reaction to making an Eastern Conference Finals.
Shot.
No shot.
No.
Good for them.
Second round win, you don't act like that.
Passionate fan base. That franchise hasn't been worth a whatever.
I say shot.
Yeah, and no shot. That was cool.
Hey, come on. I thought it was pathetic.
They attacked a Pacers fan.
Yeah, they were beating the brakes off some guy for wearing a Halliburton jersey.
Okay, that was an idiot.
They were throwing garbage bags at him.
Yeah, that was not the whole crowd.
Multiple people in the crowd saw a guy wearing a Halliburton jersey, and they threw garbage at him.
Memo to you. There's a bunch of morons in the world.
Credit to Tyrese Halliburton, by the way. Did you see what he did?
Yeah, he's flying him in. That's what I said.
Flew him in. He's getting him seats.
That's super cool.
That's a good.
He can give him his dad's seats.
That's a good. I don't know if you'd be a would you rather segment, but would you be willing to take that abuse to get flown into Game 1, or just avoid the abuse? You know what I mean? Like, are you willing to do that?
I think I'd rather avoid the abuse.
Let me ask you a question. Isn't his dad banned for the rest of the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay, so Tyrese had to use the tickets anyway.
I
Dad can't come in here. You take him.
I didn't see that story. What does Dad do? I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
Confronted
No, I didn't see it.
Jason Tatum.
Giannis.
Oh, I missed this.
Giannis, sorry. Giannis after a game in the playoffs. They beat him.
I was in Italy. That was the Milwaukee series.
Halliburton hit the game-winning shot. His dad ran down on the floor, started getting in Giannis's face.
Yeah, they eliminated the Bucks, and then Halliburton's dad, with a towel with Tyrese Halliburton's face on it, ran up to Giannis.
I didn't see that.
Started swearing at him, going nuts.
That's how we do it.
I love crazy dads. I love crazy dad stories.
Nuts. And then they banned him for the rest of the playoffs.
They said
any game.
I don't think they said the rest of the playoffs. They said it was a mutual agreement that he will stay away for the foreseeable future. And my guess is if they make the finals, which I kind of think they will, they'll have Tyrese Halliburton's father at the finals.
Can you imagine who was on the 15 Cardinals? The Lance Lynn or something? Can you imagine like Mike Bryant running up to Lance Lynn? We beat you. We beat
Right.
you, son of a bitch.
Lackey.
We beat you. Or Lackey.
They
yes.
took Lackey. Javi hit the 3-run homer.
Right.
In the clinch game at Wrigley.
Yeah, you run out-
Deep into the right center field bleachers.
Mike Bryant runs up to Lackey. We got you. Probably would have got punched.
Mike
but
Bryant, he'd punch you and I if he saw us. Guy used to text
more
us.
you than me.
He used to he used to text us every day. Trivia questions. Now, he had an elephant gun. He'd put us down. Our friend Jim Memolo, who's a New Yorker.
Yeah.
He texted and said, as a New Yorker, I tend to agree, but beating Boston was the key. And it tells you how big a basketball town New York City is.
By the way, just talking about this reminds me of you and I, our favorite moment together. The Joe West breaking the record party when Rita, his wife, had that crumpled up paper.
Yeah.
It said Sylvian Wade or something.
Yeah.
She didn't know the names.
Shay. Jesse and I get invited to Joe West
funny.
was umpiring at Wrigley.
Yeah, to break the record for most games umpired.
Most games umpired in the history of the sport.
No, it was Southside. It was guaranteed rate.
It was
guaranteed rate.
Guaranteed rate. He invites us to this bar for a party. His wife does. So Jesse and I go, let's go. After the game, it was an afternoon game. We go to the party. She walks up to us and goes, who is Waddle?
Sylvian Wade or something. Yeah, Sylvian Wade. And she's got their names crumpled up on a piece on a napkin on the biggest night for her husband in the history of the sport for umpires.
And all she wants to talk about is how mad she is at Sylvian Wade, who are ripping Joe West. Sylvie was taking a shot at Joe
Waddle took a shot at his weight on the air. And she's in the limo waiting for Joe to come out from the game.
And she's listening to Waddle and Sylvie. And she's
That's
all
unreal.
I've never
all over.
Who is
Wade?
I've never seen
Waddle.
Cap happier than that moment. Never seen him as happy.
It was the funniest thing I've ever heard.
We couldn't run to the street to call their show and relay that whole thing. Do we have the napkin somewhere? Did she give us the? I can't remember.
She
now.
did.
Yeah, I think I have the napkin somewhere.
We will have Wade Wednesday at 8:35 today.
Sylvian Wade. And why is Wade talking about Joe's weight? It's a great day for him. I'll never forget.
Yeah. Oh my God, Cap was like the smile on his face.
I'm like, this is the greatest. We'll handle it for you. All right, we have got around the NFL. That's next.
Good morning to you. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Class is in session at Whiskey University. Join Professor DeFalco tonight at 6:30 at Empire in Naperville for the latest lesson featuring Horse Soldier Bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville tonight at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
$5 million.
The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Jay Moore, have I told you lately about IKEA? Spring is here and it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now until May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And register to join me and Kap for a trip up to I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
Time to go around the National Football League. He created it. It's his baby. Here's Shea Norling.
All right, I want to start with Joe Burrow calling out the NFL schedulers. And I first read this, and I thought, okay, quit your bitching, frankly. But now that I've done a little bit deeper digging, I think he has a fair gripe. So Joe Burrow says he's disappointed to have another night game against the Ravens, which I just kind of on its face was like, sorry, dude, this is a premium matchup. It's going to do great TV numbers. The reality is they want this in prime time. But since 2022, all three of the regular season matchups between the Bengals and Ravens in Cincinnati have been 1 o'clock local starts, while all three of the same matchup in Baltimore have been played in primetime. Does Joe Burrow have a fair gripe?
So the only way he has a fair gripe in my mind is if they continue to lose, what's the word? Like, whether it be practice time or, you know what I mean? Like, being forced to play midweek at night in Baltimore means Cincinnati has to travel each time. Not that that's a far trip. You see what I'm saying? Like, who cares that one place has day game, one place has night game? Except that if they're playing Thanksgiving night, that means they have to travel. That they have the shorter week every year.
So,
glad
you brought that up.
Okay.
2022 was Sunday Night Football. 2023 and 2024 were Thursday Night Football, and 2025 is a Thanksgiving
right.
nightcap.
He has more gripe 23, 24, 25 than Sunday Night Football because the travel's the same. You're not shortening your week.
Not that big.
But it isn't a big deal.
It's not.
You don't think it's a bit like 3 consecutive years you're going in prime time to that place and they come to you at 1 o'clock?
Your team's good and so are they.
Yeah, but all of the games in Cincinnati against the Ravens have been played at noon.
But who cares? It's just a time. Unless you're backing what I'm saying up, the idea of you have to travel a little bit midweek earlier. Baltimore gets to be at home. Maybe make that right, but just who cares what time the game is?
I think it's a little bizarre that the NFL is basically saying to them, sorry, Paycor is less pretty on primetime, so we're making you play the Ravens at night. And that place, I don't know if either of you have been to a night game at M&T Bank Stadium. I have. Holy hell.
I'm assuming it's not a conspiracy theory.
Dude, that is one of the most hostile sports environments I have ever been in. A night game in Baltimore, holy mercy.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Because I went to playoffs at Dodger Stadium. Holy hell, the upper deck is not a kind place to be in the playoffs. NLCS.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy there.
It was 2019. It was like a late November or early December game, Patriots-Ravens night game. Oh, my goodness, was that place a zoo.
Anyway, I think you can make the case if they're always traveling midweek to a certain opponent, maybe that's unfair. But just the idea that it's primetime versus 1 o'clock, who cares?
It is 3 straight short week primetime games only there.
But I'm reading his quotes. He didn't really mention the midweek thing, travel thing. He just doesn't like it.
I do think it's a little bogus. Is it not a little bogus that you never get the primetime game in your house?
I mean, if you want to have one, tell the league. Maybe that's why he's lobbying, but whatever. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah. What else?
Someone in Twitch just said maybe because someone almost died in Cincinnati. Very insensitive, Shay. What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, is that where the...
Yeah, it was
right.
Bills
Bengals.
Hamlin. It was at Paycor, and DeMar Hamlin.
Has nothing
what does that have to do with anything?
Nothing. All right, what else you got?
I always love our Twitchers. We have the Dream Team lineup for flag football. I know we talked about this a lot in the first hour. I want to see if I can change your mind once you hear the Dream Team potential lineup, proposed 2028 Olympic roster. At quarterback, from Washington, Jaden Daniels. At running back, from Detroit, Jahmyr Gibbs. Wide receiver from the Minnesota Vikings, Justin Jefferson. Wide receiver from the Cincinnati Bengals, Jamar Chase. And wide receiver from the Jacksonville Jaguars, Travis Hunter. Then on the defensive side, 4 players. Micah Parsons, Nolan Smith Jr., Derek Stingley, and Maxwell Hairston, defensive back for the Buffalo Bills.
I thought you were going to say Travis Hunter.
Why is Nolan Smith on there?
They'd be because he's fast. You need speed. They'd have 40. They'd be a 45-point favorite.
Yeah, but why would you not put Jalen Johnson?
Oh, now you want Jalen Johnson to play flag football.
I'm not saying I do. I'm
Look
just
at
saying,
this guy. Look how quick he flips.
Why would you pick Nolan Smith over Jalen Johnson?
Does Jalen Johnson play rush edge?
He's on the bench.
Shay, you could replace...
telling me because he's fast.
Shay, you could replace any of those wide receivers with a dozen others, and they'd be just as good.
45-point favorites. Yeah, but it would be less thrilling to watch.
No one.
I want Joe Burrow at quarterback because I want to see 2019 LSU. And the Jaden Daniels hype's a little out of control for me.
Yeah, I don't think Jaden Daniels would be the quarterback. I think it'd be a more proven guy.
Yeah. Joe
Burrow. Yeah.
I'd love to see Burrow with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and
if
redo the 2019 LSU
does it
season.
For you, that's fine.
It'd be cool.
But if Roma Dunze was the wide receiver instead of one of those guys, they'd be just as good.
Who would be your retired veteran quarterback? Better be in the room.
My retired veteran quarterback.
To wait, what do you mean? To play?
Yeah.
Oh, I mentioned Peyton Manning.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, yeah.
He's not retired.
Someone more.
Tom Brady.
Yeah,
Okay.
Brady. Put Brady back there.
That's good.
Would Rex Grossman win the U.S. a gold medal in flag football in
I
2028?
say yes. I say yes.
Yeah.
I say yes.
Grossman would be a beast.
Tom Brady, that'd be cool as hell.
Would Team USA win a gold medal with Cade McNown at quarterback in flag football?
Maybe not. Would Justin still get confused reading the field with just 4 guys out there? Could he read the 3-man defense?
Justin, we've only got 4 guys. You have to throw to the middle of the field. I can't do it.
Justin's throwing picks left and right. Jesse, your Twitter mentions are going to be a disaster for that.
Well.
The cult has you in the
Oh,
crosshair.
well, what are you going to do?
Justin taking strays.
Like he's done great since he left.
This is why they ran him out of town. Guys like Jesse Rogers.
Yeah. What are you talking about? I was the guy that said I think they should build around him and trade the pick.
Remember the Jackaloon who put the tweet out that me and Parkins ran him out of town? Yes. Yeah, we're the reason that there's violence in the city because we got rid of Justin. Remember that?
It's one of my favorite tweets of all time. Cap and Danny Parkins got blamed for inciting violence in the streets of Chicago for the way they talked about
That's why
Justin
violence
Fields.
is up in the city.
Tommy, what's your thoughts on
Parkins
this?
and I ran him out.
I think the hot takes are flying fast and furious right now. When you get Jesse and Cap together, look out.
We just speak the truth, man.
Yeah.
The truth as we see it, of course.
Here's the truth. The truth, Jesse just copped to it. He was the one that wanted to keep Justin long term here, and now he's the one pushing him underneath the bus.
100%.
Right.
Tommy,
100%.
that's just personal growth. He saw the light.
That's Jesse's personal growth?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, you still going through personal growth at your age, Jesse?
Oh, definitely. Absolutely.
How's things going for you this morning, Wade?
Oh, the best.
What did I say, Jesse? What did I say?
You said you made fun of Joe West's weight,
Yeah.
and his wife was so mad at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try to steer clear of that stuff.
I know.
It's been kind of my mantra since
Who
joining
is
this.
Sylvie and Wade? And why is Wade making fun of my husband's weight on one of his biggest days
and
of his
that's the
career?
funny part. Like, literally, anyone else
Thank you, Jay Moore.
Anyone
Thank
else in the country could have been listening and nobody would care. But when it's the man's wife listening,
In a
you know
limo.
she's gonna care about
Let
that.
me take a time out real quick. So it's a mistake to make a personal comment like that, no doubt, but it's a bigger mistake because it was a day in which he was getting honored. Like, I would think if I'm going to make a poorly worded take a shot at him for, wearing out a buffet, it wouldn't matter which day.
No, I think she may have taken it that way. We don't care. But I think she felt like,
No, I know even from her perspective,
Yeah.
with all due respect.
Right.
But
That was so funny. Jesse and I were at that bar.
what did
in
I
the
say?
South
I don't
Loop.
even remember.
Something about the buffet. It was very.
that he's,
very-
don't get in his way or
Yeah,
something like
something
that.
like that.
Well, you know what it would. Okay, again, I was wrong. All right,
It was so funny.
but he was, he was an abrasive cat for quite a bit, right?
He was super nice to me and Jesse, and then we're there, and hey, congratulations. Thanks a lot, Cap. Appreciate that. And then she turns to Jesse. Who is Sylvie and Wade on a piece of paper? And she crumpled it up. She was so mad.
Best part of all of this is Cap, like a week ago, made sure when making fun of an umpire having a poor performance to call him portly.
Yeah. No. I mean, Cap's cackling like a small child right now, but he's at the head of the class in terms of taking personal shots.
No.
That
stop.
portly home plate
come on,
umpire,
stop.
He's a boob.
Yeah.
Don't
Stop
make
it.
Sylvie
I'm
go to the
critiquing
archives.
his
What time is it? It's 8:30. Have you called your fan base a group of idiots yet, or how many times have you today?
7:15, Tommy.
Yeah, that's my point. So, come on. Put the rocks down, Cap.
Tommy, are you in and out or in or out on flag football for NFL players?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. Where is my first thought, Jay Moore, is yes, I definitely don't want to expose my guys to injuries, but do the NBA teams do that for the World Baseball Classic?
They're
Are guys
playing
worried
their
about-
sport. It's not a fictitious intramural game. Jesus.
Tom's fine. You don't have to call me Jesus. Wow. But I get what you're saying, but it's still, the ball's still a football, and you're still trying to get in the end zone. So, look, I really don't have a passionate response either way. If you want to do it, great. If you don't want to do it, I understand. I don't care, to be honest with you.
All right, we will get more with Mr. Wade. It's a Wade Wednesday. Around the NFL was brought to you by Brandon Mr. Finance. Build wealth with smarter investing. Go to BrandonMrFinance.com. Tommy's next.
Cap. Jay Hood. Cap and Jay Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Chris Black along with my golf buddy Adam Abdallah.
Here's hoping you get selected for Team Black and Abdallah at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
We are powered by Yingling.
They put the Sip It in Grip It and Sip It.
And what better fuel for a team victory than that?
We're looking forward to a win at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling Flight.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Okay, the rains are here, and Permaseal is here to help. If you're getting seepage or are concerned about that possibility, give us a call at 800-421-SEAL. Our experienced staff is standing by, either to set up a free inspection, replace a failed sump pump, or just answer a question you may have. Permaseal's a family-owned business that you can trust. We've got an A+ rating with the BBB and over 14,000 5-star reviews. We are ready to help. Call now, 800-421-7325 or visit permaseal.net.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Kap and J Hood are back.
And you know this, man.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, one of our favorite things every week here on Kap and J Hood is Waddle Wednesday. Don't forget, our video stream is presented by IKEA. Register in Bolingbrook or Schaumburg to win a trip with Kap and J Hood to Milwaukee to see the North Siders. And we go to the Yingling hotline, and that's where we find the great, the powerful Tom Waddle, one half of the afternoon duo of Waddle and Sylvie. By the way, Tommy, we have some breaking NFL news that just popped up. The Lions are withdrawing their playoff reseeding proposal, so things will stay the same.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, what about the Packers and the tush push?
That will be voted on today.
Let's go, baby.
Well, you heard what the Packers did as well yesterday. They refined their request, and it wasn't just at immediately after the snap, which is how they described trying to eliminate the tush push. What they said is they are campaigning to have any play where a ball carrier is assisted by a teammate eliminated.
So that's a much more dramatic thing because we see that near the goal line, not just at the one. Guys from the 5 get pushed in. And Tommy,
I got to tell you, Jess, that to me made more sense. I thought that if you want to get rid of a play where a ball carrier is being assisted or helped by a teammate to move forward, then get rid of it everywhere. But don't get rid of it at the line of scrimmage in the tush push, but let a guy 15 yards downfield be pushed into the end zone by one of his teammates. This makes more sense to me. At the end of the day, I don't give a rat's ass, but this kind of explanation for it does make more sense to me. I think that the playoff seeding decision, though, is more impactful, guys.
So the playoff reseeding is gone. The tush push, and now you mentioned how it's been revised. If Tom Waddle owned the Bears and he had to vote, how are you voting?
I don't. I would vote for this particular description of what they want to amend. I would vote for banning the, any play where a teammate is helping a ball carrier advance. I would vote eliminate that.
So wait, does that mean like if I'm the running back and you're the offensive lineman?
Yeah,
we wouldn't gain a lot of yards, but
No, we would not.
I am running. And I get stood up by a linebacker, and you come from behind me
Play's dead.
The play is automatically dead when they feel forward progress is stopped.
That's how I'm interpreting how the Green Bay Packers amended their request or their suggestion. Under that circumstance or under those circumstances, I would vote yes for that. I would not vote yes for getting.
Did you ever get help down the field? Like you caught a pass and you're driving your skinny little legs and you had 3 or 4 of your teammates like behind you?
I don't know. Usually I caught the ball and got down and tried to preserve my life.
Yeah, Tommy, my crazy hot take of just eliminating the tush push makes a little bit more sense if you're eliminating the whole thing. I'm with you. Like this has a little bit more common sense to it. Like, hey, you can't push your teammate. That's a rule now.
Yeah.
You can't push your teammate, whether it be right.
That was a rule, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was. It used to be. We know you can't pick them up anymore.
Right.
I know that. But I
got no problem with that.
Yeah,
I don't. Because that's more.
Good.
That's more of a, wherever it is around the field because.
And it just eliminates the idea you're supposed to block the guy in front of you, not push your running back. Like,
like I said, guys, at the end of the day, I don't know how you guys. I know, Jess, you were more passionate about it,
but not.
I don't know if it was genuine or it was radio speak.
Right.
I'm just joking. But I didn't really care. But I think I'm in the minority. I know that Sylvie's been a big fan, and I know Tyler on our show. They've been big fans of what the Lions were proposing. Look, had they made the change, I wasn't going to kick and scream about it. But maybe I'm just old and lazy, but I kind of like rewarding a division champion in a very
You're like Albert Breer. He was not a fan of it.
Yeah. I like it. I get it. There are going to be some years where the Rams win their division with a lesser record than a wild card team like Minnesota. But what I would say is, hey, Minnesota, if you won 13 games, go on the road and beat that team that only won 9 games.
And it justifies playing each team in your division twice every single year.
I mean,
if you're going to do that, then the division winner should matter. If you're not going to play each other twice every year, then it doesn't.
Well,
then,
that was kind of my thinking about it. And look, I'm sure you can poke holes in how I felt about it as well.
You're also the guy that did not want the overtime changed.
Yeah, I'm, and again, I've relented, Cap, over the course of time. It's football. I'll watch whatever rules you run the game under. But I've also had a respect for special teams and defense, and I've always felt that kick the ball off in overtime, make a stop, flip the field, and you're already in field goal range.
Yeah, it's also too big an advantage. You win a coin toss and you got a kicker who makes a 65-yarder. See you later. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, no, I look, I get that these are, you can poke holes in a lot of the arguments that exist. For whatever reason, I've always, maybe it's going back to playing where you stepped into the building for the first time every year, and the emphasis was we got to win the division because not just it gets us into the postseason, but it guarantees you more benefits than going in as a wild card team. So I did not think that rule change, the proposal would pass because I think that the owners are old school. They're old and tired like me, and I think that is a kind of a mentality that is really hard to change. That the value of winning your division, while some say again there's an inequity there with Minnesota. I think last year, guys, if I'm not mistaken, the Lions were the 1 seed, the Vikings were the 5 seed, and the Packers were the 7 seed. And had they been, had the setup been more, had it been what the Lions were proposing, they would have been 1, 3, and 5.
Yeah.
So I get it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and scream at you for wanting to reseed or to change it up, but I kind of, for whatever reason, I have a passion for the meaningfulness of winning the division and the extra reward that goes along for it. And I do agree with Albert that, it's cyclical. But to your point real quick, Jess, about changing the schedule, that was my thought. If you're going to go to just seeding teams based on how many games you won, then let's try to balance out the schedule as much as we can, because in baseball and basketball, I know you play your division, get teams more frequently than others, but there is, over the course of time, everybody gets the same basic shots at everybody else. Here, like Albert was saying, you may get the AFC, South or NFC South, and you've got a huge advantage for against teams that don't get to play the dregs of the league.
You'd have to change the schedule if you're going to change the seeding.
But to play devil's advocate, if you're going to keep the divisional wins as the most important thing, they've gone to 17 games, so that's 1 extra non-divisional game. They're going to go to 18 games. Yeah. That'll be 2 extra non-divisional games. So they're diluting divisional game importance while keeping it the single most important thing for earning home field advantage in the playoffs.
I'm sorry, Tommy. Let's just take a step back. I think as sports fans, we like divisions. Like, we like the idea of 4 or 5 teams battling out for a division, and it has meaning behind it, right?
But it would still have meaning behind it. You would still automatically qualify for the playoffs.
No, I
you
know.
Just might not get a home game.
I get it, but I feel like...
But I'm with Jesse, and that's just how I feel. Yeah. There's more meaning to it, Shay. Like, you're right. I mean, there's still obviously a benefit to winning your division. But, hey, how about if I give you not just cake, but I'm going to give you cake and ice cream if you win your division?
Yeah.
And that's been the way it's been. And, again, I think that you have to evolve over the course of time. But this is one of those moments where the evolution, I think, I'm okay if we don't evolve from.
Let me say one more thing about it, too. I mean, if this was a reoccurring occurrence every year, the NFC North was just continually, then maybe but it rarely happens we have 3 teams have the records that they had in the same division. It doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows. It really does.
I think. Yeah, I just went back to when the Seattle Seahawks knocked out a 7-9, got a home game against a 12-win Saints team, and then the Bears beat a 7-9 Seahawks team in the playoffs.
Well, let me ask you, Cap, is there any excuse for a Saints team to go to Seattle and lose to a team that was under 500 in the regular season?
I get your point, but you're asking them to go to the place that many teams say is the toughest place to play at in the National Football League.
And it's also an indoor team going outdoors.
Sounds like it was tough for Seattle to play there if they ended up 7-9.
Good point. I mean, that's and look, I would ask this question too to Shay, probably because you follow the gambling lines closer than I do. I think that the value, at least from a gambling standpoint, from the having home field advantage has diminished over time, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's down to like half a point or a point now.
I mean, I get it. I would had they kept this proposal in place and it would have passed. I'm not going to bellyache about it. It's the NFL. Like, I'm going to follow them, blindly and mindlessly wherever they go. But there is an element of the old man, screaming at the clouds saying, I love the fact that you accentuate the importance of winning your division.
What I think is the bigger deal than the divisions dictating home field and what will reoccur and will not be cyclical, how many teams played out the string in Week 18 last year?
It's true.
Josh Allen didn't play. Matthew Stafford didn't play. Like, how is it that the Vikings had to go to Detroit and play for their lives to have a home game while the Rams rested their starters and then got to host the loser of that game despite winning 4 fewer games?
Shay, in life, not everything is fair.
I know,
was going to say
but
the
it's
same
also
thing.
It's not about fair. It's also about TV ratings, which I think Greer mentioned.
Shay, that's where I thought it had a chance to move. If you could prove to these owners that regardless of the fairness of the change, that it was going to produce more revenue, they would have voted for it 32-0.
Correct.
But
that's why they voted in that stupid Olympic thing, because they'll make money on it.
This is, guys, there's no doubt about that, Cap, because the next horizon is overseas, and you've already seen that. I mean, the commissioner's already talked about we're very close to being, a league that plays 16 games a year overseas. But the revenue part of this is it's unlike anything, and they've got us captured. Think about most people. Carmen and Jurko the other day, Jess, I think you were in for the good kid on Monday, and all you guys did was mention tush push, and the lines lit up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, there is an unquenchable thirst for the National Football League, even with the most obscure conversation.
Tommy, have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right,
we'll
guys,
be listening.
don't
be
burn
listening.
the studio down, okay, with the hot takes.
We've got 12:30 White Sox Mariners after that Golden Hammock 30-minute show for Carmen and Jurko.
And then Sylvie and Wade.
After White Sox postgame.
Sylvie and Wade will be from Hallis Hall today. We'll be up there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I will not be offending anybody with any of my comments. The more time I've had to think about that, Cap, the more I regret it. But
why don't you call Joe? I got his cell phone.
I'm not calling Joe. He probably.
Or why don't you call Rita? She was the one really hacked
Joe's
up.
probably having breakfast right now. I don't want to interrupt him.
Love you, Tommy.
Love you.
He's the best.
I regret those comments.
He comes at us. I don't take personal shots. Yes, you do.
Yeah.
He just did. Love you, Tommy. We'll be right back.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Class is in session at Whiskey University. Join Professor DeFalco tonight at 6:30 at Empire in Naperville for the latest lesson featuring Horse Soldier Bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville tonight at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. After a 95-minute rain delay Tuesday night at Rate Field, the Sox combined on a 4-hit shutout and a 1-0 win over the Mariners. Adrian Hauser went 6 innings in his sterling Sox debut, and Joshua Palacios had the game-winning RBI. The series finale today begins at 1:10 p.m. Join us Saturday, June 7th, as the Sox take on the Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl, Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with Jack McDowell autograph signings, food and drinks, sneak peek of new offerings, entertainment, and more. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
The NFL schedule has dropped. You know what that means. It's go time, baby. And we're here with the insider tip of the day. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap up your tickets right now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days now.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. with daily use.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Nine o'clock in the great city of Chicago. Jay Moore's at the controls. Shay is the usually pleasant voice. If you call 312-332-3776. Jesse's in for Hoodie. I'm Cap. So the Cubbies got the job done last night in a big way, and the White Sox got the job done.
Yeah, you know what I like most about this Cubs team, and obviously you're going to gravitate towards their offense, is just these moments where it looks like if it was last year, they'd have to play a tight game and rely on their bullpen late, and sometimes they'd win, sometimes they lose. Now, a tight game can still turn into a blowout. I think I mentioned to you this on Friday. Like, last week at Wrigley Field when they played the Marlins, like there was a scoreless game midway, the Cubs pull away. Against the White Sox, it was 1-1 in like the sixth. They pull away. Last night, you wouldn't think it was 1-1 at some point, but it was 1-1 midway, and they pull away. And many of these games are letting Jet off the hook in the sense that they don't have to go to their closer because they keep blowing teams out. And, that which could be difficult down the line because when they do get into some close games, is the bullpen ready for the big moment? But that's a good problem to have, that you're blowing teams out too much. But we saw a close game the other night get away from them because they don't have the ninth inning locked down. But this ability of this offense, we haven't seen this in a decade on the north side, really, in a decade.
I'm not as down on Palencia as the closer. It was third out of 4 days, and I thought Tucker took a bad route on the ball that ended up being the double. And then you can't walk the 9-hole hitter. That is on Palencia. And then the double. What kind of defensive setup was that? Why you have Michael Bush 12 feet off of the
Was he that far off the line? I thought he was closer. Here's the thing, though, Cap, and I'm not blaming Palencia. He just doesn't have the experience there. Think about it. He gives up the double. Maybe the ball should have been caught, but as soon as that tying run got on second, he melted. 4-pitch walk, then gets behind the next guy, double ends the game. I'm going to quote your buddy Steve Stone. I've said this a few times on the air over the years.
Stoney!
I asked Stoney 25 years ago about the ninth inning and why it's so different. And he gave a very dramatic answer.
He does.
But it underscored what he meant. He said to me, Jesse, there's 300 million people in this country. We can't find 30 to close out the ninth inning. We can't even find 20. We can't even find 15. And obviously he's being dramatic, but he's not wrong. It is such a different animal.
He's right.
And so Daniel Palencia doesn't have that experience. He doesn't. And how do you get experience? Well, you have to do it, but the time to do it isn't on a contending team. And that's where I guess Sylvie, I didn't hear it all yesterday, ranted, and I think we've all ranted at some point. Get an experienced closer. Now, you might say Ryan Presley has experience, but he didn't do it last year. He's also at a little bit of an older age. And by the way, I think he's going to get another shot at it.
Look, I did not have as big a problem with Palencia. 3rd and 4 days is asking a lot for your first real foray as a closer in a one-run game on a team in first place. Like, if he had been fresh, he's throwing 101.
Yeah, I don't care that he's throwing 101 if it's hittable. Okay? Someone doubled off, 2 guys doubled off him, and he walked a guy in a 4-pitch walk.
The first double should have been caught.
Maybe.
It was a tough play. I said this
hit to the wall in the gap. Maybe it should have been caught. My point is, great, he's throwing 100. Get 3 outs. Get me 3 outs. But he doesn't have the experience in the ninth inning. It's a different animal.
But I feel more comfortable with a guy throwing 101 than Presley right now.
Well, it's age and experience. versus youth and velocity.
And Presley, by the way, is the only guy that's been tried as the closer that doesn't have a blown save.
Well, I think he's going to get another chance now. I mean, he had the big blow up. I was in Italy, the 11 runs or whatever. I looked at that box score. Really? Was it 9, 10, 11, 9 runs? So but since then he's been pitching a little bit better. I think he's going to get another shot here. But I didn't like the move in the offseason to sort of hand it to him. Porter Hodge has been up and down, now hurt. I mean, I think there's little doubt they're going to go look for a new one.
Porter Hodge got to be gone a month, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, it's going to be a while.
Well, that's a problem.
So the bottom line, though, is the good news. The offense continues to really mitigate the problems in the bullpen. And last night was a great example. That 6th inning was awesome because they didn't even crush the ball over the park until later in the inning, but they put the ball in play. I think Carson Kelly had a swinging bunt. They put the ball in play. And they just kept on putting the pressure on the defense and the pitching staff. And we've seen this throughout the first 6-7 weeks of this season. So kudos to that offense. It just continues. And Dansby Swanson's turned his season around.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Amazing. He's gone from like 180
with him.
180 to 260 in a heartbeat.
Pregnancy agrees with him.
Yeah, I guess so.
Jeez, he announces that they're having a kid, and all of a sudden he goes on a tear.
Yeah.
Man.
So good for him. Tucker got off the snide a little bit, hit a homer. The whole team, Suzuki, just a great night offensively. But I like the fact that they can kind of be quiet for 5-6 innings and then explode. That is not something we saw last year.
It is not. It is not. 312-332-3776. Last night, the Cubs were facing Ryan Weathers. Remember David Weathers? He pitched for the Cubs.
Yep.
Reds. He had a few. Florida, then Florida Marlins. And that dude throws hard. Gas. Lefty on lefty. First inning.
Kyle Tucker out to right field. Sanchez at the wall. It's gone!
See? He'll hit it on the ground. Hit it in the air. Good things happen.
Home run number 11 for Kyle Tucker. Solo shot. Cubs take a 1-0 lead here in the first.
There you go. That was a big hit. And then after the game, he did an interview with Taylor McGregor. And he said, I felt the day before, even though I hit ground balls at second, he said, I felt like I figured it out. Like he's been in a slump, no question. And he said, I felt better.
Yeah.
The ball, just my swing, and boom, he hits a home run.
And interesting, he DH'd, get him off his feet and he has a good day. Like sometimes something like that can get you going too. And I think you're going to see PCA get a day off, at least from playing the outfield at some point here with Hap back. He'll continue that rotation. Suzuki looked pretty good in left and in right. I was gone through a guy out at the plate the other day. So
why does PCA need a day off? He's 23.
I think just to get him off his feet. I think at some point he'll still DH probably. I'm not saying he needs one. I think Counsell just wants to have a little rotation there, give a breather to some guys.
This was how the Cubs put the game on ice.
Zaya hits it out to right center. Stowers at the track. The wall. It's gone. Zaya says, see ya. 12th homer of the year. 2-run shot. Cubs piling it on here in the 6th.
At a time when we really needed pitching just like that, and then the offense supporting the pitching, we got it. So like I said before the game, we're a little tight in the bullpen, and guys have been working hard. So and the guy that needed to pitch, we got some innings for. So credit to J-Mo for giving us 7 strong innings, and credit to the offense for creating some lead, a big lead, and having a great night.
And remember, you and I were critical of Jameson last start. Like he did nibble more. He didn't just throw everything in the zone. He did give up a one home run, a solo shot, but he did nibble more, which is what he needs to do. It's kind of the opposite of what most pitchers, hey, he's nibbling too much. No, in J-Mo's case, he needs to nibble more. And he did.
Well, because he doesn't blow you away at the top of the zone at 99.
So if he's in the zone too much, they can catch up to it.
Correct.
And that's what's happened with the home runs. He nibbled more. He got some chase in the first inning. Well, if he gets chase, that gives him more confidence to stay out of the zone a little bit. With 2 strikes especially, get out of the zone a little bit. Until it gets to 2-2 or 3-2, then you got to go back in. So he was good. And you could tell Counsell, not saying he's purposely taking shots at Ben Brown, but it's like the day after Ben Brown starts, you need length out of your starters.
Yeah.
Because he's.
What about this? And I've been saying this for quite a while.
I know you love. I know you're going to say something about Chris Flexen, aren't you? Or no?
I would start Chris Flexen and I move Ben Brown into the high leverage bullpen because he's throwing 97 to 99. He's got a filthy breaking ball, and he's really a 2.5 pitch pitcher.
I have no inside information, but I would not be surprised if that flip flop came. I really wouldn't. Why not try Flexen out? Like, if Ben Brown's giving you 4 innings and then, 5 and dive, whatever, I think Flexen can do at least that. And maybe Flexen can do it. Like, let's see what Flexen has. He was great in the minors. I agree with you. I think that change could be coming. Ben Brown still has good stuff. It just can't last 3 times through the order.
Correct. And not at this point in his career, at least.
Yeah.
So 312-332-3776. We'll give him one more try since he called earlier and was not alert or ready to go. Joey G.
Hey, man, what's happening? I'm sorry, Cap. I had a phone call from the doctor's office, and I had to take it.
All
so
good.
I apologize to
All
Shane,
good.
all you guys. So anyways, flag football.
Yes, sir.
Cap, 1,000% behind you. There's always going to be that tweak or that twerk, and the guy's going to be up for 6 to 8 weeks. You can't take a chance with Jefferson or any of those star receivers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously.
Talk to me, Cap.
And
I'm right there with you.
And also the
Joey.
fact that it's in August. It'd be one thing if it was somehow they played it in March, right? August, you're
Jesse, I'm
right to the
sorry.
season. That's okay, Joey.
Jesse, I'm sorry. You're there. I apologize.
So, yeah.
Hello, Jeff.
So that's the deal on that, Joey.
Okay, and then going back to what you just talked about there with the Cubs, Cap, me and you got the bet. I'm a Sox fan. I think it's time to widen the prayer train bet. Listen to this, and I'll hang up.
All right.
Me and you got the Cubs.
Uh-huh.
Hoodie's got the Padres.
Yep.
Big Bad Shay's got the Tigers.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Jess, you're new to this game. Who do you got?
Got for
Winning it all. Winning it all.
Oh, winning it all? I'm picking the Dodgers again.
You're out of your mind.
I'm picking the Dodgers.
All right. So I want to make the food bet then us 3. Us 4.
There you go.
Okay. Maybe it'll be the Cubs.
I'm not playing around, man. If I lose, I pay.
By the way, Joey, the Twitch chat, and we thank you for your call, the Twitch chat weighed in and said every time they hear Joey's voice, they think they got to go eat an Italian beef.
Makes sense.
There you go.
Joey, thank you very much.
Have a great day, Joey.
Always a pleasure, Cap. You're the man.
You're the man. There he is, our guy, Joey G.
Joey G is the man.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Ponder this, and then we'll take calls on it.
Okay.
If you can only fix one, Tom says to you, Jess, you're the GM. You can only have the money to do one. I'll let you get an expensive closer, or I'll let you get a high-end starter. What are you doing? We'll take a quick time out. What are you doing? We'll be right back.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here. And what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers have a little of everything this weekend. Friday night is country night, plus post-game fireworks. Saturday afternoon, the first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show. Plus, Monday afternoon is a day game on Memorial Day. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Hey guys, it's Kap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is tonight at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey U at Empire in Naperville tonight at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Kap and Jay Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Jason Kelsey is in Minneapolis lobbying teams to not vote against the tush push. I don't even think that's a good idea for the Eagles.
No, I think it is. Did you see more of the story on it?
Like what? I would be like, yeah, because you're the best at it.
So, no, reporting is that certain teams were floating the reason for his retirement was the toll the tush push took on his body, and he's there to make it clear that that is not true.
That's an important thing. I did not know that. Very important.
Who started that rumor? He's retiring because the toll it took on him.
So there's a doctor who spoke to some NFL owners and said, I don't have any data to tell you that there's injury, but I do believe from studying the film and talking to guys that if we have injury, it will be catastrophic.
I know, I've heard that too. I just don't think he retired because of that play.
It came from someone that really want this play banned.
Exactly.
I think because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it won't happen, but it is basically like that play, you're willingly putting yourself in the Ryan Shazier position.
Well, it's interesting then because then going back to our conversation with Waddle, maybe they do split the difference and say you can still push the runner because that's not dangerous, meaning downfield, but you can't do the tush push because that is dangerous. They might say that.
I still don't think that was ever the right way to go about it, Jesse. I've always said the whole time we've been talking about this since before the NFL draft, I've said you're legalizing leverage on one side of the ball and not the other.
Right.
That's the argument.
Right.
Defensive players can't do it, so offensive players can't do it. Or make it all legal and then watch how many people get hurt.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of differing opinions on this that have some substance to it. I fall back on the least scientific one, and it's just unaesthetically pleasing. It's just not fun to watch. That's my bottom line. 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. I want to see that every time. But the rest of the league needs to perfect it for my argument to really be a good one. The fact that only a couple teams do it doesn't hold as much weight for me or for people out there, I don't think. So we'll see.
All right. So if you could only fix one, is it closer or is it starter? And I made my point clear. I don't want Ryan McMahon because I'd rather play Matt Shaw.
Yeah, we got months to figure that part of it out. If Shaw falters and no one else takes the job, then you go look for a third baseman. If the Cardinals fell out of it, maybe you make that call again to for Arenado. Not that they're willing to do it right now, but anyway, I think it's a good question. If assets to use for a starter or for a closer, but for me, I didn't really have to ponder it too long. Cap, I would go with the closer. I think October is about bullpens, and even getting there is about bullpens late in the year. You don't have too many complete games anyway. I think you need 5-inning pitchers in this day and age, especially in October. But you need to get to you need to go 6, 7, 8, and then have a guy close it down. So I would spend it on a closer. I would spend my assets, my money, my prospects on a closer. And today is going to be different than in July, but I like a guy like Kyle Finnegan's off to a great start.
Any chance that the Astros, if they fell out of it, would move Hader?
Yeah, sure.
That'd be the guy.
I don't think Tom's going to pick up that salary.
Why?
I just don't.
What does he have? 2 more years left?
2 or 3? 3, I think. I think you're going to look for that rental. I think that's what Jed will come up with, the rental. Finnegan, I don't know if Kenley Jansen rights the ship a little bit, him. Again, it's how you're pitching in July, not May. So we have time to figure it out. But I would spend my assets on a closer before a starter.
So Hader's contract has 26, 27, and 28 left on it at 19 a year.
Cap, we already have the answer. They weren't interested in signing a closer for 2 years, 3 years. Why would they do one now? They're not going to do one now. They're going to do a rental. They had a chance to sign Hader. They had a chance to sign Tanner Scott, Kirby Yates, some of the best on the market.
They did try on Tanner Scott. They offered him $65 million.
But after him, they didn't like anybody else, okay, until Ryan Presley for some reason. So we already have the answer about whether they would trade for Josh Hader. They could have signed him, and they didn't have any inkling to do that. So they're going to go for a rental.
So is Emmanuel Clase available? That would cost a fortune.
He probably won't be available.
His contract is so ridiculously team-friendly, I don't know why he signed it.
Although teams like Cleveland are in that whole, they're like Milwaukee. You keep things moving by trading, before they're up, get assets for it and go to the next guy. Like, I don't know. I mean, most of these teams need to fall out of the race for their closers to be available.
Is Mason Miller available from the A's?
That's a good question. He could be had. I bet he could be had.
He would cost you a ton.
Assuming the Athletics are out of the race because they're hanging around the fringes. He would cost you a ton, but I bet he could be had.
He's a stud.
It would take probably some young pitching. They need pitching on that team, in that organization. He is a stud, yeah. So this is, again, you don't think about it now. You think about it in July, who's going well, and you go after him. Because it can change quickly. You could look good now and look bad then, but I would spend my assets on a closer.
Shay, would you spend your assets on a closer or a top-end starter?
Starter without a doubt. I think right now you get into without Justin Steele, you're going into the playoffs, and you will not have the best pitcher on the mound in any game that you play in a playoff series. You're not going to go the Shota.
I mean, there might be a day where you Imanaga's facing two or something.
The Dodgers last year won the World Series with guys who hadn't thrown 100 innings.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, but they were also scoring crazy runs.
This is not 1997, Shay. Nobody has 3 to 4 healthy starters that going into the playoffs. Almost nobody.
I agree for the most part that's true, but I also think closer in the playoffs is somewhat overrated. One, because you have to get to them, and two, they have to not blow up. The Guardians are a great example. They had the best closer in the sport. People said one of the best closing seasons in history, where they thought he could win the Cy Young last year in Emmanuel Clase. What happened in the playoffs? He got blown up by the Tigers. He got blown up by the Yankees. And part of that is it's the playoffs are a different sport. It's not the same game. You have days off in between each game in the playoffs.
Well, who's to say a starter won't blow up? I mean, that's the game.
You'll only see the starter maybe once, maybe twice in a playoff series. The closer you will see every day.
Which is why it's more valuable than a starter.
But it's also more capable of getting blown up because hitters get used to seeing their pitches.
Well, of course, they have to be used correctly. You're right about that. And maybe he doesn't save every game. I mean, that's up to the manager in the front office to figure out. Anyway, I disagree with you. This has become a bullpen game in October. And, yeah, you have to get to the closer. But if you get one, now you can move everybody down. What if all of a sudden, Porter Hodge is the 7th inning and Presley's the 8th and you have a new closer for the 9th?
Well, that's the other thing. It's because if it's not 1997 anymore, then we aren't doing inning assignments for relievers. You will use your best relief arm against the highest leverage at bats, wherever they come after the starter gets out.
Nah, and you're not using your Clase wasn't pitching in the 7th inning. Once in a while, maybe you'd use him against the best in the 8th.
The Guardians also had a crazy bullpen with Eli Morgan pitching at an elite level, with Hunter Gaddis at an elite level, with what's the other guy's name? Cade, whatever.
Yeah,
Eli Morgan. That guy was horrible.
Yeah, and Detroit had a really good bullpen as well. It's a difference of philosophy here. You say starter, I say closer.
Who's the guy in Cleveland? I can't think of his name.
Cade was his name. Now I can't think of his first name either. And then Detroit did the same thing. Look him up. Cade Smith.
Well, yeah, but Detroit was also different.
She was a great singer after the games.
But Detroit went pitching chaos, remember?
Right.
And they were just throwing their arms in the highest leverage spots.
But they were all really good.
Yeah, and there weren't inning assignments on them. That's more my point, is like you will now see a closer go out in the 8th inning if it's the top of the order that's batting in the 8th inning.
Sometimes. Not normally, though.
I'm just telling you.
What would you do?
I'd get a closer.
You would, yeah.
Or a high leverage that it's 3-2 Cubs. And we go to the bottom of the 8th here in Dodger Stadium. And I got this Andrew Miller rolling in. Remember him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That kind of guy.
Yep.
Yeah. See you later. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Again, maybe they develop them between now and then, but in this moment, if the trade deadline was next week, I'd get a closer.
So let me ask you a question. If I told you that the back end of the pen is a combination of Daniel Palencia throwing 101, Ben Brown throwing as a reliever probably 99, 98, you'd use Presley somewhere in there, hopefully a healthy Porter Hodge who's up near 100.
And then a trade for a guy, right?
Trade for one more dude.
Yeah. Now you have a championship caliber team, or bullpen at least. Yeah.
Now you go, oh.
But look, I mean, it's 6 half a dozen the other. If the starter gives up 6 runs, then that bullpen won't matter.
Exactly.
So I get Shay's point, too. They are short in both areas, but you're asking me to pick one.
I'm sorry. I love the way Matthew Boyd is pitching right now, but I'm not going to take a journeyman soft-tossing lefty and bank my postseason life on him.
Well, the good news is by the end of July, we'll know a lot more about Matthew Boyd and Colin Ray, and they can, predict. You have a body of work after 4 months, and you can sort of maybe predict, is he tiring, is he not? I don't disagree with you. It's short. Even with Imanaga, you lost your top starter for the season. But if you're asking me one or the other, I'm taking the closer. I just think that's such a valuable spot. Move everybody down a notch. They don't have a lockdown guy, and the 9th inning's a different animal. And most playoff games are pretty tight. Most.
All right.
seemingly.
312-332-3776. Having some fun talking baseball with Jesse here. He'll be back with me again on Friday. But also, we have to talk some Bears football. OTAs are going on. We'll do that after this.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mariners.
Live coverage begins today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
When you're injured due to the negligence of another, the goal is to get top dollar in the shortest amount of time. It sounds simple, but few law firms can pull this off. And that's because a law firm has to be known for taking cases to trial and winning over a long period of time. Unless the insurance company believes that the law firm will risk their own money to take the case to trial, they have no reason to offer what's fair. Recently, the Verdoliak Law Group took 6 jury trials to verdict in 10 days. And how did we do? Well, on the last 3, we recovered 7 times the settlement offer, 20 times the settlement offer, and a verdict of $4.1 million. And here's the best part. The Verdoliak Law Group's history of fighting and winning at trial means more of our cases settle early and for every penny you deserve. In fact, over 60% of our personal injury cases have settled without ever filing a lawsuit. If you need a law firm that consistently fights at trial to ensure you get top dollar pre-suit offers, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Okay, the rains are here, and Permaseal is here to help. If you're getting seepage or are concerned about that possibility, give us a call at 800-421-SEAL. Our experienced staff is standing by, either to set up a free inspection, replace a failed sump pump, or just answer a question you may have. Permaseal is a family-owned business that you can trust. We've got an A+ rating with the BBB and over 14,000 5-star reviews. We are ready to help. Call now, 800-421-7325 or visit permaseal.net.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away
Great theme song.
We lost George Wendt yesterday from Cheers. And he was a diehard Bears fan. Diehard Chicago.
The Bears.
Sports fan. Part of the super fans on Saturday Night Live. He passed away at the age of 76. The last time I saw him, he was in town. And I ran into him somewhere, and he did not look good. No. His skin color, he just didn't look great. I'm like, boy, I hope he is taking care of himself. And he died yesterday at the age of 76. And I watched this on social. Jay Moore actually had pulled this. This is when he made Peyton Manning a Bears fan.
Peyton, in the name of the Papa, the Dicka, and the 46 defense, I baptize thee into this Italian beef juice and out as a Bears superfan. Packers suck.
It was tremendous. Came out with the glasses and the mustache.
The impact.
Ditka sweater.
The impact of the 85, 86, 87, that whole era with
insane.
Ditka, the impact it's had. We should do this segment at some point. Like, you and I are a little bit older, whatever. What I always say this to my son. Like, the thing I feel like he missed the most being younger is that team.
Yeah.
Even more than Jordan, So I wonder, like, if you had to pick one thing your kid missed out on, what would be the number one thing? And I feel like it'd be the 85, 86 team. I don't have a great reason for it over Jordan because Jordan was great, but we are a Bears town, and that football team will be unmatched. And I guess those Bulls teams will be too. I can't really articulate it well why I picked the Bears over the Jordan Bulls, but I don't know. When you see defense like that, it was like an art form watching that team on defense.
So I always felt that the Bears, that team, was number one, but Michael was 1A or number one with it.
Of course, but you'd put them one.
The Bears.
Yeah,
ahead of the 85 Bears I'd put ahead of the Bulls. Michael is the single greatest.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
But
if you had to tell your son you can watch one thing, Michael and the Bulls for a full season and a championship, whatever, or the 85-86 Bears.
85 Bears.
Okay, I'm in agreement.
85
now,
Bears.
It could also be, do you like football better than basketball, or basketball better than football? But I don't know. It's just the combination between – because remember, it was just Michael, but with the Bears, it was Peyton, it was McMahon, it was that entire defense, it was Ditka. There was so much to that team.
It was the Super Bowl Shuffle, too.
Yeah.
The
Super Bowl Shuffle.
It was amazing. As I was a kid, I was so excited for that.
But again, people might say, well, it was Michael, it was Scotty, it was Horace, it was, the second iteration with Rodman. I mean, so you can make that case. But again, if I had to show my kid one thing, it'd be the 85-86
So
Bears.
a buddy of mine, Chuck, sent me a text. He said 1985 Bears coverage, Deliverance refrigerator style from the Sun-Times back then. Fridge penalized for pushing Walter Payton, like carrying him.
Right, carrying him, right?
Over the top into the end zone.
Right. Did he lifted him up, though.
Yeah.
That you can't do. I don't remember if you could push or not. But that's become much more prevalent. Anyway, George Wendt, the 85 Bears, the Bears, the whole thing was just crazy back then. Ditka.
It was nothing like that ever done for an NFL team like the Super Bowl Shuffle.
They were
previously, right?
It's insane.
Arrogant.
So insane.
And backed it up. It was incredible.
They did it with weeks left in the regular season.
I'm meaning like a team that was going to the Super Bowl that had the video way before they made the Super Bowl.
No, of course
that
not.
never happened, right? Before the Bears, correct?
No. Nobody was. First of all, no team was making videos mid-season, let alone predicting or whatever you want to call it that they'd be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I would put the 85 Bears ahead of the Bulls.
Yeah.
Michael is a different category for me.
Right.
But the team? Junior disagrees. Hey, Junior, what's up, Cookie?
Junior.
Cappy, Jesse, how's it going, guys?
Good, buddy.
How are you, man?
Hey, I'm good, brother. I'm good. Holy crap. I mean, I get what you guys are saying, but like Jesse most recently can attest to this, I'm sure. Because of those Bulls teams anywhere in the world, like Jesse just being in Italy. Oh, hey, where are you from? Chicago? Oh, Michael Jordan, the Chicago Bulls. It's not close, fellas. What are we doing right now? This is almost as bad of a take as Kap saying that Paul Skeens wouldn't dominate Babe Ruth. This is ridiculous.
Paul
guys.
Skeens
It's not
wouldn't
even
dominate
close.
Babe Ruth.
He would dominate him, Kap.
Okay,
You are insane.
Stop. Dansby Swanson dominated Paul Skeens. Babe Ruth would absolutely.
Everybody has a knob day. Come on, man.
Yeah, Kap, I don't know. That's a tough one. The athletes are much
Paul Skeens
different
would
now.
dominate him. Yeah, Jesse. And freaking Babe Ruth was playing against plumbers and chimney
stop.
sweeps.
That's
Come on,
just
man. Get
that
outta
is
here.
one of the laziest, dumbest takes I've heard.
But Junior's take on
Come
the
on,
Bulls,
Junior,
and
you're
then-
better than
and
that.
But his take on the worldwide appeal of the Bulls more than the Bears is spot on. I've told this story, I think, once or twice. I remember, Kap, being in Vegas back in the day when I was really young, and I'd play poker. And when they'd ask you, where are you from, whatever, I'd say Chicago. The first thing they'd say was Al Capone until Jordan arrived. Then as soon as Jordan arrived, the first thing anybody said about when you were from Chicago, Jordan. And he's right about the worldwide appeal. But
I also heard before Jordan, the Bears. People would say that all
I always heard Al Capone.
time.
Al Capone. That's what I.
Al Capone, too. I went
Yeah.
to college in Minnesota. Junior, thanks, man.
But Junior, it's two
Appreciate the
different
call.
questions. We're asking, what would you want your kid who's never seen Jordan or the Bears to watch if he had to choose one? I say the Bears. I agree with you. The worldwide appeal was more Bulls than Bears because of Jordan. He's right about that.
I don't disagree there.
Yeah.
So what was the bigger Chicago sports moment? The 91-92 Bulls or the 85 Bears?
85
Bears.
Okay.
85 Bears was.
And that was even before the Super Bowl and the NFL became the NFL. Like, the NFL was popular.
Like if you said to me.
But the NFL today is even, 10 times more.
What athlete should I tell my kids you should have seen this? It'd be Michael over anybody on the Bears. But if you said
team-wise,
you can experience a season. You either get that Bears 85 season ending in the Super Bowl or you get one of the Bulls championships. It's the Bears.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because it'd be Bears and then Bulls, but then Jordan and then Peyton. Yeah. It'd be athlete-wise, Jordan then Peyton, team-wise,
Agreed.
Bears and then Bulls.
Agreed.
We got it all figured out right here.
Right
here.
2016.
And you and I both grew up Cub fans, so we're not even including that.
2016.
No, I know.
Where does 2016 Chris Bryant fall in this?
Oh, stop.
I was just going to joke with you.
He's not in the top 30.
He won MVP.
Well, you're talking about one season. We're talking about Jordan.
I know. I'm being Jesse. I'm being smart.
No, but if we were going to break it down, we'd say for one season, KB is up there with the greats. But for a career, it's Jordan, it's Peyton, everyone else.
KB had a very good season. I won't dispute that fact. The run that the Cubs went on as a team, because me being a Cubs fan.
What did they win? 106 games?
103. It was insanity the way it ended. I mean, it was perfect as a Cubs fan that they blow the game and then they end up coming back after the rain.
But what's crazy is that's what I'm saying. We grew up as Cub fans. I reported on it. You covered it, the whole thing. They won the World Series, and yet still, if I had to show my son one season,
it'd be the Bears.
It'd be the Bears 85-86.
That the city was insane.
It was. And that team was just that defense, man. The 2000 Ravens is as close as we're going to get, or 01, whatever year that was with the Ravens.
2000.
Yeah, is as close as we're going to get. But that defense is just
Then you're going to have
insane.
people talking about Patrick Kane, his 3 Stanley Cups. Which season was the biggest season for him? Maybe 2013. That's the MVP year, right?
He's the greatest Hawk of all
Well,
time.
and that 09-010 team, the first team, that was the one I covered. I'd put that up there in terms of entertainment factor, characters on the team and
Dustin
dominant.
Byfuglien and
Remember,
all
they
those
had to
guys.
break it up because of the salary cap. That team, I think, would have been better than the other 2 Cup teams, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right, we have the Kap and J Hood Classic Cut of the Day is coming up. Let's quickly grab Matt in Fort Worth, Texas. Hey, Matt, what's up, Cookie?
Hey, what's up, man? You were talking about the 85 Bears being arrogant. I think a lot of people don't know that after they lost on Monday Night Football to the stinking Dolphins.
That's right. They
in
recorded
Dan Marino.
they recorded the song the next day.
Incredible.
The next day. So they lost and basically got embarrassed and then went out and recorded that and then went out and owned the NFL
the rest of the way.
And that was amazing. Also, Cap, just want to say go Cards. Love you.
Who? The Arizona Cardinals? You're an Arizona Cardinals fan?
Your grandma might be, but I'm a St. Louis Cardinal fan, baby.
Hey, wear that L, Matty. Wear that L last night, buddy.
Wear that L. Good job. Way to blow that game late.
Hey, 13-15, I'll take it.
I didn't know the season ended.
Hey, well,
no,
you want to put a little wager on it?
They almost beat your boys, Shay. They almost beat them.
My favorite political consultant.
Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades,
My favorite
Jesse.
political consultant, Jesse Rogers, called the race 2 days ago on Carmen and Jurko.
Yeah, I did.
I heard that.
I did call
Ridiculous.
it. I did call it. In fact, I don't even think St. Louis is going to finish in second. Like, the race isn't between the Cubs and Cardinals, in my opinion.
Jesse, you want to really piss him off? Will Nolan Arenado be a Cardinal on August 1st?
How about this? Will he be a Cub? Will he be a Cub?
That'd be amazing.
Oh, he will not be a Cub.
Right, because you guys we could literally
Might be a
offer
Tiger.
you our entire farm system, and you'd be like, we can't help the Cubs.
Right.
Why would we help the Cubs? You guys got, what, another
to get
100
better.
years? Has it been 8 years since you won? You got another 100 years.
All right, we'll see.
Your franchise sucks.
Cubs have won it more recently than the Cardinals.
You guys are going backwards in payroll. You're not even trying. You got hot.
That's true.
I'll give you that.
And we're mad about it.
I'll see you, Matt. Have a good day, man.
Take care.
All right. Classic Kap J. Hood cut of the day. You'll love it, Jesse. It's next.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J. Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J. Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J. Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati, Chicago's legendary deep dish. From fresh salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts, Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order delivery, or plan your next event with ease. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers have a little of everything this weekend. Friday night is country night, plus post-game fireworks. Saturday afternoon, the first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show. Plus, Monday afternoon is a day game on Memorial Day. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is tonight at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey U at Empire in Naperville tonight at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
This Memorial Day, turn up the heat with the Home Depot. Find the perfect grill and patio set to keep the cookouts coming all season long. Grill up a feast with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill, only $229. And complete your space with the stylish Glen Ridge Falls 7-piece dining set, now on special buy for just $499 with free delivery. Take your Memorial Day cookout to the next level all summer long with the Home Depot. See homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Kap and Jay Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Time now for our classic Kap and Jay Hood cut of the day, brought to you by the great people at Chicago Cut Steakhouse. David Flom and Matt Moore on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. Jay Moore.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
Here's what I'm gathering from the story. We need to fine Jesse Rogers $500 this morning. This is a $500 fine. He has disrespected our time.
Well, that's 35 years ago. That's inflation. I think it should be more like 800.
1,500.
Right.
Jesse, that's what it's going to cost you to take the train this morning. $1,500. This 7:04 now. I mean, this is ridiculous.
The Metro, the way to really fly, unless you're Jesse.
We get no pre-show meeting. Thanks.
We had our pre-show meeting.
This guy is being disrespectful of our time and our show that goes on the air every day at 7 a.m. He knows he's got to fill in. 7:04 now. He still hasn't walked in. If he doesn't have the hot takes and topics ready to go, $1,500 fine. He's buying me lunch at least.
And that's all, folks.
Can we make that clear for people just tuning in? That was like from a year or two ago.
Correct.
Okay, that wasn't today.
That's why we called it a classic cut of the day.
I'm blaming the new construction on the Kennedy at the time. You know, I didn't gauge it correctly.
I think you were on the train.
Oh, okay. Then I can't blame the Kennedy.
Correct.
I think you were on the train because of the Kennedy.
My God, you've been saving that one up for like 18 months.
It was 13
Yeah, it's been
months.
backed up.
13 months.
It's been backed up.
Yeah,
We're backed up with cuts of the day.
Yes, you must be. You
Kind
must
of like
be.
Belichick was.
Hey, by the way,
he got engaged.
Congratulations to Bill Belichick.
We think, right? We think. It's not a...
The reporting is apparently from the horse's mouth.
Okay.
The horse being Jordan. They are engaged.
They have so much in common.
I mean,
I wish the happy
hell,
couple
man?
had the happy couple a long and blissful marriage.
I mean, like, what? They're engaged? Has he lost his mind? And now you saw she wants to get into, like, the Hamptons social scene. Is it Hamptons or Martha's Vineyard? One of them. And his ex-girlfriend, Linda Holliday, is very well connected around there. And the people are all going,
shutting
yeah,
her
we're
out?
loyal to her. No,
God.
Jordan.
No Jordan in the Hamptons. The ultimate plot twist is Belichick marrying her so that he can take half her real estate portfolio in the divorce.
Oh, God. That she bought with his money.
Incredible.
I mean,
Well, congratulations, though.
It is unbelievable. Bill Belichick allegedly engaged.
He better
God
win
bless.
10 games. That's all I could say. He better win 10 games.
I was having this conversation off air with Kap, but Pablo Torre has been doing all that reporting where he's like, this is a disaster, and he might
His
not
family
even coach a game.
is
and his
worried.
family.
Yeah.
And then it like gets refuted by North Carolina people a day after. Pretty much without a doubt, this report's going to get refuted. My theory is that donors and boosters who invested the money that was used to bring Bill Belichick in are deeply unhappy with the public PR spectacle that this has become and are feeding information to Pablo Torre. Like, just put this out. We're all pissed.
Yeah, somebody,
this isn't what we paid for.
Somebody must be. But look, it's March and April and May. It's a distraction. Like, if he can coach come August, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. But there's no football right now. So this is just noise. This is just noise.
That's it.
Can an old guy have a good time, man?
Thank you.
Let him live his life. Let him bang out, man.
Yeah, let him clean out a little.
Yes.
Exactly. Who cares
He was
about the
quiet
relationship?
for 20-something years with the Patriots.
And he's like, I don't know how much more time I got. I'm going to win some college games.
Enjoy myself.
I'm going to hang out with this hot 24-year-old.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a booster, aren't you jealous more than anything?
Yeah, because they're around the same age.
Listen, it's their money. She's building a real estate portfolio with their money.
True.
What do you mean jealous?
True. Wow. But if he doesn't win games, the criticism will really ramp up.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm just saying this on top of not winning. You know, like he's opened the door to be criticized if they don't win.
If they don't win, it's a one-year thing. And if they don't win, it will destroy his legacy.
And maybe even the relationship. Who knows?
It's already made clear it was all Brady in New England. Like, if he doesn't win at Carolina, it's going to burn up his legacy.
Yeah.
If he doesn't win, she's leaving?
That's what I'm
She's
saying.
looking for another winner?
That's what I'm saying. Cap, good to see you, buddy.
You too. I'll see you Friday.
Yeah, Friday. We'll do it again.
Look forward to it.
Thank you, Jay Moore.
Jay Moore, you're the man. Shay, you're the man. You guys have a great day. We've got Clinton and friends coming up. Carmen Yerk in the Golden Hammock, 12 to 12:30. White Sox, Mariners, Meller pregame, ball game with Len and DJ. Meller after the game, and then Waddle and Sylvie. And then 6:30 to 8, Black and Abdallah. For our crew here, hope you have a really good rest of your day. We appreciate you greatly. Take that. As Hoodie would say, from Chicago.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very fun.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
8 Eastern ESPN.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates for you. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN, you can see my salmon-colored hoodie we'll go with right now. Devin Kane is in the building. James Steele is on the board. Little tension in the show behind the show earlier today. We are exactly 2 minutes into the program, and I'm already stressed out. Why? Well, because I did not change my password in time and therefore sent my entire operation into scramble mode exactly 30 minutes before the show started. Why is this important? Number one, because Devin scolded me for it and said, oh, somebody didn't check their email. To which I replied, I don't check any of the emails. Somewhat jokingly. But to counter that point, Devin, the problem with emailing you to let you know to change the password that's in your email is that once you're done, you're locked out. We got text alerts. We got Okta. All sorts of nonsense to send me information. If I'm not checking the password email and I can't get into my email, please find another way. I'm only half joking about that. It was obviously my mistake. I don't care about that. But the changing of the password at this company, I mean, it's Death Star level security.
Disney, that's what good you said, Death Star, because it's literally
Disney Plus, a great app.
It's one of the best, if not the best. But it is like Fort Knox getting into a Google Doc to be able to put my time in at the end of the day.
I go downstairs, and here's the other thing. Thankfully, I work in a studio where IT is on site. So I can just say, hey, help me out. And my guys are down there. And I'm like, we got 15 minutes to do this. And I log in, and I'm already getting, like, panicky because I know what I'm dealing with. It's like Indiana Jones trying to get to that daggone Fountain of Youth. There are, like, 7 crucial hurdles and obstacles, some of which could take your head off, some of which could send you descending through a pit, and some of which you just have to blindly walk. And then you still have to choose wisely. Number one is the password change itself. There are tricks. Do you add a letter? Do you add a number? Do you add an extra symbol? I changed the number. No go.
Oh, you must have used it already.
No. I used the same one and update the number at the end with this different integer at the end.
Okay.
So if I'm using, I don't know, call the show 85, and I change it to call the show 86, that should work. No. New levels of security had to alter
other parts of the password, baffling even the IT guy.
Listen, I'm a number, add, integer, symbol guy. I have it down to an exact science I've been doing for so long.
Listen, go ahead. Sorry.
What makes you feel really crazy, though, is when you're answering the security questions.
Okay, but we're getting there. We're getting to the security questions.
All right.
So we get through the numbers, and already both of us are baffled. I am the fool. He is the expert. We get through that stage. Another screen comes up. Oh, I've never seen that before. I'm like, what? I'm over here panicking. And you got new screens. Not that he was doing anything wrong. He was just like, oh, man, they updated that. I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. So I'm panicking all over the place. And then we get to whatever you have to do to actually change all three of them or whatever it is, and the browser starts timing out with some weird link feedback loop. Because, oh, maybe it's another browser. Go to the other browser, it's still doing it. We have to go to a side third computer, and we haven't even gotten to what you mentioned, Devin, the treacherous terrain of security questions.
Oh, buddy. It makes you feel like you are a crazy person because I know what my mother's maiden name is. I know where I was born. I know what the first make and model of my car was, but somehow I get locked out again.
It's case sensitive. We're up against it on the clock. The last question is, what's your favorite car? I don't own a car. Where the hell did that question come from? I have zero memory of answering that.
Well, here's you set the security question, so I think that's a you thing.
That. That is a me. This is all a me thing. It's my password is what I'm getting at. Bring on the retinal scans is what I'm saying. And after we get through all of those hurdles, Okta this, Okta that. I got to reset in Teams with another Okta. Oh.
Okta hasn't locked down, man.
Bro. Anyway, I'm just saying the password changing was as smooth as it's ever been for me, and that was how it went because I am an idiot. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive protects your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, and RV, and can save you money via Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
This is unrelated to anything, but Stephen A. and Perk being in Oklahoma City looking like they're hosting the morning news is hilarious. Just as a matter
we have that up, too.
Anyway, okay. So last night, the Thunder beat the Timberwolves 114-88, game one of the West Finals. I don't really know how to qualify it. I try to use my words well. It was a blowout in the sense of the score, but it wasn't entirely a non-game. But it also wasn't exactly a beatdown, if that makes sense. It just kind of got out of hand. And by kind of got out of hand, I mean the first half was good. The second half was not for the Timberwolves. OKC, they outshot Minnesota across the board in this game. 50% field goal shooting, 52% from three, 52.4% from three, and 80.8 from the free throw line. The Pups, on the other hand, the Timberwolves, nearly 35% from the field and under 30% from three. There's a lot of things to get to in this matter. We'll get to the big one last. Number one, did not love Ant's shot selection. I don't love the Minnesota Timberwolves shot selection, period, right now. So I'm kind of getting on them for that. It seemed like, for whatever reason, they just weren't ready. I mean, and I'm not trying to sound too big here. They weren't ready schematically for what they were going to have to do offensively to beat this team. It showed in their shot selection. It showed in the results. And they didn't look very good that game. I'm willing to say that. So in the something or nothing sort of category, it is what it is. Chris Finch, I think, has some adjustments to make. Major ones. And not just because of the score. Secondarily for the Timberwolves, I said yesterday, Rudy Gobert has to play well for the Timberwolves to have a shot. 2 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. Désastre, as we would say en français. That was in 21 minutes. 3 rebounds?
2 points? That ain't going to work, Jack. Gobert has to be a player for the Wolves to even have a chance in this series. Didn't show up yesterday, and the team played for it dearly. Let's hear what Ant had to say about what they'll be ready for come game 2.
It was hard to process because he's right. It was different. It was different every time. I mean, heavy in the gaps. Sometimes trap the ball screen, sometimes don't. Sometimes just run and jump. It's kind of similar to like AAU. They remind me of like an AAU defensive team, just run and jump, fly around. So it was pretty good. Good to get it out of our system in game 1, So we'll be ready for game 2. We should be ready.
Hey, Ant, what do you think you should do for the next game?
I definitely got to shoot more. I only took 13 shots, but I'll say probably just get off the ball a little more, play without the ball. I think that'll be the answer because playing on the ball, they're just going to double and sit in the gaps all day. So got to go watch some film and pick it apart. We'll figure it out.
Honest assessment of the situation. Injury is a factor, but that it is for everybody in the playoffs. But the big one here, the big one is obviously the officiating. Now, I understand if you take out all the free throws, Minnesota still loses the game. I understand all of that. This is not a basics show. There are some nuances to this. My number one, maybe my number 2 issue with the foul merchant narrative, if you will, is watchability. Very plainly. This feels different than James Harden. It isn't really in essence. But you'd be looking at the court like, man, come on, dog. The oddball test is a problem regarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander getting what is obviously a different whistle than everybody else in the playoffs. Now, that leads me to why I have a larger issue with this, which is at some point, this becomes a question of integrity. Well, the guy's the MVP, so he deserves that whistle? Really? Is that what we're doing? And Oklahoma, don't get too upset with me. This is not about you, your team, or even the player. Remove all of those identities from the circumstance and think about what I'm actually saying. If one guy is playing that way and is getting rewarded every time, that affects more than just watchability. It affects the competitive balance. My personal belief. Now, do I believe that's being actively goosed for the advantages of the Thunder? No, but whatever it is, everybody can see it. We're too late in the playoffs for that to be a part of the discussion amongst actual people who understand basketball and among people who don't. I don't like that at all. But there's a lot of things going on here. There's a lot happening in this series that we're all going to get to today, including my favorite part of all of this, which is that out the cut, popping up like Palpatine in a late trequel, Michael Malone standing on the court with a stick mic, throwing shots at guys. Former Denver Nuggets head coach, recently relieved of his duties. You know who else was recently relieved of their seasonal duties? Oh, that's right. The Denver Nuggets. Let's hear what Malone had to say about this game.
Well, I actually think it started with their defense. They forced 19 turnovers tonight and converted those into 31 points. We talked about that pregame going in. We talked about during the Denver Nuggets series. You cannot come into this building and turn the ball over and expect to win. And obviously OKC's defense, that's what they do. They do it at an elite level. And then Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he showed why he's the MVP. He took over in the second half, did so in a very efficient manner, and put the team on his back when they needed him to do so.
A veiled shot at the Joker. Oh, well, you know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is obviously the MVP. What? Who? Joker? What team did he play for? The Denver. Who's that? I don't know them. Denver who? You don't see me on ESPN? What you talking about? I don't bang with them no more. I like a good salty coach in the booth, dog. This is a quality hire, Devin.
I wonder if they're like, hey, listen, you're the coach, you know what you're seeing, maybe. But if you want to hit on how SGA is the MVP, we wouldn't hate it. We wouldn't mind it.
Don't mind it one bit. I saw him out there. I was like, oh, snap. This dude is about to drop some bombs. And he got it in there nicely. He didn't go crazy with it. He snuck it in. I like Michael Malone right now on TV. It's fantastic. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. The foul merchant stuff is real. I told you it's real on 3 levels. Number 1, the person who's getting it in terms of, again, a guy who's an MVP, not Shea himself. Number 2, watchability. And number 3, integrity. 3-pronged issue, in my opinion, even if not a 5-alarm fire. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Let me know what you think about Game 1. That's after I tell you about Vivid Seats. The NFL schedule is dropped, and you know what that means? It's go time. And we're here with the insider tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN, so don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The Thunder strike first.
Gilgeous-Alexander open 3. Bang, he got it.
How will the Timberwolves respond? Game 2 of the Timberwolves and Thunder. Coverage begins tomorrow at 8 Eastern with tip-off at 8:30.
Hey everybody, this is Greeny here, and this message is for all the home improvement DIYers out there. Sherwin-Williams is running the play of the season with their Memorial Day sale. Get 30% off all paints and stains May 16th through the 26th. We're talking every color here, people. They still haven't made a Jets green for me, but their Shamrock shade is pretty darn close. That's 30% off paints and stains May 16th through the 26th. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
What's up, it's Jay Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd. For special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers have a little of everything this weekend. Friday night is country night, plus post-game fireworks. Saturday afternoon, the first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show. Plus, Monday afternoon is a day game on Memorial Day. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's a good boy? Oh, who's what? Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MBA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends.
Joining us now, my friend, my co-host on Never Tell Me the Odds, Art of OCal. Got to stay in-house with our guy, Ryan Matlack. Do you have anything to say to grieving Maple Leafs fans after how they went out?
First of all, I want to know, does Ryan Matlack have a lightsaber and is he around younglings? Because that would not be good right now. That would not be good.
Execute Order 66.
Our guy, Ryan Matlack, someone's got to check on him. We need some 24-hour surveillance right now.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. The day you see me wearing a helmet and a cape in this studio is the day you know I'm coming to get you. Talking about the NBA playoffs, specifically about the circumstance regarding the officiating. Let me break this thing down once again from a fundamental standpoint. It is a three-pronged issue. Reminder, before we get to the issues, eliminate the specific identities of the player and the team. That is important. Number one issue, watchability. Sucks to watch. Number two issue, if it's the MVP who seems to be the only person that's getting this brand of officiating, reminder, separate from the identity of the human, that's an issue. Why? Because number three, it's an integrity circumstance regarding competitive play. Again, not a five-alarm fire, a three-pronged issue. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Eric in the LBC, what up?
Clinton, my man, good morning. Listen, dude, I love your show. I love listening to you in the morning. You're a very intelligent black man. I appreciate listening to one on radio. However, this issue about this foul merchant thing is becoming tiresome and bothersome. Like, if you watch the game, yes, he is getting help from the referees. However, it's not like the referees are out there just giving him fouls. Like, if you watched the game last night, these guys are reaching. Nikhil Alexander Walker, they're all reaching.
How many years have you been an official in your life?
I've been an official in my life approximately 0 days.
Okay. Now, I've been an official for approximately 0 days, too. You have addressed the first issue I'm talking about, stay with me, Eric, which is the watchability element is a problem right off the rip. It sucks to watch, but go on.
It doesn't really suck to watch, dude. I mean, this is the way basketball is being played now. This is Luka's game. This is James Harden's game. Like, this is what they do. Like, right? This is how they score. This is what they do. But if you watch that game, in the second half, they stop reaching, and the ref stops calling fouls. It's very simple. Like, if you stop reaching and you stop fouling him, there will be no reason for the rest to call it. But this is what they do. They realized in the second half that the refs were calling it tight because they kept reaching. And they stopped reaching, and there were no more fouls, and SGA still killed them.
Thanks for the phone call. I can tell you've also never been a coach either. But that's a different matter. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. If you don't think it's a thing, then don't call in and say it's not a thing. I think it's a thing.
Can I chime in here real quick?
Yes.
There were multiple times, right? Where, yes, he was getting fouled, and they called the fouls. There was also multiple times, and this is a problem, in my opinion, in the NBA. We see guys like Jalen Brunson do it as well, where they're not getting hit, but they're, like, jerking their head back, or they're acting like they are getting hit. There was a couple times where SGA absolutely took a dive when he was not touched, or he is falling backwards when he's not touched. And, listen, more power to him because he knows he's going to get the foul calls. It is a strategy, and I don't blame him for it. But to your point, the watchability is awful. I hate the game being every whistle is like 2 minutes a whistle, free throws. It takes away all the momentum from the game.
Flow, momentum, and the underlying other element here is that the whole point of the NBA playoffs is that the refereeing goes from relatively touchy to reasonably gritty. But one guy gets the quick whistle now. James Harden and Luka Doncic. They ain't in the playoffs right now, dog. We're talking about the dude who's playing and getting the advantage. Stay with me. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Charlie in Indiana, what's up?
Hey, man, long-time watcher of HEH, so very cool to talk to you. Loving the show so far.
Thank you,
Yes, sir. As a Pacer fan, man, our free throw differential on the year anyway is ridiculously bad. And Giannis and Mitchell, they're not baiters, but the amount of free throws they took against us in rounds 1 and 2 were ridiculous if you go back and look at it. So we are all bracing ourselves for Brunson. We all know what's going to happen. It's terrible basketball to watch. It's annoying. Don't turn it into soccer. And that's what I got, man. Keep doing what you do.
Thanks for the phone call. Taking a little shot at the world's game on the way out. Wow. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. All right, Walrus. What do you got? My blood pressure's already up this morning.
Good morning, CY. Good morning, Devin. Good morning, James, all the friends out there. CY, real quick, I wanted to just mention something about you and your show, okay? So I've been thinking about, Around the Horn ending this week, like everyone who loves the show. And I thought, and it's, just so happens that the great George Wendt just passed away yesterday. May he rest in peace. From the show Cheers. And you all use those drops from the show Frasier. And I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about, you've been on a show now for several years where everyone knows your name, right, like Cheers was. And then, like Dr. Fraser Crane, you move on to your own show on the radio. So I think it's a really interesting kind of, parallel analogy.
Wow. Good call.
Anyways, I'm looking forward to your last appearance, man. It's going to definitely be an emotional one. For me, dude, last night, I'm with you. I'm with everyone who's saying this is, it really slows down the game. It's not a good watch and all that. But this is the thing, okay? Shea made that happen, all right? He drove to the hole 28 times compared to Anthony Edwards 7 times. I'm going to give Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo Sports credit for that. I saw him post that. And, I mean, come on, he forced the issue. He and his team, they played downhill, like I was saying the Wolves needed to do yesterday. The Wolves are putting up stupid threes. Dante DiVincenzo put up 12 threes. He made 3 of them. I mean, come on. Like, if the refs are going to be giving calls, well, you got to go try to seek out those calls, too. I am with you. I'm with you. It's definitely not a good watch. But ultimately, Shea and his team, they're looking to win the championship. They're going to do that however they need to do it. So it's a larger conversation beyond just this series. But, I mean, Shea, he's got a goal, and he was going for it. So you all have a great day, and long live the Horn.
Thank you, Walrus. Okay, I see what he's saying there. It is a complex weave, as some people say, of issues. Don't get me wrong. But it's definitely still there. I'm not going to say it's a non-thing because I operate on the you reach, I teach principle. Shouts to M1 Basketball. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Marshawn in Iowa. Where in Iowa are you, Marshawn?
I'm currently in Des Moines, Iowa, bro. I deliver alcohol across the state, so I'm always in a van.
Okay,
which
all right.
I am right now.
That was a combo
But yes,
of
I
name
agree
and
with
state.
y'all, man. You know, I agree with. Look, just check out tonight's game, or just check out the games that's going to be played in New York, and watch those calls. For some odd reason, it seems like when the teams goes down, and I understand that, but the referees get to calling stuff that's not even there. Like if a guy getting ready to do a crossover move, the first step to the basket, right, there go a whistle. There go a whistle. It's like, come on, man. Let these guys play some physical ball, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's going to be fouls, but come on, man. Let them guys do their thing, man. It's the finals, man. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. Appreciate the phone call. Sorry, I got kind of thrown off there early. Marshawn from Iowa was not a name-place combo that makes a regular appearance. That was a good call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll get to more of your calls later. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch Game 1 between the Knicks and Pacers tonight on ESPN Radio. Coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
The Oklahoma City Thunder take down Minnesota, 114-88 the final.
It took us a second to calibrate to the opponent, but our defense allowed us the margin to do that.
We didn't panic, obviously, with the struggles in the first half. We knew that we stuck with it. They would eventually fall, and they did.
Tim McMahon joins us here on the program. ESPN and NBA reporter, and of course, part of the Hoop Collective podcast at ESPN_McMahon. I mean, we got so much to get to today, but we've just been taking calls about this the whole time, and I don't know if you heard how I explained it, but the whole issue of the foul merchant scenario with Shea is not one that I think is even about the player himself, the team itself, or anything. The idea that the MVP is the only one getting this quick whistle, the idea that the watchability is a disaster as a result of it, and third, that might, in combination, call into question some of the general level of competitiveness as a result of the officiating is where I stand on it. Forget about who it is or who they play for. How do you feel about it, Tim?
Oh, howdy, partner. Good morning. Man, waking up to whining about fouls.
I know.
Whining about
right.
whistles.
It's
Jeez
true,
Louise, this is good times, good times. Look, man, superstars, great players, part of that is the ability to get yourself to the free throw line. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is one of the masters at this. The best scorers in the league over and over and over again are guys who can get to the line the most often. Is some of it baiting? Yeah. Look, James Harden was a master of it when he was leading league in scoring and won an MVP in Oklahoma City. Obviously, Shai's great at that as well, but I don't think he's getting a favorable whistle. I don't think there's some kind of NBA conspiracy to get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to the line.
Right.
I mean, honestly, I've listened to the Thunder whine all season long about how they have one of the largest, maybe even the largest, I'd have to look it up, but at least one of the largest free throw disparities in the negative as a team in the league. So, I'll be honest with you. Like, listen, dude, officiating was not a major factor in that game. Officiating is not the reason that the Thunder won Game 1 in a blowout. And I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I don't look at it as some kind of major problem.
That's fine, Tim. We're filling air on a radio show, and it kind of got me hot because I don't like watching games where I feel like the whistle is affecting the flow and impact just from a viewer standpoint. But that's an aside. We can put that elsewhere. We can feel differently. Reasonable adults can disagree on how much that matters. More importantly, the Timberwolves had problems. Rudy Gobert does not show up. Shot selection, an issue. It kind of felt like Finch got a little bit outdone here in terms of their prep going into this series.
Yeah, and, it's interesting. You can say shot selection was an issue. I would say shot making or lack thereof was the bigger issue. They were able to generate open threes. They just couldn't hit any. And there's definitely there's a lot of gray area there, but the Thunder made it their priority to pack the paint, to clog up the driving lanes, for Anthony Edwards, especially also Julius Randle, and they were going to make the Thunder shoot them out of that defensive philosophy. Or I'm sorry, the Timberwolves shoot them out of that defensive philosophy. Obviously, that never happened. Now, if in Game 2, Dante DiVincenzo and Naz Reid come in off the bench and they're knocking down shots, and Jaden McDaniels or whoever it may be are hitting threes, and it's going to be a different game. But if they're not hitting open threes, this is going to be a miserable series for Anthony Edwards.
Tim McMahon joins us here on Clinton and Friends. Gobert, I specifically want to address the Gobert issue and what you think about them, because that line was awful. That's game 1 of a series, and he's not a player that I think is good enough to just have a down day and expect that Minnesota to win a game. How much do you feel? I feel he's very important to them winning, which is why I'm getting at it. I'm not trying to have you confirm my bias in my opinion, but I'm wondering what you think his role is and how much his performance in game 1 affects their ability to get through the series.
Oh, yeah, he can't pick up 2 fouls in 2 minutes and, have to go sit on the bench and then be a complete non-factor and out of rhythm. Obviously he's got to first and foremost be a monster on the defensive end. Offensively, every once in a while he'll grab every offensive rebound and have a huge game to close out the Lakers. But really, he's more so, it's his job to get guys off of Ant Edwards. It's his job to go out there, and set some hard screens, get Lou Dort off of him. And, Rudy just wasn't effective in any way, shape, or form. It was interesting, though. The Thunder went small a lot last night. With Rudy out of the game, they didn't say, okay, let's beat him up big. They played small out. There were times where neither of the Thunder 7-footers were on the floor, and OKC was making a run. And I think that's the thing about the Thunder is they can play you any different sort of way. They can match up and play whatever kind of style they want, whatever kind of style is working that night. Where the Timberwolves, they've got to they've got to have Rudy being a force, and they've got to beat you playing big.
Yeah, the Thunder had 10 players score yesterday, which is not exactly astronomical number, but it's pretty high. Their depth is really something that's going to matter. I mean, how much do you think that's going to help them in terms of supporting casts versus the Timberwolves?
Well, and the Timberwolves go a solid 8 deep. They actually played a rookie, Jalen Clark, last night, a ninth guy, a guy who had some success defending Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, certainly during the regular season. But, the Thunder are just ridiculously deep. They play 10 guys by the start of the second quarter almost every single night, even in the playoffs. And like last night, Kenrich Williams was a significant factor off the bench. He's a dude who didn't play a non-garbage time minute in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. So, that just shows you the kind of depth they have. I will say, though, when it got down to it and it was Game 7, before that game got out of hand, Mark Dagnall actually tightened his rotation and went from 10 to 8. It's still primarily, it's still going to be these series will still be decided by stars more often than they will by depth.
Last thing I'll ask you. Perk and Stephen A. are on the set of whatever the local news ABC affiliate is in Oklahoma City right now. What's the vibe like with all the big stars in town?
Listen, Malik Andrews, I'm told, referred to Perk as the mayor of Oklahoma City on NBA Countdown last night. There might be some truth to that. Obviously, Perk had a lot of great years here, and he's loved everywhere that he goes. But I'm just telling you, the media mayor of Bricktown is my title, just for the record.
Keeping it real.
I'm not a big star, but it's my turf here.
Appreciate you, Tim. Stay safe out there. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it. Adios, amigo.
All right. That's Tim McMahon swiftly striking me down with his lightsaber in reference to officiating discussion. A Vader-like strike on an old and feeble Obi-Wan that he then stomped out and then proceeded to try to take out the Falcon on the flight deck. That's 3 Star Wars references, hour 1. You can check out more references at Never Tell Me the Odds, hosted by myself, Arda O'Cal, and Ryan McGee, your official ESPN Star Wars podcast. Ding! Anyway, okay. He don't care. I care. If I notice it with my eyeballs and I'm not already looking for it, it's going to make me annoyed. Like I said, not 5-alarm fire, 3-point issue for me. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Coming up, we'll take your calls next. Y'all got thoughts on it in terms of the officiating in this game. I like the terms that people use. Foul merchant. There's a couple of others out there that I have not written down, but like there's like 3 or 4 go-to terms for this that very much make me laugh. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today on a Randy Scott birthday edition of SC Plus, exclusively on Disney Plus, we gift you SGA and the Thunder making a Game 1 statement. Caitlin Clark and Asia Wilson dominating on the court. Get these balloons out of here. Who are we picking for our Olympic flag football team? Tune in, find out.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end of the school year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is tonight at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey U at Empire in Naperville tonight at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserves.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration? I didn't mean to do that. Please, continue. You were saying something about best intentions. What's the matter? Oh, you were finished. Well, allow me to retort.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here, talking whistles and zebras. Listen to our new podcast. I'm kidding. When you guys played the Imperial March earlier in the program, did you know that today, on this day, in 1980, Episode 5, Empire Strikes Back, was released?
I did not know that. I was more playing it because of the production around poor Matlack.
We got a Star Wars reference in every single segment of this hour. Well done, boys. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Corey in North Carolina, welcome back.
See why I love the show, man. I appreciate it. I got to agree with you 100%. It is hard to watch when fouls are constantly called like that. I don't have a problem with a foul being a foul or call it. What I have a problem with, and this is just overall basketball, college, NBA, is the inconsistency. If you're going to call it here, call it there. And it's even a bigger problem on the technical foul side of things. The sensitivity from these refs on when they decide they're going to call a technical foul is absolutely crazy, man. And at what point are we going to have like some type of committee, something that's going to hold these referees accountable for their calls? If they were to be fined like a player's fine for doing something, like how do we get it to where they're not just going to call things when they want to call it and have a more consistent basis on these calls, man? So they got to be held accountable.
Thanks for the phone call. Please be sure to tune in to Devin Kane and Clinton Yates' refereeing podcast called Zebras and Whistles, coming up soon, immediately after the NBA final. He's right. I'm not mocking his point. He's exactly right. I'm just saying it is very funny. There's a lot going on here. It's very funny that officiating is leading the show to some degree. It didn't lead the show, and people are hyped up about it. It matters. And again, I'm not one of these anti-officials entirely people. We probably discuss officials on this program due to discussing umpires as much as we do on this program more than any other on ESPN radio. That's not the point. The point is that when you put that all together and the average fan looks at that and says, what are we doing? That's an issue. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Chris in Virginia, you're on the show.
Hey, how you doing? Look, I'm be the first to say I'm not a big fan of the officiating in the NBA. However, it's been many a times that we've said referees have to make calls to keep the game under control. What's your thought on that one?
Yeah, they do. And thanks for the phone call, but this wasn't that game. I don't think it was super chippy. Guy gets a ball rolled at him in a semi-frustration move. That was also after one of those dodgy calls, if you will. He gets a tech for that? Remember when Shaq threw the ball at that dude for the Knicks and they started fighting because he threw a fastball from 15 feet away and drilled him in the head? Chris Dudley? And now you get a tech for this. Like, all right, y'all. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. John in L.A., where are you at?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. What's up? You're on the air.
So, hey, listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but when you start taking a look at three small market teams that are in the conference finals, the NBA is trying to promote these small market teams. This is the first time, not the first time, but relative to other teams like this, small market teams are getting this kind of TV time. OKC had 25 nationally televised games this year. The Lakers had 34. The Lakers had like 39. The Knicks had 34. So now you got Shea, the MVP candidate, on the big screen in front of everybody in the conference finals. So you got to give him those breaks. At least that's what the NBA is looking like they're doing. You, as somebody who's played the game, who's coached, I can tell you that the way that the calls were done in the first 3-4 minutes of that game changed the tone of that game for Minnesota completely. They could have been up 10, 12 points with 5 minutes into the game had Shea not gotten 5 or 7 free throws right away. And that's the way you play the game if you're Minnesota. It changes the way you attack. It changes the way you play defense. Shea's the kind of guy that you got to get up in him or else there is no way that you can defend him because he can hit the outside shot. So if you body him at all and the refs give you that call, he is indefensible. So it makes him look a lot better than he is. I believe in the old school way of basketball, man. If you want to be an MVP, you got to show how you can handle the grit, and they're not giving him a chance to do that. He's not going to earn the respect of the real NBA aficionados, the people who've watched the NBA, the Kobe days, the Jordan days, those days where you got to be able to overcome that level of adversity, not get those shots just given to you point blank.
Thanks for the phone call. The ball knower community is back.
That had everything in it.
Everything is in that call.
That was a great call.
Excellent phone call.
Starting off with, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but here's
let me lay out
question.
my entire conspiracy.
I love that so much. That's my favorite sentence, this line to start any sentence.
That was fantastic. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan, real quick, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Good morning, fellas. Great show going. Conspiracy theory, Dudley reference. Let's put Vader in some zebra stripes and let him ref the game. This is not mutually exclusive. Both things can be true. As a watcher, you can be frustrated with the fouls, and you also got to give SGA his EQ, his emotional intelligence of seeking these out. He's slender frame, falling down, selling it. Like, that's part of the game. Like Bing Bong tonight, you'll see it with Brunson. It'll be similar, but like. I want to go back to a Canadian caller a while ago. I think he was kindly saying something about MVP and I think this is the same deal. OKC's on TV a ton because they're an awesome team. SGA is an awesome player. He's incredible. If you don't want to foul him, get your hands off him. Adjust to the whistle.
Got to get out, Dylan. Appreciate it. I see your point, but we're running out of time. Sorry about that. I shouldn't have put Dylan up against that. That was a bad move on my part.
Adam Schefter here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Spring allergies, chronic sinus issues, snoring that's wrecking your sleep, whatever ails you, Sinus and Snoring MD can help you breathe and sleep better. Family owned, over 25 years experience, Sinus and Snoring MD will treat you great and give you life-changing results. Hey, this is David Kaplan. Want to breathe easier? Go to sinusandsnoringmd.com or call 847-545-0147 today. That's 847-545-0147. Sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy in 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The opportunity to work for a better life? It's an American dream we all deserve. But 50% of LGBTQ+ people have been harassed, fired, or denied a promotion at work because of who they are. Get the facts at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Harry Douglas here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day. But when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast, featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. We refuse to let you go to work hungry, and I mean refuse, and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push. They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very fun. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
ESPN.
Transmit is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant. This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates? People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN as well. Talking basketball here. A lot of talk. Devin Kane, Clinton Yates, new podcast, Whistles and Zebras, dropping immediately after the NBA Finals. Just so you know. We say that in jest. But yeah, OKC, people are thinking that whistles are being had. Other people believe that the Minnesota Timberwolves crapped the bed. Other people believe that both of these things are happening. And also, more people believe it's just one game. Now, on the Eastern Conference side of basketball, Knicks Pacers begins tonight. Rematch of a lot of playoff series over the years. Some would call this, to some degree, a traditional rivalry. If you're as old as I am, you weren't, just because it happened when you were a kid, doesn't mean it ain't ancient. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that. Now, obviously, with the Indiana Pacers and Indiana basketball versus the New York Knickerbockers and the Bing Bong community, we have the age-old question, Devin. Pace versus control. How are the Pacers gonna pace it? You played the game, Devin. Give me your thoughts quickly on your storylines that you like.
Well, I'm happy you asked this because the Pacers, they thrive on a fast pace, but normally when the team is fast-paced, they're kind of out of control. That is not the case with the Pacers. They get the right shot at the right time by the right player in the right moment. And so they're looking to pass to the open guy who's looking to shoot the open shot.
Indiana basketball.
And they're boxing out. They're outletting the ball. The players are literally saying, outlet, I'm open, outlet.
Free throw percentage off the charts.
Yeah, like, they have eyes in the back of their head. So, listen, it's going to be a Styles makes fights situation with the Pacers and the Knicks, but I can't wait to see how it plays out. I'm really rooting for Indiana basketball in this one.
The degree to which this series is so perfect for the show cannot be understated, as we are big proponents of the Bing Bong community. Bing Bong. There it is. And, of course, we have a very love-hate relationship with Indianapolis on this program. Not with the Pacers, Not with Pacers fans.
Whoa, who are you talking about? I love Indianapolis.
Listen, I want to live in a ballpark too. First place I'm signing a lease if I move to Indianapolis.
Wow.
That's a joke, guys. Everybody calm down. You know why it's a joke? Because I really would live there. That's the point. Anyway, the Pacers have been looked at as somewhat underrated all season. And I'm not just saying that because what fans have been saying. I'm saying people just don't pay attention to that team the way they probably should. They got a bunch of dudes that are not superstars. A historical element of that team. We'll get to that in a second. But they play really well. Pascal Siakam has really found a home. And picking up Tyrese Halliburton has made a nucleus that is obviously effective. The Knicks went about theirs in a little different way. They gave away half a borough for Mikal Bridges, but it's worked out. They got the Villanova Knicks, guys that won together in college, doing it at the pro level. I feel like that story, even though it is stated every time, is still kind of understated overall. Like has that ever happened to any degree like that before in the pros?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I feel like it might have happened in previous iterations of the NBA because there were less players and guys stayed longer in college, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, the Nova Knicks continues to boggle the mind as a concept. Let's hear what head coach for New York had to say, Tom Thibodeau, about how tough it was to lose to the Pacers last year.
Yeah, I think you have to be process-oriented. Sometimes you fall short of your goal, and then you prepare all summer for the next season. That's really what you have to do. You do the best that you can, given the circumstances that you have, and you go from there.
By the way, don't think I didn't hear that little sneak diss to Jalen Brunson when you called him a JV foul merchant earlier in the program, Devin. Don't think that just slid through the Imperial security.
No. Nice. Listen, I think it's more power to him. Like,
okay.
Because listen, if you know that's going to happen, and again, I think people have made some good points, especially with SGA. He did drive the hole.
He got to the rack
28 times. So you're going to get foul calls.
Yeah.
So these guys are exploiting something that, we're kind of noticing that, hey, if you get to the hole and you are maybe jerking your head, like even though you're not getting fouled, you're going to get a foul call. So more power to him. But again, the watchability, not great.
By the way, when that Jalen Brunson presser happened 2 days ago, and he came out with his hair out, I said, ooh, he's getting a fresh retwist. I said, look at that. Hair's going to be looking tight for game one, as he should. There's theories that people are gauging Brunson's lack of foul drawing by how much his hair moves when he snaps his head. Have you seen this theory? Are you familiar with this?
I'm not.
This is very deep in what we'll just call African-American lore for those of us who are on hair NBA Twitter, so to speak. It's a ridiculous theory, and it's obviously somewhat in jest, but it's kind of a funny thing.
I was just going to say, maybe that's why I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not in on it here.
Not remotely in your wheelhouse. Let's hear what Jalen Brunson has to say about this himself in terms of, like, what the rivalry means to these teams.
I mean, it still kind of bothers me, but, I feel like once you get into the season, you start thinking about the next game and everything like that. Obviously, it was a missed opportunity last year playing them at home in Game 7. Regardless of who we had out there.
That's his angry voice. That's a joke because he always sounds the same tone. Not in a bad way. He's just composed. Even keeled. Son of a player, son of a coach, et cetera, et cetera. He's one of those guys. I want to hear what J.B. Bickerstaff, who's doing a pretty good job this playoffs. He's the Pistons head coach. He was on Freddie and Harry, had to say about this series.
You know what you're going to expect out of Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson, but, can you eliminate or limit those other guys' impact on the game? Josh Hart, to me, is one of those guys who, if you know the game, you study the game, you watch the game, you understand how important he is to a winning team. Mm-hmm. But can you eliminate his effectiveness and his impact? Can you, outwork him? Can you keep him off the boards? Can you stop him from getting extra possessions? Those types of things where now when momentum happens and you've seen him, late in games, like he's the guy that gets the offensive rebound that kicks out to Jalen Brunson for the three.
I'm going to need Bickerstaff to be a little meaner. I need to add him to the mean head coach in the playoffs. He's a little different circumstance than Mike Malone. Don't get me wrong. But I'm going to need Bickerstaff to start taking some shots at guys. I'm kidding. I don't need that. I just wanted a reason to bring up Mike Malone again. Because that was a pop-up out of nowhere circumstance with his swag on. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Todd in California, you're on the show.
Hey, thanks for letting me come in. Great show. Really enjoy it. I was a little late to the show today, but I just wanted to reach out and say I'm a little tired of all the myopia that's taken place with a lot of fan calls the last 30 or 40 minutes or so. The fact is, both teams had 22 fouls, and any objective person can watch the game and clearly see Minnesota's not playing the Lakers or the Golden State Warriors now. And all these frivolous three-pointers, 51 three-pointers, and outside of Randall, nobody's making a shot. I mean, it's ridiculous, and I hope it's the first nail in the coffin of this inelegant or unelegant basketball. And the fact is, Oklahoma City outscored them in the paint 54-20 and they gave up 0 fast break points. This was just a matter of a younger, better, hungrier team that plays defense more than they want to score. And if you look at the stat lines and watch the game, they took barely 23 pointers, and they made almost half of them. And it shows that if you can still win in this league by playing great head-to-head defense, help defense, and shooting high-quality two-point shots. And they dominated the paint, and they lived at the basket. And so Minnesota better go back to the drawing board because they got out-coached, outplayed, out-hustled, out everything. And even though they had the more days of rest, they ran out of gas in the end of the third quarter and the fourth quarter. I will never say a team quit, but Oklahoma City put it on them pretty good, and they didn't even play good yesterday. So long road ahead for Minnesota. Thanks for letting me come in.
No problem. Thanks for the phone call. A lot of points there. We're reaching a certain generation of basketball fan now. We're getting back to guys. And I'm not knocking anybody, but they're preaching, see, this is what works. This is what doesn't work. I feel you. But without getting into a whole existential question about if you're getting in the rack, you're going to get better calls versus a foul is a foul. OKC outplayed them last night. Period. Point blank. It's a watchability thing first, a credibility thing second, and an individuality thing third. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. John in Minnesota. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. No, that was a great point, the last caller, similar to what I wanted to say. Mm-hmm. We can talk about Shea getting his calls. We can talk about, the missed three-pointers. But at the end of the day, we just got out-coached. And, longtime Wolves fan, Finch, what are you doing after halftime? Randall sitting on the bench. You're putting in, I think, DiVincenzo and Reed all had plus 28 minutes. What are you doing? Stay on the gas, get in the paint, get those buckets, and let's go. Also, apologize for cursing.
That was you? Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for the phone call. See, this is how we build community. We were referring to this yesterday. Calls back and apologizes. I had borderline forgotten about that until just then, but that's accountability, kiddos. I guess you guys didn't forget about it because you had to dump it.
We had to dump it. Yeah. By the way, just real quick.
Yeah.
I didn't do this yesterday, but Federica, she chimes in from time to time on
You're supposed to be on Federica
I know.
alerts.
That's on me.
I obviously can't even get my password to get into my email. You think I know how to find the chat in Teams?
It's on me. So today she wanted to weigh in on the Brunson and SGA foul merchant stuff.
Okay.
She says Brunson gets away with it because he's smaller. So thank you, Federica, for
Perhaps. A couple of callers refer. I think it was Walrus who refers to that. a lean build, or was that Dylan? I can't remember. A lean build helps that because he's bigger in height, thinner in stature, looks more frail. Brunson, big body Brunson, as Kendrick Perkins calls him, more squat. Therefore, they think he's tougher. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. The notorious MGB, Mardi Gras Bob. Welcome back to the show.
Hey, gentlemen. Pleasure to visit with you. Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Here's how it's going to go.
Okay.
Bing bong. Here's how it's going to go in short verse.
Gotcha.
While the Pacers will get in 2 licks, the Knickerbockers will prevail in 6. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong.
Thank you.
Bing bong.
I get a little nervous when callers start using the full name of the New York Knicks. I, as a professional broadcaster, can execute that very well. And by professional broadcaster, I'm using code, but nonetheless, that is actually the job. I get especially nervous when you're saying I'm going to use it in verse. Because then we get into territories, well, let's just say, well, the waters are deep. The Knicks are looking for the performance of the week tonight. The performance of the week is brought to you by hands-free Skechers slip-ins. No bending down, no touching your shoes. Just step in and go with hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Coming up, more calls and quick hitters. NBA, bing bong. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Indiana basketball.
Bing bong.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The East is set.
Oh, what a big shot!
The Indiana Pacers and the New York Knicks go head-to-head in Game 1. Coverage begins today at 7:30 Eastern with tip-off at 8 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd. For special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Waddle and Sylvie, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
In New York.
Clinton and Friends.
We're wearing the Knicks garment, cap, jersey, socks, whatever, and I walk by you and go bing bong, and you don't say anything. Not even like a double take, like, oh, who said that? Like, yo, Knicks. You deserve to be wearing that. And I'm not going to stop because we need all the good juju. We don't need it, actually. We got it. We got it. But, like, how you not going to bing bong with me? You're not going to throw me a little bing bong? Nothing? You just got me out here saying bing bong by myself? Come on.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. This show is so TikTok coded, it's crazy. But it's true. Talking basketball, Knicks, Pacers tonight. Last night was Thunder, Timberwolves. That was not a close game. Hopefully we get a more competitive one tonight. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Chris in South Carolina, what's up?
Thanks for having me on, Clinton, a regular caller. You know me as Chris from South Carolina. I'm the super sports dad with my daughter who just loves sports. I have to do a quick update. Now, two-time defending state champ in softball for my baby girl.
Nice.
One. Nice. So, getting on to this referee stuff, it absolutely is a conspiracy. Absolutely. And I don't mean it in a criminal way, but it is a conspiracy. Sports at every level. That the referees, whether it's in their weekly meetings, pregame meetings, they review their points of emphasis. They discuss how they are going to handle certain situations. So there's no doubt in my mind it is a conspiracy. Nobody be fooled here, because they do have these meetings where it's points of emphasis. They know how they're going to handle certain things, and they predetermine how they're going to handle these things. So, with that being said, there's no disguise here. It is what it is. So, as fans, we just have to know, this is what they've determined they're going to do in advance. Truly, they have decided.
What is the name of your daughter's high school that won the state title?
The Lawrence Manning Academy Swamp Cats. They're the Lady Cats. 2 in a row.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Congrats. Go Swamp Cats. Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio. Are we going to quick hitters here, Devin?
Yeah, let's hit it, James.
I got so thrown off. My bad. I got so thrown off by the fact that guy thinks that, the NBA refs are in some Jedi Council type situation, just making, decrees. Yes, they have points of emphasis. That's the job on the court. But the idea that it's a larger thing, I don't think that issue is the concern. The idea that this game's played on TV versus pushing small markets, that's the bigger conspiracy that makes less sense. Pardon me. Kick it.
Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
Devin, you're at the plate.
First up, NFL owners have unanimously approved a proposal allowing NFL players to participate in flag football at the 2028 LA Olympics. Here are some key points. NFL players under contract can try out for their national teams, but each national team can only have one player per NFL team. Designated international players can also play for their home countries. And in terms of player safety, the NFL will purchase league-wide insurance to protect players during the Olympic flag football activities. There will also be a salary cap credits for players injured in the Olympics, and the Olympic teams must meet NFL standards for medical staff and playing surfaces. What do you make of this proposal?
Flag football in the Olympics for men has been a bad idea from jump. First of all, I don't understand why you need this in the Olympics whatsoever. Step one. Step two. And this is kind of more complicated, but I think you'll understand what I'm saying. Guys flag football sucks. Especially when you get big-time athletes. The field's too small. The way the game works versus the stature of their athleticism, the game doesn't flow as well. Female athletes make that game more fun. Not dissimilar to indoor volleyball in that regard, too. Men's indoor volleyball, I don't like that sport. Dudes are too big. They're crushing all over the place. It doesn't seem to fit with the structure of the size of the court. It's a different game. I don't need men's flag football. And secondarily, why on earth would the NFL let guys do this? One per team, okay. But, who's that guy going to be? Hey, guys, you hear I'm going out for flag? I'm sorry, you're doing what? You're not showing up at the facility to lift weights and watch film because you want to go gallivant in L.A. with some flags on? How's that going to work? And number 4, whatever number I'm at, there's already people who play flag football. Am I supposed to just assume that a guy from the NFL walks in off the street where you actively hit people and think that they're going to be better at flag football? I don't know that transferability is there, Devin. I just don't. Anyway, off my soapbox.
No, it's okay. I'm just imagining the memes are already coming through on social media. Yeah. It's some like a dad of 4 from Poland, like cornerback, and Justin Jefferson's on the other side. You know what I mean? That's going to be a tough beat.
Dad from 4. This is a Czech Republic in the World Baseball Classic situation. Yes, sir.
All right, moving on. In Game 1 of the 2025 Eastern Conference Finals, the Florida Panthers defeated the Carolina Hurricanes 5-2, improving their playoff record to 9-4. The Panthers capitalized on 2 power play goals and a shorthanded goal by A.J. Greer, exploiting Carolina's turnovers and ineffective forecheck. Would you be in favor of the Panthers making another Stanley Cup final run?
No, I'm not. And I'm going to base that on the zero logic, fan-fueled nonsense of the Canes beat the Caps. I need the Caps to have lost to the eventual winner. That's my Eastern Conference selfish bias that makes no sense. But separately, the thuggery of the Florida Panthers, I'm over it. I'm totally over it. How did you say it before the show, James? They have Kachuk.
They have Kachuk, the Marchand, and Sam Bennett.
No, thank you. No, thank you. They do have better uniforms, in my opinion. But no, I need the Canes to move on for Rob Brindamore's sake as much as anybody else. What else we got, sir?
All right, last but not least, I want you to listen to Adam Schefter talk about Brock Purdy's deal with the 49ers and how it came together.
There's a lot of ways to come to this number, and a lot of ways that they did come to this number. There were multiple meetings between the two sides, and I think Brock Purdy's initial asking price was north of $60 million. He was not going to get $60 million. He was not going to become the highest-paid quarterback in football. It didn't fit into the 49ers salary structure. And I think also there was the idea that at one point in time, like, oh, well, maybe the 49ers would have listened for Brock Purdy trade offers. There were no trade offers that came in. There were no teams that really expressed interest. And Brock Purdy's perfect for them, and they're perfect for him. He's perfect for them. It just works. It's the way it should be. His value is greatest on that team.
Clinton, what do you make of no teams expressing interest in Brock Purdy?
What's that? What's that? I tried to tell y'all. And I'm not saying that this proves he's a bad quarterback or anything like that. No. What I said was the Niners painted themselves into a corner, and now they had to pull the trigger on that. A series of bad decisions, never mind the last one. I'm starting to grow legs on a baby take, which is that the fate of Brock Purdy might have something to do with the fate of Kyle Shanahan. Just saying. If this doesn't work out, what are we doing, Niners? You know? There's a lot of blame to go around in the blame pie for that squad, and it's not all just the injury over the years. Not all of it. I'm rooting for Brock Purdy, though. He went to Iowa State. I visited Iowa State, and as Frank, who joins us right now, Frank Isola, you know that if you were there at any point of any time of anybody's career when they were in college, you reference it. Frank joining the program right now on Clinton and Friends. How are you, Frankie Ice?
I actually saw Michael Jordan play in college. I reference that all the time. I wasn't in college yet, but I did see him play in college, which was actually pretty cool. Up in Syracuse, New York. I drove all the way up there.
Wow.
It's a far drive.
Quite the
And
haul.
I think it was snow. It was November. I think there was snow on the ground already.
Nice. Well, you know, Francis, we're doing our usual sort of eulogies for the television program that we first do before we get into basketball. Where's your head at? What's your feeling? You and I don't know each other. If that show doesn't exist, most likely, what are your vibes like just in terms of the last week?
Yeah, it's sad because I still think the show has a place because you are featuring a lot of different people with different opinions. And, you know, people were still watching it. I get it. Television changes. But it was always a lot of fun doing it. You know, we had some good debates. I think you and I were on the show after the Serena-Naomi Osaka thing happened at the U.S. Open. That was like a spirited, lively debate. I think the thing, you know, whenever you did stuff like that, but you respect the other people's opinions, sometimes, you know, it can get a little intense. But that's fine. That's what sports debates are about. I'm going to miss a lot of people. I'm not going to miss the conference call. Because that was somewhat painful. And I did most of the conference calls, and they could be really painful. But everything else about the show, the people I did the show with, the host of the show, Tony Reale, the producers, and then, of course, the people down in D.C. who are great.
Yeah.
And then being up in New York, because I know you've done the show from everywhere,
hosted the
but
show
you've also hosted it.
Right.
Yeah, so the people in New York who were up there in the South Street Seaport studio are great people. So that's what I'm going to miss the most.
Frank Isola joins us here on Clinton and Friends. All right, the Bing Bong community versus Indiana basketball. How do you feel about this right now, just in terms of kind of where both of these franchises are at for their expectations? I feel like both of them feel that they should win.
Yeah, it's crazy because you really have the sense that all four teams that are left in the playoffs, you can make the case for all four of them winning. And to think that you're getting the 3 seed versus the 4 seed in the conference finals in the East is a little hard to believe, but they're both playing really well. I thought Indiana winning that game 2 in Cleveland, that changed the entire series, and I think for the Knicks winning that game 2 up in Boston after they had won game 1 changed the entire series. what's fun about it is, you think about Knicks and the Celtics. They don't really have a rivalry. There's a Boston-New York rivalry, and most of it is the Yankees and the
Baseball,
Red Sox.
yeah.
Really, over the last 30 years, the Knicks have more of a rivalry with the Indiana Pacers. They always meet them in the playoffs. 99 and 2000, back-to-back years, it was the conference finals. Obviously, last year, kind of the new addition of both teams. And now you have Halliburton playing the role of Reggie Miller, who's going to be the one that the fans are going to get on.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Jalen Brunson becoming the star of the team. So it's a lot of fun. To me, you can make the case for either team winning the title. I tend to give a little bit of an edge to the Knicks. There's something about this Knicks team. There's a special quality about them that the Knicks haven't had in over 25 years.
The Halliburton versus Brunson battle from an actual basketball standpoint, though, Frank, ball. How are you looking at that in terms of how it's going to shake out and shape the rest of the series?
Well, it's weird about Halliburton. He'll have games where he's not shooting the ball well, but then late, they both have that ability to deliver. And, of course, Halliburton delivered in a big way that game, the game where they scored the 8 points in the last 45 seconds against Cleveland. And Halliburton, even though he missed his free throw, he gets the rebound off his missed free throw and then hits that long three-pointer. So he has the ability to make plays, but Brunson is just at a different level right now. His footwork is incredible. His shot-making ability, his ability to want to take the big shot late and make the big shot late tells you something about him. And you really look at his personality. The Knicks kind of have that personality. They're all about business. They go out there and they play hard. And I think that kind of had contributed to what happened in games 1 and 2 against Boston. Yes, you fall behind by 20 in both games, but you just kind of keep fighting. You keep plugging away. You don't get too down. You don't get too emotional about things. And that's why Jalen Brunson, everywhere that he's been, whether it's high school, at Villanova, on Dallas, he went to a conference finals. Now at the Knicks, he's back in the conference finals. The guy's just a winning player, and I think he's a true leader.
To keep this Knicks related, and I might be getting these details wrong, so pardon me if I'm putting you on the spot, but did I read somewhere that the Knicks head health guy or whatever is the former Dallas guy, and whatever him and Thibodeau were doing to keep guys healthy has been really remarkable, considering Thibodeau is known for running guys into the ground? More largely, can you just talk about all of that and the job Tibbs has done so far this season?
Yeah, I think a lot of that. I think injuries. I really do think a lot of it is just dumb luck. You go back to, or bad luck, I should say. Even going back to the late '80s when the Lakers played Detroit, and Magic suffered the hamstring injury, then Byron Scott, I think it was an ankle injury. So now, the Pistons are winning their first title, and the Lakers are missing two key guys. And last year, think about what happened to the Boston Celtics. They had the best record in the league. And then everyone talked about, look at all the teams they played. This guy was hurt, then they went to the next round, and this guy was hurt, and the Celtics were healthy. This year, the Celtics were unlucky. Jaylen Brown entered the playoffs with a bad knee, and then Tatum blew out his Achilles. Last year, the Knicks were unlucky. I just think that this year, you look at a guy like OG Anunoby. When Toronto won the title in 2019 and Anunoby was on that team, he didn't play. He was hurt. Yeah. This year, he's played more minutes, more games, and he's healthy. It's just, Tom's idea is you need to build your body up to be ready to play, 38 plus minutes in the playoffs. Clinton, Cleveland spent the entire season managing minutes, developing their bench. In the moment of truth, what happened? In game 2, 4 of their top 6 starters were hurt, and their bench couldn't deliver. So to me, there's really no right formula. I think you try to do what you think is best, and then, you hope you get a little lucky. Now, who knows? Maybe the Knicks' luck will run out. Aaron Gordon got hurt before Game 7. I know that he played, but he's banged up. But if you look at the 4 teams left, the 4 teams are relatively healthy, and that is a huge, huge factor at this time of year.
Frank Isola, host of Sirius XM NBA Radio, joins us here. Last thing I'll ask you, and it's a little bit of a two-parter. Number one, you must be loving the alumni row, because all those old Knicks players are part of your era. You must have all the props in the world inside of MSG during these games. Outside of MSG, though, do you have your secret bunker and papers in order should the Armageddon that be the New York Knicks making the finals take over New York City?
Yeah, and that's, the Knicks fans have been incredible. They've waited a long time. This, Clint. There's a lot of, anybody that's 30 and younger really hasn't experienced anything like this yet. Obviously, 25 and younger, you've never seen it. So, yeah, their joy is great, but I would also tell, to be a little bit careful. You know, the thing that they did to that fireman who was wearing the Halliburton jersey was out of line. The people harassing Brian Windhorst's wife. Is Brian picked the Boston Celtics to win? So you're going to take that as an insult? Just about everyone picked the Celtics to win the series. So that's the stuff that I don't like. But it has been pretty cool to see a lot of the players. You know, Patrick, I got a chance to cover him. Patrick Ewing is a tremendous guy. I wish my boy Oakley could get back there, because Charles Oakley was, you know, a beloved player who basically did all the dirty work for the Knicks. So hopefully, you know, if the Knicks, if this run continues, hopefully at some point we see old number 34 in the game.
He's Frank Isola. He lives in Montclair. He's a big guy on the breakfast scene there, and I'm going to miss him a lot on TV. Thank you, Francis.
Clinton, you're the man. I'll see you soon.
Appreciate it, man. Having breakfast with Frank Isola in New Jersey, it's an experience, baby. He walks in, hey, Frank, how you doing? Who's your friend? Oh, you know this guy? They go, oh, how you doing? Come and sit down for some breakfast. Frank's a great dude. I'm going to miss hanging out with that guy. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Got a business insurance quote online in as little? Get a business insurance quote online in as little as 7 minutes. Visit ProgressiveCommercial.com. Coming up, watering hole time. I think I know what a lot of these tweets are going to be about. I don't check them anymore, by the way, before. I just blind rip them at the segment, just so you know. Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers face Juan Soto and the New York Mets. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is tonight at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey U at Empire in Naperville tonight at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Got one last phone call to take, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Now, quickly, I got to lay out some track rules for you, sir. I need you to think about this like a qualifying lap, not like you're trying to get through 3 stages at the Coca-Cola 600 for the sake of the clock. NASCAR George, welcome back to the program.
Hey, good to be back on. Hey, that guy you talking about the Knicks a while ago, he forgot about Anthony Mason. That man was an enforcer. I remember the Pistons the Pistons were going against the Riley Knicks. Those were wars. Cause I'm an old Detroit Pistons fan from the old days, the 80s. That team should have had 4 straight world championships instead of 2. But anyway, about this race here, I got a complaint, Clinton. They're knocking this race off the regular television. You got to have this Amazon Prime bull baloney, whatever it is. Hey, I'm an old redneck, poor man. I can barely afford the Spectrum cheapest cable package I got now. And this Earnhardt Jr. is behind this mess. And Steve Letarte from NBC, they've been advertising him in a 68, 69 Chevelle going around the track and talking about you got to have Amazon Prime to make Jeff Bezos richer than he is for the next 5 races. I ain't got no Amazon Prime. I ain't got no cell phone. I ain't got nothing, no technology. All I got.
All right, thanks, George. I'm sorry. I tried to explain it in NASCAR terms.
Hey, but listen here, Clinton. They're putting this mess on Amazon Prime, and I got a bad foot. I ain't go the last 2 years. I was at the race there, too.
Thank you, George. He didn't even get to his initial point.
You gotta have a ticket. You can't even buy a ticket. I don't know if you can buy a ticket anymore at the gate. And now the 600 sold out because they got rid of the All-Star race there, and they got rid of the 500 in October.
Okay, thank you, George. I am determined to get to the end of a George phone call. That is like my life mission on. Don't bring it back up. We got other things to do. All right? I'm just saying, I would love. Good. That's what I'm saying. I want to thank Tim McMahon, ESPN NBA reporter, who shot me down like an X-Wing in the Battle of Yavin over the officiating. And Frank Isola, oh, man. Old friend at this point. He came on to discuss the Bing Bong community, and we talked a little bit about Around the Horn, which I am on for one final time tomorrow. Let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, to see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of Justin Akui take us to the circle of life, where we look back and reflect on the day that was. At 757 Music James, love your show. I wasn't sure at first. Then the more I listened, the more I liked it. That's how it works. I parenthetically put that in myself. He says, then one day you dropped a Star Wars reference. It was the first time I heard you do that. Welcome to the show. I was sold from that day because any friend of Star Wars is a friend of mine. My regular reminder that you might want to check out Never Tell Me the Odds, a podcast with Arda O'Cal, Ryan McGee, and Clinton Yates. ESPN's official Star Wars podcast.
That's a good one. Clinton, if they want to watch more Star Wars properties, like where would they go watch it?
They would probably go watch them at Disney Plus. Your thoughts on Disney Plus?
I would arguably say, I don't think it's arguable at this point. I think it's the best streaming service in the business.
In the history of the business?
Yes.
Perhaps. I perhaps agree with you on that one. At Clinton Yates, I came across this last night and knew you would like this. My son, the new Ren, it's his son in a Kylo Ren mask running around the house doing something. Oh, this guy's a jerk. At effing Russia Bro. First of all, he writes that I never talk about baseball or I never talk about football. He says the old Google me defense. Nothing screams I don't want to talk baseball like reminding people you used to. My guy! I am currently a baseball writer trying to build out a radio show. We're in the middle of the playoffs. Literally, I'm paid to write about baseball, you dingbat. When Willie Mays passed in Birmingham, who was on SVP to talk about it? That would be me. Anyway, I don't want to get fired up about that. This guy's a loser. And by a loser, I mean he's losing at logic, not at life. Thank you for listening, but stop trying to do this thing where you think you know more about me than I know about myself. That is weird and creepy. You know what? With that, the circle of life is closed. Got a Shefty tweet. Tush push, still there. I believe I had that. For one reason and one reason only. Tell me how you're going to adjudicate this. Ooh, is that one too many tushes? Is that one too many pushes? Flag. Too many tushes on the field. It's not going to work, Devin.
Listen.
Don't make sense.
We talked about how the watchability in the NBA has been poor because of the extra fouls. I would argue that the watchability in the NFL is awful because of the tush push. Like we saw in the playoffs with the Commanders and Eagles. It took like 15 minutes one time because they were getting so many penalties. I'm fired up about this.
Yeah, I see. He's
also, if you're
gonna
let the offensive guys push each other, let the defensive guys push each other too. Let's make it even on both sides.
We'll discuss that tomorrow right here on Clinton and Friends. Ding. On Thursday. I think we have our lookie. The fact that you have no idea that baseball is the main thing I do at this network is just insane.
Also, we had baseball planned for that 1045 segment.
Got
but
banged.
The callers, they took over. What do you want us to do?
I can talk about baseball all day, every day. I choose not to. You know why? Because I got to go back to IT after this. I got to go back into the tractor beam. It's an old code. It checks out. But I still got stuff to get fixed. Luckily, our IT department is very, very patient with loudmouth bird brains like myself who come down there rattling old computers around saying, please help me because I am an idiot. That is what we have learned today. I should be reading more emails on a regular basis. Alas, I'm not. You know why? Because I'm too busy watching baseball. And not just Major League Baseball at every level of the game. You want to chalk talk conference tournaments tomorrow? We can do that too. Find me in Omaha, man. Joe and Q is up next.
Carmen and Jurko coming up. We'll talk fast, 30-minute show because we got White Sox and Mariners. White Sox will go for a series win, Jurko. What do you know?
Oh, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Baby steps, Carmen. That's what you're looking to do, baby steps.
Great pitching performance by the newly signed Adrian Hauser last night. Cubs offense busted out. They'll go for a series win this afternoon as well. And the tush-push stays, Jurko.
Congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles. Tush-push.
They're happy.
Good for them.
Carmen and Jurko coming up at noon.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy Kap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit automatic.com. That's automatic.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, quick show today. There will be day baseball on the South Side. White Sox and Mariners will wrap their three-game series. So the pregame live at the rate with Jeff Meller coming up in about 30 minutes. First pitch about 40 minutes from now. White Sox with a 1-0 shutout win after about an hour and 15-minute rain delay. Actually, probably about like an hour and a half rain delay last night. Cubs and Sox both win last night. OKC wins. We'll try to sneak in a few different things here in the 30 minutes we have, plus a little tribute to George Wendt. We only briefly mentioned it yesterday as we were saying goodbye to Waddle and Sylvie. We were wrapping up when Waddle had seen the news on TMZ and Variety that George Wendt had passed. Cheers is one of my three favorite shows of all time, and so I wanted to take a minute to reflect on that show, its importance, and how great George Wendt was in that show and the character he played. So we'll squeeze a bunch in here. NFL news, of course, is always front and center. Bears have their OTAs going on this week. By the way, when the White Sox and Mariners are over later today, Waddle and Sylvie will be live at Hallis. Caleb's not going to speak today. We expected Joe Tuner to speak, and he will a little bit later on. He got his extension that we've all been waiting for. And Ben Johnson, of course, is going to meet the media, so the guys after the game will replay that and discuss it and be live up at Hallis, and we'll have full react tomorrow. And Courtney Cronin will join us tomorrow. The tush-push stays. And the Lions, after realizing that they didn't have the votes, withdrew the proposal that we talked about at great length yesterday to reseed the playoffs based on record alone in the NFL. We think it's important to keep the integrity of the divisions alive. I don't know how long that's going to be the case, Jurko. In a few years, they might go back to this and change it. Sure. We think it's important. We agreed upon that. So I'm glad they tabled it for now.
Do you know how I know we were right on this? Because Mike Tomlin was on our side.
Was he really?
Tomlin believed in the integrity of the divisions, yes.
And obviously enough of the owners did, right? Because they knew they didn't have close to the 3/4 majority, and they scrapped it.
That they did, Carm.
They withdrew it and said forget about it.
Yep.
I just think it matters still. I think it matters in baseball. I think it matters in the NFL. The schedules are more unbalanced. You play more division games. This isn't a take just because that's the way it's always been. I try to avoid that. We don't do that very often. I love innovation and evolve or die. I mean, but the way the schedule is structured and to keep the rivalries alive, I mean, especially in baseball with how geographic it is, or just not geographic, but like how sort of centralized, localized, provincial baseball is. Division play is important in football and in baseball, and it's important in football. You play every one of your opponents twice, home and away, and I don't know, until that changes, I think the importance needs to remain on it meaning something for the team that gets to the end. Crummy division or not, sometimes it happens. I don't know what else to say about it other than sometimes it happens.
Well, so we pointed out the difference, how you can't play every single team in the NFL.
can't
You
do it.
can't. It's impossible. And every time you play two against your own division, that goes a long way in dictating who will or who will not win, within that division. And because that's the way it is, and there's really no other way you can do it unless you plan on going to a 30-game schedule.
Which is impossible.
And you're not going to do it. Then this is the system in play. They're the ones that have been able to adjust to go from how many ever playoff teams they had to go to 6 playoff teams, now go to 7 playoff teams.
Right.
So they've been able to adjust over the course of time. They've done a wonderful job being able to do that. So I give all the credit in the NFL for being more than willing to change than any other league. They've been willing to change. So all the credit in the world goes to them, and I think that having it stay the way it was is the smartest thing to do right now. In the future, they may figure something out, but right now, they
might. I think at some point they will circle back to this. It seems to be a priority for Roger Goodell, as we talked about yesterday. This has probably got something to do with their television partners and the billions and billions of dollars that those television partners pay to the league each and every year, and they might want more drama, more competitive games, more stars playing in week 17 and 18. So will they eventually move to this because this is what the commissioner and the TV partners want? Perhaps. For now, at least, we get to play at the very least 2025. My guess is until they go to 18 games, they'll keep it the same. So we'll say for the foreseeable future, those of us that sort of want to protect that, if you want to phrase it this way, the integrity of those divisions and the importance of it, we'll still get playoff seeding that way. Tush push, 3 years from now, my attitude could change about it. Jurko could be right. Everybody in the league could be doing it 20 times a game. I could say, you know what, it is kind of ugly. As it is now, it's one team that seems to really thrive with it. Few teams use it in various ways. Ironically enough, in a sense, the Packers are one of them. They do it with their tight end and not their quarterback as often, but they've been very successful at it. I say ironically enough because they're the ones who proposed the vote to ban it. You see Buffalo do it a little bit, although not nearly as successfully because Buffalo sometimes, I don't understand what Buffalo does. Prime example is the playoff game when they tried a few tush pushes or sneaks, short yardage sneaks with Josh Allen, and instead of going straight forward, they would do this little dance down the line of scrimmage and then try to find him a hole, and Kansas City was ready for it and stuffed it every time. And instead of saying, they seem to be ready for that, let's try something else, Buffalo just kept doing the same thing over and over again, ultimately losing the game in Kansas City. So not a lot of teams do it. Nobody does it as successfully as the Philadelphia Eagles, and they will continue to be able to do it, again, for the foreseeable future. The Bears will see it in week 13, right?
Yep.
Yeah, week 13 at Philadelphia, the Black Friday game. Be prepared to stop
the tush push.
The tush push.
That or don't put yourself in the third and short situation.
That's probably easier said than done, though.
Well,
just don't do it.
Third and short, fourth and short.
I don't know how. And I always loved your philosophy too. He's like, so what? Give them the yardage take the penalty at the goal line, especially at the goal line.
Yeah,
where you have these little infinitesimal gains.
2 inches. I actually want to see the referees award a touchdown.
I do too.
I want them to get so fed up and say, okay, they're going to score. We don't care.
Yeah.
I want to see that happen.
I would have loved to have seen it in the playoff game.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
I would have loved it.
I think that was necessary. I think you would have had more of an appetite for change if that would have happened, if they would have continued on. If one guy would have flown over the top and just nailed Jalen Hurts right in the face in the melon, and they said, okay, this is ridiculous, we're awarding a touchdown. I think then they might have had enough of it.
Yeah.
But they stopped short of it, which is a shame.
We have a quick 20 minutes or so here. Anything you want to talk about NFL related, about the divisions and that sort of remaining intact, which we think is a good thing, at least the way they seed the playoffs, tush push. Any Cubs Sox stuff from yesterday. PCA dropped right back down in the lineup, something we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
And he responded. He had a couple more hits. Kyle Tucker broke out of his little mini slump with the monster game. Say as well, and the Cubs smashed their way to another victory. But Ian Happ comes back, and they drop PCA down. I was a little surprised at that. Can't say that I agree with it, but hey, Craig Counsell's the manager, and I'm not. 312-332-3776. And then the conference finals started last night in the NBA and in the NHL. And in the Western Conference finals, the Oklahoma City Thunder took apart the Timberwolves in the second half. You think back to the last 2 second halves they've played, going back to Sunday and last night, against 2 pretty good basketball teams in the Nuggets and the T-Wolves. I mean, OKC definitely flexed. Speaking of something that is not all that aesthetically pleasing, one thing I've noticed that is continuing to spread like wildfire, and this is what happens in the world of social media. People, what do they call SGA? He's called the free throw merchant. Is that what they're calling him? My son brought it up the other day.
I don't know what they call him.
What is your problem with him now?
I think they're going to call him MVP, though.
Well, they are going to do
that's
that.
going to happen.
I call him Flop Gilgeous Alexander.
Yeah. You know, he spends more time in his back than Bonnie Blue does.
All right.
Hell yeah, Yerk.
All right.
Great joke.
All right. Yerk.
That is something, man. We don't normally do final words here when we have short shows because it's a hard out. However.
Well, it's true.
He makes LeBron James seem strong.
Speaking of hard outs.
All right. I mean, come on, you guys. You can get us thrown off the air.
No, we get
They call him, I like Chris's nickname. They call him Free Throw Merchant. I love it now. Let's make fun of a guy because he knows how to get himself to the free throw line. Does he flop a little bit? I think he uses. I think he uses his status in the league right now to his.
They're playing against Rudy
a little bit.
They're playing against Rudy Gobert, right?
They are.
All right. So the foul that Rudy Gobert committed, like at the free throw line, 16 feet out. Well, you got him up, got a pump fake in, stepped in to take his shot. He's entitled to that space. I don't think there was anything wrong with that play. They had shown about 4 or 5 plays trying to give you examples. I don't think that was one of the plays, though. Everybody's going to try to draw a foul. Everybody tries to go to the charity stripe.
Yeah. Some guys are just really good at it.
When you spend too much time, the one where he tripped over his own feet and we hit the deck, and they called it a foul originally, then they went back and they reversed it.
Yeah.
Okay, if they wanted to call the arm bar, if they wanted to call the pick at the top of the key, like an offensive foul, go ahead and do that. But when you trip over your own feet and you want to bail the guy out and call a foul on that, I think that's what people are talking about.
I'll give you that.
And he's too quick to go to the ground. Too quick. That's a problem, Carm.
There's always got to be something, I guess. There's got to be something
Why not?
for people to complain about, I suppose.
Well, you're complaining about it, right? I mean,
no, not at all. I love SGA.
I didn't say I didn't love him.
I'm not slinging pejorative nicknames his way.
Can I say something about him without being accused of not liking an individual?
Sure, of course. But I
point out
there's got to be a complaint.
Some things that might
about
tarnish
everything.
something.
I feel like in the world of like talking heads and hot takes and social media, everybody's got to have a take. Everybody's got to be critical. Everything's got to be, you got to complain about every little thing. That's just the way of the world, I suppose. I get a little bit of a kick out of it. OKC, whatever you think of SGA or anything else, I mean, they're excellent. And with no Boston in this thing anymore, Cleveland bowing out as sort of meekly as it did, with Joker being out now, with LeBron and Luka being made quick, talk about bowing out meekly. That's exactly what they did after winning their first game and then losing 4 straight. This kind of seems destined to be OKC's title. And whatever you think about SGA, that team defensively is just a juggernaut. And there's a reason they finished the regular season with the single best point differential in NBA history. Numero uno. And the main reason is because of their ability to guard everywhere on the floor. And that's like if they want to apply three-quarter court pressure, or if they want to like all of a sudden spring half-court pressure on ball handlers, or their ability to protect the rim, and their amazing ability to protect the perimeter and the point of attack with like 3 or 4 of the most versatile perimeter defenders in the entire league. They have the personnel and the want and the attitude to go ahead and guard the ever-living you-know-what out of teams. And that's why we saw them with whatever it was. I told you the stat earlier, or last week. It was like a plus 12.7. Number 1 of all time. The other 9 teams that occupy the top 10 all time, and that includes the 96 and 97 Chicago Bulls. 7 of those 9 teams ultimately went on to win the NBA title. I think in a couple of weeks here, we're going to be saying 8 out of the 10 all-time went on to win the NBA title. But it is their ability to guard that makes them so impressive. And each of the last 2 games, they were down in the first quarter. There were games in the second quarter, and by the end of the game, they were laughers. And that was mostly because of their ability to guard. And it also doesn't help Minnesota when Anthony Edwards got dinged up. And he's been dinged up a few times in these playoffs. But another trip to the locker room, and I'm sure he was not feeling all that well on that right ankle. That he looked like he twisted pretty good.
Outscored by 30 in the second half.
Yeah, that's what the last 2 games. Look what they did to 2 very good teams, including the best player in the world on Sunday. And that it just appears to be, Oklahoma City's fate here this year.
They're destined.
They're charging hard to this thing.
Team
I don't know
of
how many
destiny,
of them are going to
Carm.
stop them. All right, and then tonight it's Knicks-Pacers. Who do you got in that series?
Knicks-Pacers.
Tonight is game 1.
I like the Pacers.
I do too.
I like the Pacers.
I think we're in the minority.
Yeah, Halliburton.
I think everybody's on Team Tibbs, Team Jalen, Team
I'm
Knicks.
not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Especially out east.
Well, of course.
Are you thinking they're not banging the drum slowly out there?
Even
York Knicks.
Even as Bulls fans.
New York Knicks. The last thing they want is the Pacers.
Oh, of course. As much as we've had to complain about it.
And the ghost of Rick Smits.
As depressing as this century has been, in large part, other than Derek and a few years that popped.
Sure.
Tibbs, Derek, little Jimmy Butler, right? The Heinrich group was fun, but that's all that was. That was just like a little regular season fun. We haven't had much to be excited about. Even our team has been to the conference finals more recently than the Knicks. This is the first time in 25 years that the Knicks have been to the conference finals. So those fans have a lot to be excited about.
Breaking the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
I'm guessing NFL.
I'm thinking it's a start time to the White Sox game.
It is not the start time to the White Sox game. It is football related.
Football related? Is it Aaron Rodgers?
It is not Aaron Rodgers.
Is it, what else is the big? I mean, the votes are in, so we know about that. What else? What else? Is it a player transaction, Adam?
It is not a player transaction.
It might be the biggest news of the offseason, to be honest.
Really?
Oh, yeah. People are really into it.
People love it.
Is this
People
something about
into it.
Belichick?
What is it?
It is not something about Belichick. It is about sprinklers coming out of the grass. It is about...
about the stadium? What do you mean?
It is about, what's his name, doing the voiceover.
John
Driver.
It's about Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks will be the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills meet the criteria for Hard Knocks?
The Hard Knocks, this will be on Hard Knocks this summer. The NFC will be the Hard Knocks in-season division.
But the big one, the main summer training camp one is Buffalo Bills.
Bills, yeah.
They were like planning a UNC Belichick thing, right? And then they scrapped that because of the nonsense that's going on between he and the girlfriend. And so this will be the summer Hard Knocks. It'll be the Buffalo Bills.
Yes.
Okay.
Good luck to them.
I was more excited last year because our team was in it. It turned out to be a complete bore fest. And I mean a complete bore fest. Will this one be better?
I don't know.
They'll be swearing. They can at least pull a hell damn fart if they want to.
I mean, really, last year was like the worst, most boring vanilla. Oh, it was awful. I guess, just complain to complain.
No, it's okay. Buffalo Bills.
You guys are complaining to complain. I'm like, I don't know, man. There was not one redeeming thing about that Hard Knocks last
Nothing.
year. It was absolutely
looking at
awful.
Eberflus's hair.
The end was cool.
Focusing on his hair, like that was the topic.
I briefly liked the Ian Wheeler storyline. Other than that, oh my God, sweet Jesus! All right, Buffalo Bills this summer's Hard Knocks. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mariners.
Live coverage begins today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Who's looking for the best live music in Chicagoland? Well, if you are, you got to go to Joe's Live in Rosemont. That's the place to be. Bone Thugs and Harmony making a stop Friday, June 20th, and just announced Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast, so get them today. Go to joesliverosemont.com before it's too late. That's joesliverosemont.com.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. After a 95-minute rain delay Tuesday night at Wright Field, the Sox combined on a 4-hit shutout in a 1-0 win over the Mariners. Adrian Hauser went 6 innings in his sterling Sox debut, and Joshua Palacios had the game-winning RBI. The series finale today begins at 1:10 p.m. Join us Saturday, June 7th, as the Sox take on the Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl, Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with Jack McDowell autograph signings, food and drinks, sneak peek of new offerings, entertainment, and more. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl. This has been your White Sox Minute.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
If this crazy stock market has you looking for a different way to secure your retirement, check out MitchLionsWealth.com. Mitch is a featured expert in a documentary called The Retirement Deception that reveals strategies to protect, grow, and win retirement. He wants you to have a copy at no cost. For your free copy, go to MitchLionsWealth.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Jurko needs a Bronco 1,000-yard rusher, guys, for his immaculate grid.
I'm thinking
Orlando's Gary.
No, I'm thinking Mike Anderson is what I plan on going with.
Think that?
Do you remember Mike Anderson?
Course. Which one gets more votes, you think? Or more?
Boy.
Which one gets not more votes? Which one will have more responses? Orlando, who's more well-known, Mike Anderson or Orlando Gary? I feel like Orlando Gary's.
I don't know if either one of them is well-known.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But I will go because, Terrell Davis is the one that everybody's going to guess.
I would think. Orlando Gary definitely did it.
Well, I told you everybody was doing it behind that offensive line.
Yeah.
You didn't have to be a superstar back in the day.
So it's not a very pleasant day for baseball, but the show must go on. Pre-game with Jeff Meller coming up. And then Waddle and Sylvie live at OTAs at Hallis afterwards. They'll play you Ben Johnson. He's going to meet the media. Joe Tooney. I think Tremaine Edmonds meets the media today. Tonight, I'll be at Empire in Naperville. You're come by and see me with Horse Soldier, 6:30 to 8:30 for our May Whiskey U. We got new word late yesterday. We didn't have much of a chance to talk about it. Waddle and Sylvie kind of kicked off their show remembering George Wendt, who played one of the most memorable legendary TV characters in history, and that was Norm on Cheers.
Sure.
My 3 favorite shows of all time are Seinfeld, Sopranos, and Cheers. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And I was very young when Cheers first went on the air. And when Cheers first went on the air, it barely made it through that first season. They thought it was going to be a flop. It was like bottom in the ratings. And little did everybody know it would go on to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, sitcom of the 80s and into the 90s. And by the time I was 10 or so, Cheers was the biggest show on television, 1986, 1987. And I don't know what it was that made it so interesting to me. It's not like as a 10 or 11-year-old you can really relate to a bunch of grown-ups living their lives in a bar, right? The one thing that was always relatable as a young sports fan was they were always talking about sports. Sam Malone, Mayday Malone, was a washed-out relief pitcher who was an alcoholic, who was a recovering alcoholic, who bought Cheers and was the bartender there. And he had his cast of characters that were always talking about the Celtics, and Kevin McHale was on a few episodes of Cheers over the years, and they would even every once in a while talk about sports gambling, which was very taboo back in the day. And Carla, for a long time, was married to, remember, the Bruins goalie, Eddie LeBeck.
Eddie LeBeck.
Remember?
Sure. Yep.
So they were always talking about sports, and maybe that's why it was relatable to me. That's all I could think about at that age, before like girls and then whiskey and then food as you get older, right? That's all I thought about. And so maybe that's why it was relatable. But it's one of my all-time favorite shows. I don't know if I've seen all 275 episodes, but I bet I've seen almost all of them many times. And through the 90s after it was off the air, I watched it in syndication constantly because I loved it. And it was hard not to love Norm's character. Even though he was a supporting character, he was central to just about everything that happened in that bar.
At the bar, yeah.
And when he came in, he had his own salute, and he had his own stool, and there was always a quick one-liner. And George Wendt played it perfectly. He was a lovable character because he was just sort of this guy that went through life knowing what he liked, and that was sitting at the bar, commiserating with people, drinking beer, and making jokes.
And staying away from Vera.
And staying away from Vera and making jokes at his own expense. Very self-deprecating. But Norm was so critical to the show that if you remember the very last episode, which was one of the most watched television shows in history, the very last episode, they're all kind of sitting around smoking cigars at the bar after Sam and Diane realize that they're not going to stay together, and he comes back to the bar. And they all kind of stagger out one by one, and Norm is the last one left. The show literally ends with Sam and Norm, and it was a beautiful ending.
You know what I think the most important thing in life is? It's love. You want to know what I love? Beer, Norm? Yeah, have a quick one. Well, Sammy, I love that stool. If there's a heaven, I don't want to go there unless my stool is waiting for me. And I'll tell you what, even God better not be on it. You wouldn't dare. I don't think it matters what you love, Sammy. Could be a person, could be a thing. As long as you love it totally, completely, without judgment. You know what I think? I think you ought to go home and wake up Vera with a big kiss and then do what comes naturally. Wake her up so she can watch me eat a bucket of buffalo wings?
That's amazing.
Yeah, well, maybe not. Well, I'm off.
And he goes on to tell Sam, you always come back to your one true love. And Sam says, well, what is that? And he says, think about it, Sammy. And that's it. The show ends.
Mm-hmm.
That's how that show ended, with Norm and Sam. And rest in peace, George Wendt, who played that character about as well as anybody was going to play it. And I love that show. It goes back to an era where we didn't, if the Bulls or the Hawks weren't on, not that the Hawks home games were on anyway, but if our local teams weren't on a Thursday night, you didn't get to watch Yankees-Padres. Not that would have happened back then, but you know what I'm saying. You didn't get to watch Dodgers-Padres. Didn't exist back then. And so you sat around and you waited for the hot sitcom or the hot show to come on. And that was Cheers, and it was awesome. And George Wendt was a Chicago guy through and through. I mean, we could even get into we didn't even touch on superfans. I mean, think about how all that started on SNL. Bill Swirsky sitting in, I'm Bob Swirsky sitting in for my brother Bill. But he was funny, and that show is an all-timer. And sure enough, it was on very late last night. They were running a lot of replays of it, I think, on like Samsung TV. As I turn one of my TVs on, sometimes that Samsung TV pops up like before you go, and it was just on the entire block. They were just running cheers, reruns in honor of the late George Wendt. Rest in peace. Tomorrow, full show. Courtney Cronin will join us, Jurk. And we will recap everything that's been happening up at Bears OTAs. Waddle and Sylvie are live up at Howell's today when the White Sox are done. White Sox will go for a series win against the Mariners coming up. So enjoy day baseball. Thanks to Bleck and Abdallah. And we will see you for a full ride tomorrow, everybody. Jeff Meller's coming up next with your pregame show. Len and DJ have the first pitch just a little after 1 today. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great afternoon.
ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
White Sox.